Darkness. That was all Yuta could see when he slowly blinked his eyes open. Everything around him was pitch black. His head throbbed with dull pain, and his limbs, they refused to move. Groggy and disoriented, it took a moment for reality to catch up to him. Where the hell am I? The last thing he remembered was Ghetto activating his domain and hitting that damn emergency button just before everything went dark. Why can't this damn system just teleport me like a normal ice sky? What's with all the fainting and head trauma every time? He grumbled inwardly, trying to shake off the lingering fog clouding his thoughts. Fragments of his memory began resurfacing. If Ghetto had just shown up 10 minutes later, I would have had my hyper technique refill. Bastard got lucky. He tried to move again. Nothing. There was definitely something physically restraining him. Ropes, bindings, or worse. He activated his Sharingan, and thankfully it worked. At least his abilities were still functioning. For what he could tell, he was in a completely enclosed space. Metal walls maybe, or stone. Hard to say in this darkness. But one thing was clear. He was tied up and being held captive. Classic. Kidnapped as soon as I arrive. Real original. System. Really. Just then, a soft voice broke through the silence. Yuta, are you okay? His eyes widened slightly. Rika? He wasn't sure whether to be relieved or worried. Rika, you're here too. Yuta called, exhaling a long, exhausted breath. Are you all right? And how the hell did you even come with me? I thought I got pulled alone. She looked at him, confused and a bit shaken. I don't know. I just woke up here. That's when Yuta noticed something strange. Rika looked older. Her features were more mature, closer to his age now than the 10-year-old girl she had appeared as before. She looked around 12. Wait, oh God. His face stiffened as a random memory popped into his head. I kissed her. Please tell me I didn't just commit an FBI-level crime. He mentally spiraled. I'm 15. She's 12 now. That's only a 3-year difference. Totally legal in anime logic. Right? Right. He gave his head a small shake. Focus, damn it. Now's not the time to be thinking about that. Rika, can you try to untie me? He asked, trying to steady his breath. I tried, she said softly, her expression downcast. But the bindings are really tight. I couldn't do it. Despite being a ghost or a spiritual projection, Rika still possessed the physical strength of a young girl. Not much help here. It's okay. I'll figure it out, Yuta said with a reassuring smile. He appreciated her trying, even if it didn't work. He instinctively reached for one for all, only to feel a void. Nothing? A flicker of panic shot through him, until he remembered. Right, the binding vow. He let out a slow breath. That decision was still haunting him. The binding vow was necessary. It was the only way to hide his reverse curse technique abilities from Sukuna back then. As part of the deal, he'd locked away his standalone use of OFA and transferred it into Rofa, Reverse One for All, a combined ability channeling both OFA and RCT in sync. The problem? That vow came at a steep cost. OFA and RCT were now permanently bound together. Using one meant using both. And worse, to balance their levels, he'd sacrificed half of his OFA power just to bring his RCT up to par, meaning he could now only use 50% of his previous OFA potential at max. And even that was under ideal conditions. Back in a JJK world, that trade-off had made sense. It gave him enough power to go toe-to-toe with Maharaga and even put Sukuna on the defensive. But now it was just limiting, and I've lost so much muscle mass, Yuta noticed. His body felt lighter, skinnier. Without regular training, he was losing the physique he'd worked hard to build just to withstand 50% OFA output. Gotta start working out again. This won't cut it. Right now, his Rofa maxed out at around 25% of OFA's original strength. With his Mangekyo Sharingan boost, maybe 30%. Add the King's engine on top, and he might reach 45%. But even that was a stretch, and it still wasn't enough. But there was one silver lining. The RCT he'd awakened through the vow would now grow with his OFA. If he could retrain up to 50%, his Rofa would stabilize there permanently. Still, using binding vows always came with complications. The system behind cursed energy wasn't just a power source. it was semi-sentient. Binding vows weren't mere contracts. They were negotiations with the natural laws of cursed energy itself. And since his energy was RCT rather than standard CE, things got even messy, eh? So much for shortcuts. He focused again, trying to tap into Rofa, preparing to force his way out with raw strength. He could even use his second Mangekyo ability, healing through energy transference, a trick he'd recently discovered. If he could heal others with it, he could probably heal himself too, maybe even restore some of his strength. Just as he was about to activate it, a voice echoed through the chamber, halting him in his tracks. "Oh my, you say that like it's easy to break out of here." It was a woman's voice, smooth, elegant, and laced with cold amusement. Yuda's frown deepened instantly. Great. Now what? Beside him, Rika tensed. The real threat had just revealed itself, and Yuda had a feeling their situation was about to get a whole lot more complicated. Yuda slowly stirred, only to be greeted by complete darkness. His body felt heavy, his movements restricted, his arms bound, his senses dulled, head pounding and thoughts hazy. It took him a few seconds to realize he wasn't alone. The worst part? He hadn't even noticed the other presence enter the room. Was she already here? Or did she sneak in while I was unconscious? Either possibility spelled trouble. If she had been there the whole time, that meant his spider sense, his sixth sense for danger, had failed. "Who are you? And why capture me like this?" Yuda asked, trying to remain calm. Panicking wouldn't help him. Information, however, would. But the woman's voice came, calm and cool. "Sorry to disappoint, but I'll be the one asking questions." Yuda fell silent, eyes narrowing. He could escape at any moment, but he'd learn more by playing along. "Fine," he said, "but you let me go after you're done asking, deal?" "That depends," she replied smoothly. "If you're worth leaving." At least she wasn't here to kill him. Yet. That gave Yuda time. The question was what she wanted to know. So, she continued, her voice slow and deliberate. "How about we start with this? Who is Rika?" Yuda stiffened. Damn it. She had heard him earlier. He turned his eyes toward Rika, who hovered quietly nearby. Judging by the woman's behavior, she couldn't see Rika. "Good. I don't know what you're talking about," Yuda replied evenly, hiding any hint of worry. Her tone didn't shift. "I scanned the area. No one was nearby. But I assure you, whoever this Rika is will find her. And trust me, it'll be much worse for both of you if I have to do that." Yuda smirked in defiance. "I'll bet you $1,000 you won't." There was a pause. "Dollars?" she repeated, voice intrigued. "What exactly is that?" Yuda raised an eyebrow. "She speaks English but doesn't know what dollars are?" That narrowed it down. "It's money. Currency. From where I'm from," he answered, now fishing for more clues. "What do you use?" "There's only one currency across the entire sea," she said, "issued by the world government." Yuda's mind clicked instantly. The sea, the world government. A wide grin crept across his face. "One piece," he whispered, then suddenly burst into laughter. For a second, time froze. Not metaphorically, literally. The air stilled. The world paused. "System update," he realized with a sigh. "I've been ice-guyed again." "Great." As usual, his surroundings glitched briefly, his HUD flickered to life, and a new window opened, prompting him with a copy option. He instinctively turned to get a glimpse of the woman behind him, just enough to trigger the system scan. Target detected. Ability available for copy. Not wasting a second, Yuda confirmed. But when the system displayed the copied ability, his smirk returned in full force. Hana no mi, flower fruit, copied. Jackpot. Time resumed. "So, you know One Piece?" the woman asked, frowning slightly. "What's so funny?" Yuda's grin widened. "Nothing. Just realized I can do this." With a thought, dozens of arms burst out from the floor, walls, and shadows, grabbing hold of the woman before she could even react. A surprised yelp escaped her lips as she was pinned in place by an overwhelming number of hands, arms growing out of every direction, securing her limbs midair. Yuda stood, snapping free from his bindings with ease, the copied devil fruit power flowing through him like second nature. "Hello, Miss All Sunday," he said with mock formality. Now, I'm getting a good look at her. Nico Robin, clad in her usual short skirt and traveling gear, glared at him from within the swarm of phantom hands. Her expression was a mix of shock, confusion, and reluctant admiration. "What did you just do?" she asked, voice slightly shaky. "Copied your ability," Yuta said casually, inspecting his fingers as if it were routine. "First time using it. Still needs some tuning." He glanced toward Rika, only to see her also restrained by several of the arms. Yuta's eyes widened. "Wait, what? No, no, no. Cancel, cancel." With a flick of focus, he released them both. The extra hands vanished like mist, and Robin dropped to her feet, immediately leaping back to put space between them. "My bad," Yuta said with a cough, rubbing the back of his neck. "Didn't mean to tangle you up like that." That power went a bit rogue. Robin straightened her jacket, maintaining distance as she narrowed her eyes. "That was the Hana no Mi. You used my devil fruit, as if it were your own." Yuta nodded. "Yep. How? Sigh. It's complicated," Yuta replied. "Let's just say I'm not from this world, and I have a system that lets me copy abilities, especially from girls, for some reason." Robin blinked. "That makes no sense. Welcome to my life." She was still stunned. Her stoic mask cracked just slightly as she processed what had happened. The teenager in front of her had not only overpowered her in a split second, but had copied her unique power. Such things weren't supposed to be possible. Yuta, meanwhile, was already thinking ahead. One Piece, huh? That means bounties, pirates, admirals, and a whole lot of chaos. He glanced toward Robin again. "Well, if I'm here, might as well shake things up a little." He gave her a slight bow. "Name's Yuta. Let's say we start over. I didn't mean to grope you with 50 hands. But you tie me up first, so we're kind of even." Robin stared at him silently. And then, for the first time in their interaction, she cracked a faint, amused smile. "Even, huh?" she repeated. "We'll see."
Hey, everyone. If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
"How did you use my devil fruit powers, and how did you recognize me?" Robin asked with a wary tone. Understandable, since she had to be on the run ever since he was 8. The Marines, who were supposed to be the good guys, burn her home down and kill all of her people. She is the only survivor. So it is understandable that she was wary of Yuta. "I have my ways." Yuta wasn't comfortable answering those questions to anyone, let alone a person who he just met, even though she was sexy as hell. Robin didn't seem to feel anything at that answer. She just remained calm as ever. It was hard to know what she was thinking right now. Most likely to run away, seeing that Yuta had her beat in both power and technique. Her only advantage would have been her devil fruit and delicious charming looks, but with Yuta knowing her personality somewhat, those won't work on him. "Like you have with me." Robin narrowed her eyes, indicating what just happened a little while ago. What could Yuta say to that? He certainly didn't do it on purpose, but enjoyed he did. "Did you know that those body parts which grow with Hana no are real, and the user can feel pain and everything with them?" Interesting, right? Oh, the possibilities. "That wasn't on purpose. You expect me to master a devil fruit on the first try?" Yuta retorted back. "I control them just fine on my first try. So, did I want to stop you, and that what happened, how it happened was the problem. And hey, you can't blame me. It was dark and I couldn't even see you. How I'm supposed to figure out where you're standing and where to grab you to keep it PG-13. Yuta glares back, making Robin's own glare falter a little. Robin by now realized that the kid who was only 15 or so didn't really do it intentionally or had bad intentions towards her. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been akissing and to some degree teasing and testing him to know how much she can pull her luck in front of him. He was only a kid, but a strong one at that. And for some reason, he had the same powers as her. That last part about being able to copy her powers didn't sit right with her. She hadn't heard of any devil's fruit which can do that. But hey, the sea is too big and all sorts of things exist in this world. She didn't want to be on her bad side if possible, especially when they had no animosity towards each other. However, the concerning part of this was that the boy knew her real identity. That was what eating her away right now. He wasn't a CP agent. Otherwise, he long would have arrested her. Nor a Marine, either. Those guys usually won't interfere with Crocodile's business. She must be seeing the boy defend himself. This at least explains his tolerance level, knowing this is important if she's dealing with a powerful person like him. All right, my turn to ask questions. Tell me why you captured me, where we are currently, and forget it. Just answer those questions. Yuba asked with a little thought. He wanted to know the year as well, but he had zero idea about the One Piece storyline. His knowledge of One Piece was limited to starting a few seasons. That too he just remembers barely. He actually never watched the anime. He knew this much only because after getting to JJK World, he pretty much bought all the comics he could get his hands on and started going through them just in case he ever traveled to them. Good thing I purchased them all, though my knowledge is limited, but I do have the One Piece manga currently in my system store. I better give a read as soon as I get some time alone. You suddenly appear in one of our secret hideouts, completely unconscious. Not knowing who you were, the only option was to capture you and tie you up. As for where we are, well, this is Alabasta. Robin replied, while slowly opening the door of the place he was being held captive. The moment that happened, light blasted him right on the face, making him momentarily blind. Normal eyes need time to adjust to a change in lighting after all. Fortunately for him, he got Sharingan, and this wasn't the only time that he had faced this issue. By habit, he opened Sharingan, and with his dynamic vision, he noticed hands pouring out of his body and surrounding moving towards him. Tise, I thought she was supposed to be the smart character here, though that was smart using the sunlight like that. Yuba noticed that her objective wasn't to restrain him, but to run away, so he wasn't angry either. He just for a second activated Rofa. The moment the power of Rofa came in contact with Robin's hands, the weakening effect instantly got transferred to her. Almost immediately those hands disappeared, and Robin fell to the ground with a thud. I told you, I don't intend to hurt you, so why try to run away like that? Yuba shook his head, seeing her not even have enough power to stand straight anymore. What is this? It feels like the sea stone, Robin said with wide eyes. For her, only the sea stone can have this time of effect on her. Sea stone took a little time to realize what she was talking about. He remembered reading something about sea stone, though he only briefly stayed on that page and moved on. He had many manga and comics to complete back then after all. He only remembers this because he had his Sharingan open to remember all the info back then. It's similar, though you don't have to know what. As for you trying to run away, let me remind you I'm not taking you hostage. If you want to go, then just go. I won't stop you, Yuba said as he started to walk off, leaving Robin behind in a daze. Her power was coming back, but now she was intrigued by the strange boy. Wondering whether to go after him, she thought, but then quickly decided against it. It's better that she doesn't get involved in his business. It will be hard to explain this to Mr. Zero, though she didn't go after him, but something was telling her that sooner or later their paths would cross again. Yuba, on the other hand, after seeing the endless desert in front of him, just sighed. This so-called secret hideout was indeed built in the middle of nowhere. He'd had to find his way to city, so picking a path where he could see a trade route going, he started walking and flip out One Piece manga from his inventory. Damn, this story is way too big. It took some time, but finally, Yuba reached it. Nanohana port. With Skywalk, he saw this place as the closest to him. Though he could have reached here much faster by using HT, but he decided to save it just in case. Another reason was that he was reading One Piece manga in real time. Even with the Sharingan, it took him some time to read through the story until the Alabasta arc was about to start. He completed the Romance Dawn and just reached where the Straw Hats finally reached the Alabasta. He even knew the name of the location and destination because the manga had a map. Man, when it was getting good. Sadly, I have to stop here. Better not read this out in another pen. Tossing the manga back into the system storage, he entered the biggest port of the Alabasta, Nanohana. It was like a city, very vibrant and full of Arabian Night feeling. It was hot, incredibly so, but even then he was enjoying coming to this world, even though it was unplanned and venturing into this place. He had never come to a desert before. This was his first time. All right, I have no money to stay here, so I better find a way to get some belly. Also have to find out what are the rates of different things here before someone scams me. Yuta muttered and looked around. Yuta hot. Suddenly a cute voice rang near him. He smiled. Looking at the scarf he was wearing right a little amusement. I know, darling, but I don't want to hear this from a lowly. Wake up already. UHM. Groggily Rika got out of the scarf. Now that was like her home. It's hot. Rika complains, making Yuta wonder how her state of being works. She only touches what she feels like it. Can't she just choose not to feel the heat? Sorry, Rika, but this temperature is common in these places. How about you go back in and sleep a little more? I can't keep talking with you while I enter the city anyway. Take rest. You have worked hard. You deserve a good rest. Yuta reached out and patted her head, earning a cute yawn for the little girl before he nodded and entered his scarf again in her spirit form. It's advantageous to be a spirit. At least we don't have to bother buying a house or paying rent. Yuta mused and entered the city finally. Having no idea how to earn money, Yuta decided to gather information first. There's always an option for physical labor, but he'd rather not waste his HT on something like that. As for doing physical labor without HT, the thought didn't even cross his mind. Even after having 3 whole hours of HT now at his disposal, he was stingy with HT use, especially now that he had cost more thanks to only being able to use Rofa. Gathering info went well enough for him. Vivi mentioned in the manga that the country was in the midst of a civil war over the long drought and unfair use of rain powder. He got similar info here, just with more details. Technically nothing of his interest until his hero system kicked in. Major quest: Rain, rain, don't run away. Main quest: help the kingdom of Alabasta with the drought problem. Reward: Sai in true system fashion, you're always ready to give troublesome quests. At least this time, it was not where I just had to get into another fight right away. Yuta read the notification and sighed. He doesn't mind doing this quest, but if only the system told him what he would get in reward, then it could be so good. Then he could just let go of a reward if it's not worth it. But this damn system makes him complete all quests by not showing him the rewards. Truly evil. Though either way, he has no option but to do this quest if he wants to go back. Only after completing certain quests and objectives, he can get an option to go back to his world, or JJK world for that matter. He was a little worried about what happened to others after he left. Though he took care of both Sukuna and Maharaga, Geto was still there. He alone was strong enough to kill anyone present there. Yuta had a bad feeling about this, and thus he just wanted to go back as quickly as possible. Now, at least having a goal, he decided to quickly earn a little bit of money to get something to eat before leaving Nanohana. It's likely that Straw Hats helped this place. I need to complete the Alabasta arc before doing anything. Yuta muttered to himself and was about to take out the manga, but he didn't want it in front of everyone else, but he needed information right now. But just when he was about to do that, he heard a fat merchant calling for him. Young man, yes, you come here. Yuta blinked with confusion. Did he do something wrong? He did stand out thanks to his outfit, but still. You want something from me? Yuta asked with one eyebrow raised. Yes, I do. You see, I don't usually do this, but in you I see something unique, said the merchant, making Yuta uncomfortable. Did he notice I am strong, or my powers? Who is this old man? Someone strong from this world. Many things started to roam in his mind until the merchant said this. This is the golden apple. It's only one of its kind, and you, my friend, are the right person for it. It is said that it can extend the life of a person to 1,000 years. Yuta was deadpan. So he just wants to sell his stuff? Man, what do you expect from vendors? Sorry, I am not interested in painted golden apples. Yuta rolled his eyes and was about to get out of there. But destiny strikes again. Hey, old man, have you seen this person here anywhere? A man came. He was young, strangely not even wearing a shirt, and had a hat and a big pirate tattoo on his back. This isn't this. Yuta was almost baffled how easily he got to meet another famous character so soon. No, never seen him, the vendor said with a little nervous look on his face. Though he didn't know either Ace or Luffy, but the fact that the man was looking for someone with a bounty on his head was enough to make the man take a step back. Luffy. Yuta ended up muttering the name after he saw the poster in Ace's hand, attracting Ace's attention. Oh, you know him? Asked Ace with a little expectation on his face as he turned to Yuta. He saw a boy with a white scarf around his neck, The boy was closer to his brother's age, or even younger, which Yuta was, and now that he lacked much of his previous muscles that he painstakingly developed to better use his OFA, he looked even younger, closer to his real age. Yuta was taken aback. Suddenly the attention was back to him, but he adapted fast enough. No, I just learned something about him in my travels, that's all. Why you're looking for him, though? He is from the East Blue. This is a grand line we are in. Yuta said, though he knew that Luffy and others would soon come to Alabasta. Though he wasn't sure when, but after seeing that poster, he was sure that at least Luffy's journey had begun. If only he had read a little more of the Alabasta arc, then he would have known that Luffy is already in Alabasta by seeing Ace alone. As for Ace, he knew him to thank for what an absolute blast was the Summit War was. He couldn't believe how come he missed out on something like that. Unfortunately back then he didn't have a lot of time. He at least had to get a little aware of almost all the anime and manga he got his hands on in JJK World, and he had to give up One Piece until he had some free time for himself. But even then, the Summit World arc hooks him so well that while he skips most of One Piece, he still completes the Summit War under a time crunch. He was really sad when Ace died. If possible, he would like to prevent that from happening. But to do that, he needs to know what really happened, and this little interaction with Ace refreshes all his memories about what he felt when the brother of the main character died for his development. He honestly didn't want that to happen, and thus, he was now even more determined to complete One Piece manga as soon as possible. Ha ha. Oh, he will be in Grand Line soon. That kid is not someone who will stay back in East Blue for very long. Ace just laughs, very proud of his little brother. Yuta is sure that he too would be proud if he had a little brother like Luffy, though the trouble that comes alongside that proposition might not be worth it. If you say so. I'm Yuta, by the way. Yuta shrugged, not wanting to talk too much about Luffy. He just read One Piece manga and was afraid that he might say something about him that he ain't supposed to know. Knowledge can also be a curse sometimes. I am Ace. Smiled and was ready to look for someone else who might know about Luffy. But that was when his stomach grumbled. Yuta wasn't behind either. He hadn't eaten for a long time. Last time he ate was in MHA World. Then the entire Shibuya arc happened. Everything was so fast that he didn't even have time to stop by and eat something. Even after he nowadays always had emergency food in his storage. God only knows where the system might send him. So having the necessary survival tools in his storage was essential. Man, now that I think about it, I haven't eaten anything in the last 24 hours. I barely stayed in JJK World for less than 14 hours. Yuta grumbled internally. Suddenly all that happened in just 24 hours came crashing down at him. Ace smiled, seeing the boy equally hungry as him, like he found a kindred spirit. You two gonna eat something? Let's go together, Ace asked. Yuta was a little embarrassed. It's not like he didn't want to eat, but he had no money. Sorry, but I have no money on me right now, Yuta said while rubbing his head in embarrassment. You really need to get some belly from this world. Aha! So, that's why you were looking so embarrassed? Don't worry, come with me. Let's eat something. It's on me, come on. Ace laughs heartily and offers to pay for Yuta's meal. Yuta, of course, was surprised hearing this. It's not usual that some strange offer to treat others just because the other person is hungry. He just met Ace, but Ace here was ready to pay for his food. Smiling slightly, he asked, Are you sure? I don't want to intrude. It's not like he didn't have food in his storage. It's just that he'd rather not touch the emergency food until it's absolutely necessary. Don't worry about something like that. Come on, let's eat something. I am starving, Ace said with vigor and put a hand over Yuta's neck and practically dragged him toward a restaurant. Yuta was baffled at it. He knew that this world had very strange characters, abnormal once was sometimes with brain circuits, but adapting to this was a little too much. And Ace's behavior was supposed to be on the more tame side. But he liked it. Thank you then. By the way, what about you looking for that person? Yuta pointed at Luffy's poster, to which Ace just put the poster back in his pocket and shrugged. Don't worry. If he is here, then we will know. That kid can't stay in one place without making some kind of mayhem for too long. Come on, let's get something to eat, and you tell me your story while we are at this, Ace said while dragging Yuta, who is shorter than him by neck. Okay, let's get something to eat. Now that the man was offering to pay for him, he will not shy away. He liked Ace, so he wouldn't mind spending some time with him to get to know him. Yuta was happy to spend time with Ace, but if he knew that this was going to happen, then he wouldn't have taken his offer, no matter how hungry he was. "Sir, is your friend okay?" someone asked. "Friend? Sorry, you have a misunderstanding. I don't know that man." But weren't you two were talking just a little while ago?" "You are mistaken. I have never met that man in my life." "Oh, I'm okay." The owner of the restaurant was both worried and anxious right now. It wasn't his fault. What would you do when during eating the customer suddenly fell face first at the food he was eating? Even Yuta was worried, and when upon shaking Ace few times, he didn't wake up, he immediately took out his manga to read more. Find anything available about Ace to know why suddenly Ace fell unconscious. He long would have grabbed the shop owner by his collar and excused him for selling poisoned food if he hadn't seen a scene very similar to this in the manga. "Ace, this bastard. Is this the time or place to fall asleep?" Yuta was super embarrassed now. People were looking at him like an idiot now. But what else he could do? Just wait until Ace wakes up, or... Suddenly the door opened. A wild hair man with 2 cigars in his mouth walked in with a scary-looking face. This was Smoker, all right, and Yuta wasn't surprised about this. In his haze, he quickly went through the manga until he found a scene where Ace was in Alabasta and found the same thing happening as it happening right now. For good measure, he read a little further to know what happened with Ace, as he was worried. So he knew that Ace had just fallen asleep and Smoker after entered the same restaurant later. That was when he basically stopped, returning back to his food, ignorant the stupid idiot who fell asleep and had his entire face buried in the place of rice while pretending to not know him. As for Smoker and what happened after that, he couldn't care any less. It was Ace's problem and not his, and if things came to shove, then he could just show the pirate world that he is not a pushover. Right now, eating was his first priority, even over knowing the manga. The second team commander, the white-beard pirate, Fire Fist Ace. Smoker said as he glared at the sleeping boy. Shouldn't he be waking up by now? Yuta wondered why he wasn't awake already. If he remains asleep, then it won't even take Blackbeard for him to have a way ticket to impel down. "Stopped acting. I know you're Fire Fist Ace. You can't avoid me if you pretend like you're sleeping," Smoke said while still calm, though anyone could tell that he was ready to fight if it came down to it. Grumbling under his breath, Yuta turns to Smoker. "Are you talking about him?" Yuta pointed at Ace while still chewing onto his food. Smoker just grunted while analyzing Yuta. He couldn't figure out who the boy was. For him, Yuta was only a 16-year kid, so it wasn't much. "Well then, sorry to say to you, but he is really asleep. He ain't acting." Yuta sighed as poked Ace's side with his finger. "See?" Smoker looks at Ace, and by no means does he look like he is sleeping, who sleeps while their face is buried half on rice. He clearly is either dead, which unlikely, or he is hiding his face from him. Grunting, he just spoke this. "I will figure that out." Saying this, he walks up to Ace and tugs on him, only to see the boy to be snoring and his snorts getting mixed in with the food. Yuta, who had his mouth full of rice, suddenly felt repulsed and blocked his mouth before he spit out everything on top of Smoker. Even Smoker looked disgusted. But this was his job, and he had seen more disgusting things in the sea, so this was nothing. Before taking Ace away, he turned to me and asked, "Who are you? Are you with him? Do you really think a pirate will tell you honestly if you ask nicely?" Yuta's eyes twitch. "Well, he did offer me food, but besides that, I don't know the man," Yuta replied honestly. He was sure that Ace could handle himself against someone like Smoker at least. Smoker seemed to think about something, and then nodded. He couldn't act just because he was suspicious of the other party after all. The boy doesn't have a bounty on his head, so he can't just arrest him. However, just as he was about to take Ace away, a hand grabbed his own. "I understand you're doing your job and all, but I can't let you take him away like this," Yuta said with his eyes narrowed, glaring right at Smoker's eyes. The Smoker knew that something was off. "Did you hear me? He offered the food. I have no money to pay. Wake him up first and let him pay. Then do whatever you want with him." A Smoker who was ready to throw down almost coughed with blood at this. What kind of reason is that? But besides that there was something else, he could feel that the boy was strong. There was something which was telling him, maybe it was instincts, but he could tell that he was strong. He glanced at his own hand. Looking at how the boy was holding onto his hand effortlessly, he thought something and then grunted. I will pay for your food. Let go. Smoker said, and to his amazement, the boy really let go. He earlier thought that the boy was just making excuses. Maybe it was with Fire Fist Ace, but due to seeing Navy, he was nervous or just wasn't strong enough to break free unless he woke up Ace. But maybe he was just overthinking it. Sure, it's not much, mister. How much for the food? Take the bill from this gentleman. Yuta, too, was shameless. He returned back to eating after saying this, to even Smoker's amazement. Kids this day, did you say something? Nothing. Smoker, with a little irritation, took out some belly. The food was cheap enough that he didn't mind much, and now was ready to take Ace away. But just as he was about to do that, he felt something, though he didn't have observation hockey or anything, but he felt danger. And sure enough, the second something stuck him, sending him flying, breaking the restaurant wall. Now, what? What now? Yuta saw Smoker breaking the wall and flying outside like a rocket with a deadpan look on his face. It was like he knew something gonna happen. It can't be that easy to arrest Ace now, can it? With all this commotion, Ace finally woke up, snorts and rice still sticking on his face. Or maybe it was because of his snort that rice was so sticky, Yuta wasn't sure and didn't plan on investigating on the matter either. He turned his head only to see another troublesome character. Meat, bring me meat. Why he is here? Yuta thought, and then decided against taking out the manga right now, though he made a mental note to read that manga in his free time. Luffy, Ace, the brothers meet and immediately start their childish antics. See, I told you that this kid won't stay away from Grand Line for long, didn't I? Ace looked at Yuta and said it with a proud look on his face. Yeah, though you didn't meet your connection with him to me? Yuta asked while taking the last bite of his rice. I didn't, maybe I forgot. He is my little brother. Ace said. Oh, that was the height of Yuta's emotional reaction he's shown to the brothers. Others in the restaurants also, who didn't know who Fire Fist Ace was, were the same. What? But not everyone. Smoker soon came out of that hole in the wall and glared at both Luffy and Ace. So both Fire Fist Ace and Straw Hat are brothers. Good. Then let's capture both of you together. The smoker lit up another cigar while getting ready to throw down. And you? Smoker turns to Yuta. Yeah. Yuta, acting nonchalant, still reply while drinking the juice he ordered. What is your relationship with them? You're their brother as well. Me. Dude, come on. Do I look like someone related to them? Yuta asked with condemnation. Both Luffy and Ace are handsome in their own regards, so they don't complain there, but their mental development leaves much to desire. There is no way anyone would believe that they are brothers, would they? I don't care. You are also coming with us. We'll let you go if there is no crime reported against you. Smoker said with agitation, though earlier he wasn't planning to, but now seeing how they were talking and how both Fire Fist Ace and Straw Hat were connected, it was entirely possible for this boy to be connected with them as well. What the hell? Oi, you can't do that. First, bring proof against me, then go for arrest. That's how things work. Yuta was dumbfounded. Why arrest him? Oh, you're the smoke guy from earlier. Both Luffy and Ace only know that time to stop their childish brotherly antics and look around them. Oh, Navy, 1 minute, I know you. You smoker from Longtown. What you're doing here? Ace too visited Longtown and naturally met Smoker there before as well. All three of you are under arrest. Smoker said, and finally, he let out white smoke. Yuta has seen Cool's powers before. He himself had tons of them, but he had to say it was kind of satisfying seeing a man turning into smoke. Would I need Haki to handle Logia? Or Rofa would do? Yuta pondered now, though he didn't know much about One Piece, but he got through the basic information when he skipped through the manga last time. At least he knew something about the power system by now, and had to say that Logia was a complete cheat. This was a better idea to see whether his powers would work against Logia or not. Since it's Smoker, even if his powers don't work, it's possible for him to run away from him. But he'd rather know now before he ended up fighting someone like an Admiral, only to later learn that he had no way to hit them. Yeah, that would suck real hard. And they're not just Admirals with Logia powers. There are others as well, like pirates. Luffy, get out of here. I will handle him soon and catch up with you. Ace smiled and was ready to handle Smoker here alone. Bring me meat. I am hungry. Smoker, Yuta, and Ace. All three almost fell at this sudden shout from Luffy. Fuck this bastard. He almost gave me a heart attack. who shouts, "So close to others, and can't you read the room here? You still want to eat?" Yuta muttered as he nursed his ears. Sometimes he wondered why these characters were so close to their manga counterparts. It's funny in manga or anime, but just plain weird in real life. "Sigh, Luffy, now is not the time. Get out of there," Ace said with a little smile on his face. Even he seemed a little embarrassed now. Yuta was constantly glaring at him like saying, "He's your brother. You handle it." But Ace, Luffy acted like a baby and refused to go anywhere until he got something to eat, especially meat. "Boy, let's take this outside. If you beat me, I will come with you." "What you say?" Sighing, Ace played the part of the big brother and turned to Smoker, who was watching this with a vein twitching at his forehead, surely cursing the brothers at ignoring his presence. "Good." Smoker nodded. Even he knew that the real problem here was Ace after all. If he is taken care of, then catching Straw Hat would be easy. Both ignored Luffy and got out of the restaurant. Meat. Luffy, for what it's worth, didn't even care about this, like fully sure that Ace won't lose. Yuta, knowing that this was his chance, he also tagged along. Besides watching the fight, he also wanted to check out his Rofa against either Ace or Smoker. Coming outside, both Ace and Smoker stand in front of each other. They both seem to not want to damage the restaurant and avoid fighting inside. Yuta naturally followed. "You will not run away this time, Ace." Smoker, the moment he was out, started to make his body turn into smoke. Ace was similar as the fire started to flicker around his fist. There was a crowd forming around them. Want to see what was going on? Don't they understand that this here was dangerous? Yuta rolled his eyes and shouted, "Hey, you people, what are you all doing here? They're about to fight, not here to put up a show. Move, it can get dangerous." Yuta shouted, trying to make people move, though none actually seems to be moving. Both Smoker and Ace looked at him and then went back to their fight. Both Ace and Smoker would have liked it if those people really left this place, but none move, and now both have to hold back their powers. Especially Ace. After all, smoke is far less dangerous than fire. "Don't worry, I will end this fight in no time," Ace said with confidence. Swinging his fist, a powerful flame rushes at Smoker. He was careful not to spread his fire, much to harm anyone. While Ace was worried about harming others, Smoker's was the same. For him, pirates are those people who plunder and loot, and harming some civilians is nothing for pirate. So although Ace, even after having a clean record when it comes to that sort of thing, Smoker still was worried about people around him. Seeing the fire coming, his body turns into smoke, and he sends his own smoke rushing at the fire, trying to extinguish it. The fight here was much like how fights work in the MHA world. Both have powers, and they both know how to use it. Yuta just watched the fight. It was pretty cool when you're not the one fighting, but watching someone else duking it out. But for someone who likes fighting like Yuta, there's always an itch inside to throw a punch or two, just to have some fun. But he remained back, just in case an attack came towards the civilians, which it did after some time. Looking at the fire rushing at the old man, he moved, not even using any of his powers, just rushed at his best speed, and before the fire could reach the man, he removed him from that path. "Hey, you two. Tone it down a little. There are civilians here," Yuta shouted, more like a grumble as he too wanted to fight. "Ah, sorry," Ace said with an embarrassed smile. It was his fire after all which rushed at the man. Neither he nor Smoker was able to see it due to all the smoke around them. "Just stop this pointless struggle and come with me," Smoker said while giving Yuta a nod. Seeing that he saved the man, he seemed to have a little better picture of him. "This is getting boring," Yuta muttered with a sigh. Only watching others fight is no fun. He long understood that this fight is not ending anytime soon, due to the fact that they have to limit their powers. Both are even Logia, for God's sake. "All right, change of plans. How about both of you fight me? I'm getting bored here," Yuta said, finally giving in to the temptation. He wasn't a war hog or anything, but he was dying to know how his powers stack up against them. He also had new powers which he wanted to be sure. "Wait a minute, just now I didn't have to rush from far to save this old man, did it? I could just use powers I got from Robin from long range." Yuta thought, usually happen when he has a new power, it takes a little while to get used to his powers. "You want to fight both of us?" Ace asked with a little hesitation, though this usual smile wasn't going anywhere. Smoker, though, once again was confused about how to treat the boy. Was he a pirate or not? Yeah, I'm super strong. Don't look down on me, Yuta said with a smile as he walked towards them. Kid, just stand back. Don't mess with this. Smoker wasn't having it, though, pirate or not. The boy has no bounty. At least that's what his memory says. He didn't remember someone looking like him having a bounty recently. With his personality till now, he can say that the boy wasn't bad. So, if possible, he'd rather not let the boy go to the wrong side. Sorry, but I'm itching to have a little fight with both of you. Don't worry, I'll hold back, Yuta said as he activated Rofa at only 5%. The power output was so low that it didn't even bring any physical change in him. With that said, he rushes forward, ready to punch Ace. Ace, seeing this, frowned, not sure how he went from fighting the Marine to fighting the Yuta. But knowing that Yuta just wanted to test out his own power, he sighed and didn't use his flame fruit power on him, but rather just used his physical power to catch the upcoming attack. Just Ace's hand grabbed Yuta's fist. A feeling of weakness washed over him. It wasn't that strong or anything, but he suddenly remembered how he used to feel when he touched sea or sea stone after eating the flame fruit. He wasn't expecting this, but the weakness was nothing that he couldn't handle. Yuta wasn't using that much power anyway. He blocks the attack and pushes him back, only for Yuta to lift his kick and give a roundhouse kick at Ace's face. This time Ace instinctively dodges the attack and attacks Yuta back, only for Yuta to see that coming from miles away and stop his kick from a little away from his face as he dodged and then punched him. Another light punch, but Rofa have a cumulative effect. The punch didn't even hurt, but he felt weakness wash over him again for a few seconds. Due to his position this time, though, he lost his footing. That was when Yuta did the last attack. A kick he continued from where he stopped his kick earlier, but this time it was a straight kick over a roundhouse kick, sending him straight to the ground as he lost the balance the moment that kick connected with him. Told ya, I am strong, Yuta said with a smile on his face. On the side, Smoker saw this and just snorted. For him who just fought with Ace, it was clear that Ace was just playing around with the boy. After all, Yuta was only 16 years old, and on top of that he now looked younger when he lost much of his muscles. He barely looked 15. Ace, however, he was questioning his own reality. He was holding back, no question asked, but not to this degree. There was something wrong with this boy? Are you done playing around, Fire Fist? If so, then get up. I don't have all day. Smoker snorted and shouted. Well, you are next, so don't worry. Come on, fight me, Yuta shouted, channeling his inner Natsu, rushing at Smoker. He wanted to see whether his Rofa will work against Logia, and though he was able to touch Ace, but it was clear that Ace didn't use his devil fruit powers against him, so he can't say for sure. Good thing that he had Smoker here. Smoker fell to the ground with a thud, disbelief evident on his face. He wasn't the only one. By now, some of the Navy people under him were already at the site after seeing all this commotion. They all were surprised. They all knew just how powerful Smoker was, so seeing their boss getting beaten by a kid only 15 was ridiculous. Maybe the only person who was happy besides Yuta, who confirmed that his Rofa works against Logia, was none other than Ace. He had a satisfying smile on his face. Yep, good, beat him more. If you don't, then others will think that it is I, Ace, who is weak. Ah, that was nice. Luffy came out then, his stomach looking like a balloon by now. Yuta was only wondering who the hell paid for him. There was no way Nami giving him money to spend with an appetite like his. Luffy saw Smoker on the ground and smiled. Turning to Ace, he shouted, "Ha! You're done already. Have you become stronger? How did you touch him? I can't." Luffy, holding his inflated stomach by hand to move, comes near Ace and has a goofy smile. Ace at this could only smile embarrassedly. It wasn't me," Ace said while staring at Yuta, who now was helping Smoker to get up, who was showing contemplation on his face, wondering whether he was weak or the boy was just too strong. What was that weakening feeling earlier? Sorry if I hit you too hard. Seeing you turn into smoke, I thought that the attack wouldn't connect, so I increased the power a tad bit. Yuta apologized, though mostly acting. He wanted to fight against Smoker Logia's ability, and that is why he pushed Smoker to use his powers. What did you do? The Smoker was still in disbelief. Even now, he was feeling a slight weakness in his legs. Not sure what just happened. He felt like he just touched sea stone or something. Nothing, what are you talking about? Yuta fakes it and reaches forward to grab Smoker's hand to pull him up from the ground. There is no way. You did something. I'm sure you did. Smoker wasn't having it. He has trained for years in the Navy. He wasn't like Ace, who can't tell a normal fight apart from what he just had. Clearly, the boy did something. The moment he touched him, he felt a weakness coming to him. I have no idea what you were talking about. Yuba just shamelessly denied it. He learned what he wanted to, and now he didn't want to have anything with Smoker or the Navy. He only helped him out because he wasn't a pirate and the fight earlier was just a normal spar. Tashigi, check and tell me if there's any bounty on this person. Smoker shouted as she saw a cute girl with glasses and a sword on the side, looking at him with an equal amount of disbelief as his other men were looking at him. Tashigi blinked and hurriedly got out of her daze to check if there was any bounty on Yuba. Of course, she didn't get anything on him. No bounty, but he clearly has some contact with Ace. Is he a pirate? If yes, then I can't let him go. He is so young, yet he was able to beat me in little to no difficulty. However, if he is really not a pirate, then I have to bring this boy to Navy. He's young and this strong already. It would be a great loss to the Navy if this boy went to the dark side. Who are you? Smoker finally asked, remembering that he didn't even know the boy's name. A little ashamed that he was only asking now. Sorry I didn't introduce myself. I am Yuba Hero. How old are you? Why do you care? Noting you just looked young. Are you calling me a kid? Yuba, if easily triggered nowadays by something, then it has to be his love life and his age. He was tired of getting treated as a kid, especially after joining UA. Smoker, seeing the boy glaring at him now, knew that the conversation wasn't going right. Tashigi at this time decided to take over. That wasn't what Smoker meant. It's just that you are really impressive, that's why he asked. Tashigi smiled. By the way, I am Tashigi. Tashigi smiles with a sweet voice. Smoker just grunted with a little irritation. Asked him to join Marine. He slowly said into Tashigi's ear and left, though he wanted to talk more with Yuba, more like interrogating him. However, he saw both Ace and Luffy getting away, and he had to chase them now. Oh, you're only 15. Tashigi was surprised. 16? I am 16. Yeah, you're a big boy. Tashigi saw the boy making faces and mused internally. Clearly the age was a trigger for him. Man, I'm a man. And stop looking at me with those eyes. I know what you are doing. You are thinking that I'm trying to act older, ain't you? Yuba said again. Usually he doesn't act like this, but hell, why do others keep calling him small? At least JJK is better in this regard. By the way, where are you from? Tashigi asked with a cheerful tone. Before asking someone to join Marine, at least know a little about the person, right? Krypton. Krypton? Where's that place? Disneyland. Which sea are we talking about? Caribbean Sea. Caribbean? Now Tashigi started to feel like the boy was making fun of herself. Yuba too was just having fun teasing her. Say, do you have a dream? Tashigi asked, now trying to not go round and round in their conversation anymore. I wanted to become a hero. Liar. Suddenly Rika's sound came to his ear, making him blush a little. That is good. So what do you think about joining the Marines? You are strong, and this way you can save people all around the world. You can become a hero, just like Vice Admiral Garb. Tashigi perked up at this. You didn't hear me right. I said I wanted to be one. Do you no longer want to be one? Why? Yuba at this just had a smirk on his face. Because only after we grow up, we understand why villains are. Villains. Messing with Tashigi was fun, Yuba won't deny that, but he didn't want to waste time with her too much. As for why both she and Smoker were after him, it was clear even if he hadn't seen One Piece that much. Either they were afraid that he was a pirate, though he certainly hadn't given them enough reason to believe that, or that they wanted to recruit him into the Marines, which was most likely the case. However, he's ain't interested. This world, as much as he has learned, has no pure sense of good and bad. There are times when pirates do good, and then there are Marines who do evil. In this case, who is the hero and who is the villain? Yuba for once can't say. If there's one thing he knows for sure, then it's that maybe there is no absolute good in this world, but absolute evil exists. They are currently ruling this planet. The world government. Marines listen to the world government, and thus there is no way Yuba is joining the Marines. So he just sneaked out of there when Tashigi wasn't looking, going his own way. Going where was a question, though. Now that he wasn't hungry anymore, he could think again. He was currently in the western part of the country, at the port of Nanohana. Going north from here will take him to Alabasta, the capital of the country. Going there could help him gather info about what was wrong with the country, but there is no way he will get to meet the rebels there. There is no way the rebels would be hiding inside the capital. So going there was pretty much pointless, rather than that he should go to the other side. The entire country of Alabasta was divided into two halves, and the two ways to go from one place to another were either by sea route in the south or going north and passing from the mountains. Going to the eastern part of the country will bring him to Yuba and Rain Base. Sigh. Then there's also Luffy here. If that guy is here, then I am much closer to the storyline than I thought. I need to finish the Alabasta arc, and probably the best option in this case would be to follow the Straw Hats. If nothing, then I can make sure that I'm closer to where the action is. Yuba muttered after thinking about it. He certainly can go his own way, but going on his own mindlessly won't help him. Finding the rebels, or finding out why Alabasta is suffering from such a serious drought, is easy. If nothing, then he can just keep reading the story, and he will know. That was the plan earlier, but now that Luffy and others are here, it now has become a race. There is no way that Luffy, being the protagonist, will not solve this kind of problem. If nothing, then his plot armor will act up, and Yuba will lose the chance to complete the quest. He can't let that happen. So in this case, the best idea was to just follow Straw Hats and take the chance when the time is right. I'll put my cards on the protagonist's luck and plot armor this time. Yuba mused with a little smirk on his face and then started to make his way out. Now, where did those two brothers go? Yuba muttered with a little irritation on his face. Ace, who was that? Why did we run away? Luffy asked with a confused look on his face. Both he and Ace were running away from the Navy. He is Yuba. I don't know much about him, but he is pretty strong, Ace said with a little hesitation. He didn't know that Yuba was that strong. And why Smokey is chasing both of us? Luffy asked as he dug an attack which came towards him from Smoker. Smokey, is he your friend or something? Ace seriously wanted to ask, but he knew Luffy's antics, and thus he just ignored the cute little nickname he gave to Smoker. We are pirate, and he is Navy. That's their thing. Just run. Ace grumbled, still now sure why he was running away in the first place. He can just fight Smoker. But more Navy are chasing them. Fighting them all here will be troublesome. So they kept on running until Luffy saw his crew hiding nearby, and he ended up dragging Ace with him to them. Not here, not here. Luffy Baka not here. Nami and others were shouting as they saw Luffy with another man running towards them. That was fine, though. The reason problem was that Baka was chased down by the Navy, and now he was running towards them. Baka, Captain. Run. Who is that other man? Others started to run as well, running away from the Navy, which was chasing down both Ace and Luffy. Other Navy, of course, didn't know them, so technically they didn't have to besides some members of the crews who had a bounty on their head like Zoro. But Smoker was with them. He knew all of them. Running away from a Navy was hard, but always a fun thing, isn't it? Yeah, all this because of that Baka Luffy, Nami shouted, raising her fist with anger clear burning in her eyes. There were veins visible on the fist. Asterisk bam. Nami, why did you do that? Luffy held his head with both of his hands, glaring at Nami, though that glare immediately disappeared when Nami looked at him. Nami was satisfied now, but then she blinked. Who are you? It turned out the person who just said this wasn't someone from the crew. At that time, everyone turned to the man who was sitting right now on Mary. Oh, sorry. I should have introduced myself first. I am Yuba Hero. Nice to meet you, Yuba said with a smile. Finding either Ace or Luffy wasn't hard. Just go and find Going Mary, that's all. Wow, Ace, you were here as well. Why did you run away from there? Yuba waves his hand with a smile on his face. He no longer has the stranger attitude with him anymore. He has to act friendly after, or how else is he going to travel with the Straw Hats? How did you find us? Ace asked, though he was a little embarrassed running away from there like that. Leaving Yuba alone, but still he was more cautious of the boy now. Not only he was strong, being able to beat not only him, but also Smoker, but he was also able to find them. How? Oh, that. It was easy enough, just follow where the noise was the loudest. You guys weren't low-key when running away from Smoker, you know. Yuta said with a smile on his face. And want to travel with us. Why? This time it was Zoro who asked this. Out of all these people, maybe he was the only person who actually had a little bit of brains to not let just anyone travel with them. Good question. To answer that, I have to first tell you what I am in the first place. I am a self-proclaimed hero for fun. Yuta smiled. You are Navy. Suddenly someone shouted. This someone was the overwhelmingly cautious god Usopp. Hearing him, everyone was on edge now. Even Yuta realized that in this world heroes are basically those who are from the Navy. There are no heroes outside of the Navy in this world after all. At least not any who will call themselves such. No, I'm not a Navy. Didn't you hear me? I am a self-proclaimed hero for fun. Not a Navy. Yuta quickly defused the situation. Others didn't look convinced, though. This was getting slightly troublesome. But what could he do? He didn't have any money to travel on his own. Not to mention it was really beneficial to travel with Luffy. Or else this boy will take away his quest reward. Yuta thought as he glanced at the said boy. Oh, you are a hero. Luffy's eyes widened with stars on them. Chopper, and even to some degree Usopp, were the same. Yuta wasn't sure whether he had the right to call those stars in their eyes as strange when his own eyes turned into red and black commas. And you're okay to travel with a bunch of pirates like us? Ace asked. Dude, how come they're going on Sherlock's on him? At any other time, they just let anyone travel with him no matter how dangerous. Pirate, Navy, they're nothing but names. I have seen good pirates, and I also have seen bad Navy. Though there are not many, but they do exist. I'm not a hero who chooses who to trust or help depending on their titles. You a hero. You are 15. Nami raised her eyebrows and asked like nagging to a kid. Why do people here consider 15 a kid? First, I am 16, not 15. And who cares what is my age? I want to be a hero, and I have the power to be one, and thus I am a hero. Yuta shrugged. And how this is connected to you wanting to travel with us? Ace asked with a suspicious-looking eye. He wouldn't care if it was someone else, but this damn 15-year-old defeated him like it was nothing. He wasn't going all out, and neither was Smoker, but it was clear that the boy was too holding back. Yeah, so as a hero, I'm supposed to find what is wrong with this place and solve it. I gather some info in Nanohana. The country is suffering from serious drought and rebels, and I, as a hero for fun, have decided to see why this country is in so much trouble. Though I can't do much about natural calamities, however, if someone is behind this entire issue, then I will bring them down. Yuta said with a serious look on his face. So cool, Luffy, Chopper, and even Usopp said. Ace, Nami, Zoro, and Sanji didn't take Yuta's word at face value, though. They were still suspicious. Nami, Zoro, and Sanji because Yuta was indeed young and they didn't know how strong he was. Ace because he knew how strong Yuta was. Maybe the only person who believed Yuta was Vivi. For someone who could use any help given to her. She immediately felt a sense of relief when Yuta said that he was there to help Alabasta. However, she was also a little afraid, not knowing how strong he was. And what if we don't want to take you with us? Asked Sanji, still looking suspicious as hell. Those long curly brows of his were especially irritating for some reason. Yuta seems to ponder a little, like he was thinking hard. Oh well, I am practically broke. Only after becoming one did I realize that self-proclaimed heroes don't make much. Haha, so it's a request, please take me with you. I don't want to swim all the way to Yuba. Yuta smiled. This never even occurred to him that this person might turn him down. Only when Sanji said this that he realized that this wasn't the manga he was reading just a few minutes ago. This was real, though he has to admit that this world is the most comical and close to its manga counterpart. So you're leeching off of us. Nami's glares intensify, seeing the boy has no money to offer. Even the princess of this country has to pay for us to help and travel with us. What kind of self-proclaimed hero are you? I don't care. You better pay up. Nami muttered, obviously wondering how to get money out of Yuta right now. Yuta practically fell Nami's devilish mind, turning to find a way to hoard all money from him. Sure, why not? And that was when a voice which felt like a breath of fresh air in this environment rang. Yuta looked at Luffy, who smiled at him. You can come with us, Luffy said with a nonchalant face like it was nothing. Luffy, Nami wanted to snap at Luffy, but before she could do that, another voice spoke. Thank you. I will help out in the deck. Yuta quickly agreed and bowed, showing his gratitude before Nami roped him up in some of her crazy deals. That's great. Good to have you aboard, Yuta-san. Vivi too quickly said, already knowing what kind of face Nami was making. Thank you, but I believe we should be going already. Trouble is coming. Yuta said as he pointed at the faraway position. Everyone looked in that direction, only to see Smoker and other Navy rushing towards them. Go, 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 go. We need to get out of here, Nami shouted, the monster trio already handling the helm, while the scared trio did what they did best. Freaking out. Soon the Going Merry was out in the sea, moving towards the other part of Alabasta. However, the Navy were chasing them. They are too many, can't outrun them. Usopp took out a magnifying scope from somewhere, looking at the upcoming ships. Dude, you really need to check out your eyes. They're not that away, and if they are, then why you are freaking out? Isn't that a good thing? Yuta muttered with a little twitch to his eyebrows. This world is indeed the most bizarre out of all. Don't worry, I will take care of them. Ace was on it, ready to handle all those Navy ships, but before he did that, Yuta came forward. Allow me, I don't want to just get a free trip here. Let me help out. Ace was about to deny that handling these few ships was nothing to him, but upon seeing who asked this, he didn't say it. This was a chance to see how strong this boy was. If earlier it was just normal interest, then now it was necessary, seeing that he might travel with Luffy. Everyone else was also interested, wanting to see what the self-proclaimed hero could do. Yuta noticed all eyes were on him, and suddenly performance anxiety started to arise in him. Well, guess I will let go this one time. Just once. Yuta thought about doing something he shouldn't, but who cares? He wanted to. He was done with hiding his powers. He did that enough in JJK. And then golden lighting started to appear around him. ROFA 20. Shock overdrive. Golden halo from around Yuta's hand, and golden lightning, though faint, was still visible around Yuta. He for good measure decided to use around 20% of Rofa. Ace on the side saw this golden halo on Yuta's hand and felt a very familiar feeling. He can't pinpoint why, but this felt familiar. If only the color of the halo was white and not golden, then maybe it would have clicked inside his head. It wasn't his fault, though. Two people can't have the power of one devil fruit. Rofa 20, shock overdrive. Yuta swung his fist back and then punched towards the upcoming ships. Crack! And the next second the air itself around his fist cracked, making almost everyone's slag jaw and their eyes pop out. He punched the air and shattered it. Nami was shaking as she pointed towards the shattered space in front of her. Even Zoro and Sanji were surprised, let alone Usopp and Chopper. Only Luffy was bouncing like a monkey after seeing this. No, it can't be. How you have this power? But the real shocker was none other than the captain of the 2nd Regiment of White-Beard Pirates. Yuta knew why Ace was acting like this. A smirk appeared on his face, but he didn't say anything because what he just did was just the starting. The real attack was about to start. Thud! Suddenly the Mary shook, got slammed by a sudden shift in the waves, almost making everyone fall over. However, that was just the beginning. Bigger waves started to form. They all originated from Mary and started to rush toward the upcoming Navy ships. Waves which were up to 10 to 20 meters started to rush towards the upcoming Navy ships. Whoa! Nami's eyes widened looking at this, still shaking the destruction in front of her as she saw 8 or so ships getting sunk in the sea by a particularly large wave. What did you do? Usopp, being Usopp, was the first one to rush to Sanji and grab him by the leg, just in case those waves hit Mary in any way. Chopper was the same as Zoro. Nami, in this case, was at least a little better. Hey Usopp, let me go. My legs are only for women to hold, Sanji said as he pushed Usopp off him, or at least he tried. No way. What if those waves come this way? So COL, Luffy shouted. His eyes were shining like stars in the night. Looking at Yuta with bright eyes, he was just about to say those magical words which bring all the Straw Hats together. However, before that, someone called out. How you have this power? Ace asked. This time he was more agitated than earlier. There is no way you can have this power. Impossible. Ace asked while glaring daggers at Yuta. Ah, it's just a little trick I learned by mimicking one of the strongest men in the sea. I almost forgot that you are from his pirate group. You should know what I just did, right? Yuta still maintains his usual cheerful behavior. Mimic. Ace knew that the only way a person could have similar devil fruit power as someone else's is to kill that person and then find that devil fruit. Because there exists no devil fruit which gives similar powers. However, at the same time, though he saw the boy perform an attack similar to his father, there is no way Ace gonna believe that his father, the strongest man in the world, is dead. Yeah, Whitebeard has eaten shock fruit, right? I have heard about it. Yuta smiled and then raised his fist, which had the same halo of shock around him. The only difference between this one and the one Whitebeard was the color and, of course, the power. Yuta's shock power was nothing in comparison to Whitebeard. How did you mimic it? Ace pondered about this, though he had a hard time believing what Yuta said, but there was no other reason behind why he was able to use the power of shock, just like his father. Well, that's a trade secret, but I will give you a hint. Consider it a thanks for paying for my meal. It's about the vibration of atomic substances. As long as one can recreate the same frequency of vibration, creating shock, just like how I did, is possible. One doesn't even need to be a devil fruit user. Yuta quickly made the most believable bullshit he can come up with. Ace, on the other hand, just like Luffy, didn't understand all the vibration parts, but it sounded legit, so he bought it. I knew you were special when I saw you the first time, but this is something else. Dad would be surprised if he knew that there is someone with his power in the sea. Ace muttered, letting go of his reservation finally. Hey, you said that anyone can do it, right? Teach me. Teach me, teach me, teach me. Luffy instantly shouted. Chopper and Usopp weren't far behind in this either. Can you teach me as well? Ace sounded embarrassed, but there was no way that he would miss out on the chance to use shock power like his father. Sure, but for this you first have to learn hockey. Especially armament hockey. Yuta wasn't taken aback by how all of them jumped at the chance to learn this. How the hell was he supposed to teach this to them? He just made the entire thing up. Sweating internally, he quickly came up with something to distract them. Hockey? What's that? Ace naturally knew, but Straw Hat had no idea. Well, that surely complicates things. Yuta frowns, internally grinning at how he delayed this matter until they learn hockey. Well, one must first master armament hockey to a certain level before start learning the particular technique of vibration I have invented, Yuta said with a sad smile on his face, like he was sad that he couldn't teach them. 1 minute, what is hockey? Zoro asked, with confusion in his tone. Luffy was knocking his head. He swore he heard this hockey thing before. It tasted great. If only he knew how his grandfather hit him all the time, he wouldn't think that way anymore. Well, hockey is a power of the sea which can be cultivated by training. There are 3 types of hockey: observation hockey, armament hockey, and conqueror's hockey. That last one is not something which just anyone can use. One has to be born with it. Ace intervened at this time, explaining hockey to others. Currently, he was the only one who knew about hockey and actually had one hockey could perform it willingly. OH, do you have this hockey, Ace? Luffy asked. Yes, I have the Conqueror's hockey. I unlocked it when I was young. But as for other hockey, I don't have it. Ace shook his head. So, is this hockey strong? Zoro was the one who asked this now. Hearing this, Yuta just smiled. Even a little laugh let out from his mouth. Though Ace understood why Yuta was smiling, he didn't say anything. He just observes the boy now. He was getting more and more mysterious. What are you laughing at? Zoro already had some tick marks on his face, though Yuta didn't laugh out loud, but it was still a little embarrassing. Nothing. Sorry, I just remember a line which suits this situation almost perfectly. Yuta smiled and apologized. Line? What line? It's simple actually, it's a saying. Once upon a time, a drunken dragon said to a monkey, at the heart of a sea, hockey is the strongest. Yuta grinned. Smoker leaned back, exhaling a stream of smoke as he adjusted the den mushy in his hand, connecting directly to Fleet Admiral Sengoku. His tone was serious, almost grim. Marshal Sengoku, I have some urgent news, he began. Go ahead, Smoker, Sengoku replied. His voice was calm. He was just about to get something to eat, but a sudden call from Smoker stopped him. When I was tracking down the Straw Hat, I came across something unexpected. I ran into Fire Fist Ace, the commander of Whitebeard's 2nd Division. Whitebeard's 2nd Division. Sengoku's voice grew sharp with interest. If I'm not wrong, then you're currently in Alabasta, right? Asked Sengoku with curiosity, wondering what a pirate who is supposed to be in the second half of the Grand Line is doing there. Though he was aware of the current matters with Blackbeard, this still intrigued him. Yes. I see, please continue. Smoker nodded, though he knew Sengoku couldn't see him. Turns out, Ace and Straw Hat Luffy are brothers. It's more than just coincidence that they crossed paths in Alabasta. Brothers. Sengoku repeated a hint of surprise in his voice. He hadn't expected that connection. That bastard Garp, he was hiding this all this time. But that's not the biggest news, Smoker added, his expression darkening. There was someone else there, a kid around 15 years old. No bounty, no face known to any of us. He was with Ace, and he's strong. Can't say whether he is a pirate or not, but he is strong for his age. What do you mean? Sengoku asked, his curiosity now fully piqued, wondering whether that bastard Garp is hiding another grandson. Smoker took a deep breath before continuing. This kid managed to defeat both Ace and me without much effort. He didn't just hold his own. He beat us easily. And considering both Ace and I are Logia users, it means he can use Haki. He took us down like we were nothing. Ace was certainly holding back in the fight, as he didn't use his fire at all, but I still can't say about him. I can only describe my fight to you. I did use my Logia fruit and was beaten by him. That boy isn't normal. Maybe a devil fruit or Haki, but when I fought against him, I felt myself weakening as time goes. It's hard to explain honestly. I wasn't going all out, but still I was beaten easily. The Den Mushi's face reflected Sengoku's shock, his usually stoic expression now alarmed. A new face who can use Haki at that level? You say he's only 15 years old, and he was able to beat both you and Ace. That's troubling. More than troubling. It is just the start. The real troubling part is yet to come. Smoker said with a solemn tone. Sengoku had a bad feeling about whatever Smoker was about to say after this. What it is, Sengoku asked. That boy has the same power as Whitebeard, the shock ability. Smoker said with a little hesitation, though even he was sure that it was impossible. Saying this is equal to saying that the strongest man, the Emperor of the Sea, Whitebeard, is dead. But he has to, because they have seen it with their own eyes, that boy using that power. I see Whitebeard's power. Make sure you're keeping an eye. Blink, blink. Nanny. Unknown to what kind of commotion he has caused, Yuba was playing pirate along with the Straw Hats. The current topic of talk among the Straw Hats was Yuda's countless amount of tales which he was really good at telling in Haki. After telling others that Haki is needed for anyone to learn his version of shock fruit power, it was like everyone wanted to learn it. It was really hard for him to change the conversation to something else, or he felt that sooner or later Luffy's plot armor would come into play and he would master the armament Haki out of nowhere, later on asking him to train him in shock fruit ability. Naturally, Yuba wasn't having it, so he ended up telling the stories of many anime he remembered to distract them. Starting for Dragon Ball Z to Naruto, he spent telling the stories of both gods and ninja to Luffy, Chopper, Usopp, and even some other members of Straw Hats were interested in this. Ace decided to travel with them. Half of the fact that he was too moving towards Yuba, and half was that he wanted to keep an eye on Yuba for a little while. Yuba was strong. He didn't just want to leave him alone with Luffy just like that. He was honestly worried. He knew Luffy was an idiot, though his instincts were better than anyone he had seen, but still he was worried. And that is how all of them finally reach Yuba. So then what happened to Rock Lee? Did Gaara win the match? What happened to his leg? Will he continue to be a ninja? Both Usopp and Chopper asked, furiously throwing one question after another at him. Well, it has to wait for later. Let's get some rest before we reach the desert. We're going to need it. Yuba said with a smile on his face. What? But it was getting so good. Chopper whined. Hey Sanji, I am hungry. Meat? Luffy shouted. Yuba could have sworn that he heard the same thing just 15 minutes ago, 30 minutes ago, and 45 minutes ago. How come this boy needs food every 15 minutes? He is right, Chopper. I have heard that the desert going to be quite big. We better rest while we can. or else it will be harder for us to travel in the desert. Usopp said, though he too wanted to know whether Naruto kicked Neji's ass or not, but right now he should take some rest and also get ready for the harsh climate of the desert ahead of them. Yuta just smiled at this and got up. He had long looking for some free time where he could read the manga to know what was about to happen after this. Seeing that no one was paying attention to him, he went to a corner and took out his manga. It's pretty strange reading this while I'm standing on Going Merry and am among the real Straw Hat Pirates. He can't help but muse as he takes out the manga and starts going through the Alabasta arc. In the rain base, Robin finally arrives there with her mind still wondering about a certain boy she met. You are late. A cold and harsh voice came the moment she entered the casino. Ah, I can't help it. Something delayed my arrival. Miss All Sunday said, looking at the man who had a cigar in his mouth and was looking at her with disdain. What happened to the Eastern Outpost? Who the intruder you talked about? The man whom many knew as Crocodile, a hero, a Shichibukai, or to some Mr. Zero, he asked as he made a gesture to Robin to keep moving inside, to somewhere more pirated away from the crowd. It was a boy, strange boy, found nothing on him when it comes to his affiliation, but, Robin was saying, but pause in between. But, Crocodile was obviously not patient enough. But he was strong. He was able to break free of the shackles. They weren't sea stones, but still. There's also something strange about that boy. He was able to copy my devil fruit. Robin says, not sure whether she should even say this to the crocodile or not. What are you joking? How is that possible? Crocodile at this was taken aback. Even for someone like him, one of the 7 warlocks of the sea, this was completely unheard of. Since when have you seen me, joking Mr. Zero? That boy was able to copy the power of Hananomi for me and use it against me to get out of there. Not only that, but he quickly was able to use how to use the fruit power as well. Robin said, though she said about him being able to copy her power, but still for some reason didn't say that the boy used some kind of power which worked very similar to the sea stone on her, and she immediately lost all her strength when she came in contact with him. Even she wasn't sure why she didn't say it, but she just didn't. Hearing this, Crocodile was frowning. Robin had no reason to lie to him about something like this. So then why? Is there really a fruit out there which can copy other devil fruit abilities? Can that boy copy his own Logia power? Now he was getting both worried and interested in that boy. His plan was very close to completion, and right now was the least time when he wanted this kind of hindrance. Send Mr. One to find out about the identity of that boy. If possible, bring him here. I want to see him. Crocodile said after a little thought, if he can have that boy under him, then it's fine. If not, then it's better to just get rid of him. In all the free time he had in his hands, Yuta went through the One Piece manga, at least trying to complete the Alabasta arc. He had enough time on his hands. There was hardly much to do on a ship. The novelty of a cruise trip wore faster than he believed it should have been. Half of the reason why the constant logicless banter between the crew members of Straw Hats. It was fun in the anime, but when your captain jumped around like a monkey on the deck and shouted for meat more times than he could care to count, it wears you down. Anyway, back to the real trouble about reading manga among these people was to keep it hidden. Though people like Luffy stay farther away from anything related to studying, even if it's a comic book, there are people who get attracted to him like Ace, who was still keeping an eye on him. Wasn't hard to say that much. Both Usopp and Chopper were a little too clingy, honestly, especially when you befriend them. At least Nami, Zoro, and Sanji weren't making it tough for him. So with the limited time, when he wasn't getting sworn by half of the idiotic side of the crew, or getting the suspicious look from the other half, he somehow reaches the point where both Luffy and Crocodile are about to fight. That was when Going Merry finally reached the eastern part of the Alabasta. "We are here," shouted Luffy with enthusiasm bubbling inside him. "We notice. Thank you for telling us anyway." Yuta rolled his yes. But this little jab at the captain didn't draw any ire. Almost everyone, even his brother, had accepted the fact that Luffy could be annoying at times. "So, where you were planning on going from now on?" Ace asked, almost sounding like he didn't want Yuta to stay there for long. "First Yuba, and then Rain Base. Half of the problems in this country are caused by the rebels. Though I can't say whether they are right now, their approach, or not, but as long as those rebels are pressuring the capital and the king, things not going to improve. So, before even fixing the main problem of drought, I will solve the problem of the rebels. Yuta nodded. Now armed with the canon knowledge, he knew where the Straw Hats would be going, so he wasn't under much pressure. As long as he stated his location first, it would be seen as they were following him. Yuba, you say, we are also going there, Nami said with a small smile on her face. At least now, she wasn't frowning at him anymore, because not getting any money out of Yuta. Oh, that's something. Seems like our paths are still tied together for a little longer. Yuta smiled back, and then moved on to keep up with the rest of the crew. One good thing about the crew was that they never asked about his past. They hardly preyed on his past. It was a breath of fresh air. This was far better than both MHA and JJK World. He still remembers how that damn raccoon in MHA World, Nizu, introduced him and even bring a living lie detector. And JJK World wasn't behind either. There he had to go through much of an interrogation session, just like MHA World, though it was still better and only happened when he first appeared there. He at least somewhat understands what they did do to his resemblance to Yuta and his strange powers. But here, both Ace and Zoro were highly suspicious of him. Not even once did they try to pry information out of him. Yuta respects them for that. But still, Yuta found traveling with them almost borderline self-torture. At first, the goofy personality and environment were really interesting to Yuta, but later on, it just started to grind onto his nerves. Soon the time of Ace's departing came. This is up to where Yuta have read so far. Just didn't get time along this troublemaker to read his manga. A manga about them. Ace gave Luffy a paper, though by this time the real use of this thing wasn't described, but Yuta knew that was a Viver paper. At least he remembered this due to his own curiosity when he read the story for the first time. Alas, he mostly skipped the majority of the parts just to get over with this never-ending anime. Should I tell him to avoid Blackbeard? Yuta muttered to himself. However, he knew that Ace not going to listen. If he wanted to listen, then he long would have listened to Whitebeard. Pursing his lips, he pondered whether he should go with Ace. That was the best and sure sort way to make sure that Ace remained safe. However, he wasn't his nanny, and he had his own thing to do. He can't help but sigh at his, really there was nothing else that he could do right now. Maybe take out Ace secretly here and take him to Whitebeard. Actually that's not a bad idea. But again, I can't leave Alabasta without solving the quest, and keeping this troublesome brat here will be hard. Sigh. Shaking his head, he just let go of the matter. There's really nothing that he can do right now. Whatever, I will just save his ass when time comes. If I stay here still then, that is. I also should contact Whitebeard now that I am here anyway. He is the best person to learn the shock power. And while I am at it, I'd rather also check out whether I can use hockey. So with that, the Straw Hats and Yuta send Ace off. Though while going, Ace gave him a look which clearly showed that he was suspicious of him, but have no proof against him and the fact that Yuta kinda helped him on the way. Like taking care of those pirate ships and providing food when those monkeys steal their food and water. Even now, Ace is not sure how he got those items out of thin air, but he at least believed that Yuta had no bad intention towards his brother, and that was enough. See you in the new world, Luffy. Ace smiled and then walked away. As Yuta walked alongside the Straw Hats through the scorching desert toward Yuba, finally giving up on stopping Ace from chasing Blackbeard for the time being, Yuta was almost at his edge right now. Not because of heat or the desert, but Luffy. Luffy kept pestering him for food. This idiot lost all the supplies in the desert. More like stolen under his watch. Everyone had to cross that goddamn desert without food and water, if not for him. Yuta always has food and other important survival necessities in his system storage at all times. Now he was happy drinking and eating alone, but he was traveling with them right now, so he had to share. Taking out food and water out of nowhere was almost like magic to them. More like an angel who came to save them in the desert by how both Nami and Vivi were looking at him. But Luffy, hey Yuta, got any meat on you? I'm starving. Luffy whined, his voice dragging a bit as he tugged on Yuta's shirt. This guy lost his food, and now he wants to empty out mine as well. Yuta calmed himself down somehow. Yuta chuckled, shaking his head. I told you, Luffy. We're almost there. You can hold out a little longer. Luffy pouted, but didn't push any further. instead focusing on moving forward, his eyes practically glimmering at the thought of meal in Yuba. Finally, they arrived at Yuba, but the sight shocked them. The town was desolate. No people, no noise, just an empty, silent desert city. Dust blew through the air, and the buildings seemed worn and weathered. But as they walked in further, they spotted a single figure, an old man digging tirelessly in the sand, sweat pouring down his face despite the blazing sun. He was digging deeply, determinedly, as if his very life depended on it. When the old man looked up, his eyes fell on all of us until his eyes locked onto Vivi. It was like thunder struck him out of nowhere. He was baffled at seeing Vivi. I really need to complete that damn manga. Yuta cursed, sensing from miles away that there was some sort of plot here that he didn't know. But what else he could do? Now he was at the same boat as everyone else. After a little acknowledgement moment between both Vivi and that old man whose name was Toto, finally, someone asked why he was digging the desert. There's no rain here, no water, my son. Everyone else, they are gone. Join the rebels. I try to stop them, but this rebellion is ridiculous. Bunch of faithless fools. The man said and completely broke down. There is something strange about a man who was well past his prime and was in his twilight years, just outright breaking down in front of you. Tears trail down of his cheeks as he goes to his knees and explains the situation in Alabasta. Yuta was not an emotional type. Usually, he is a pretty chill guy. The last time he honestly lost it was when he learned about what Shaiha Saikai did to Rika and others. What Overhaul was doing with Eric, a little girl. He felt something similar here. It wasn't the same thought. Back then, the anger he had was because those bastards were pulling innocent children into their schemes. This here was different. How so was hard to say, but something about this situation where this old man who lost everything just because of a certain ambitious man's action, and yet even when he was almost at the death door, continued to have hope, continued to work and pray to better his country. Something inside Yuta was making him uneasy seeing this. But it was when that old man ended up handing over the small amount of water he worked so hard to dig out that it finally made Yuta snap out. Luffy was about to deny this, as so was Vivi, but Yuta quickly said, "Thank you for your help. Here, please have this in return." Yuta took out a bottle of water and some food and handed them over to the old man. Toto was surprised when he saw the food and water appear out of thin air to even realize that the boy just made him hold both things before he could realize and walk away. "Yuta," Vivi called from behind. Not sure where Yuta was going, leaving everything behind, but just as she was calling for Yuta, she saw Luffy also ended up walking behind Yuta, though he made sure that he took the water the old man gave to him. "Luffy, where are you going?" Nami shouted. "Where Yuta is going?" Luffy replied. "And where's that?" "I don't know. Tisish, this idiot, but what with Yuta? Hey, wait." Nami and others rush after both Yuta and Luffy, trying to stop them. "What are you thinking? Where do you think you are going?" Nami asked with both confusion and exasperation on her face. She long gave up on getting a sound answer from Luffy anyway, so she directly asked this question to Yuta. Yuta stopped there for a few seconds before finally opening his mind. "I'm going to stop this damn rebellion and find a solution to this drought problem this country suffering from, even if that is the last thing I do," Yuta replied with a serious expression on his face. He didn't mean to take things so fast, but there was something about the suffering of that old man, and his giving that water to them just moved things inside him. If earlier he was mostly doing this because of the quest, then now he really wanted to take down that crocodile fella himself. "What? Do you even know where you are going? How are you going to find those rebels if you don't even know where they are?" Nami said, and others also just stood there. "Yes, you're not going to find anything like this." Usopp too added in. But Vivi, Sanji, Zoro, and Chopper didn't say anything. So what I'm supposed to do is waste time here and see that old man waste his twilight years digging the ground. Yuta narrowed his eyes and said with a hint of anger in his voice. Technically, he wasn't supposed to know that Crocodile was behind this. The crew never revealed this information to him, and he was also keeping his mouth shut, waiting for them to reveal the real culprit. But not anymore. "And what about you, Luffy? Why suddenly you are following him?" Nami didn't have an answer to Yuta's question. Apparently, People here have a higher ceiling of how much suppression they can handle due to how rough life in this world is. But for Yuta, when this world became a reality, it was no longer funny. People are dying. He has the power and even knows who is responsible for their suffering. He just can't stand this. Maybe if he was a heartless bastard, really didn't know who was behind this drought or rebellion, or just outright didn't have the power, then he might not be so frustrated. But when he knows that he can make a difference and still doesn't act. "I'm going to make Crocodile fly," Luffy said with a smile on his face, back to his happy self, but there was a steely feeling in his voice which Zoro and Yuta didn't miss. What? Where did that come from? Nami and others were wide-mouthed by now. Crocodile? What this has to do with him? Yuta immediately intervened. Now was his chance to get some information about the plot, to at least for him to take action in front of them. Nothing. He's just rambling. Vivi immediately covered for Luffy, while Nami was choking slamming Luffy by this point. Yuta didn't ask anymore, though he narrowed his eyes, telling others that he was now suspicious of them. There are not many times I feel like I am an idiot, but now I feel just like that. Yuta looked at the cage he was in, which was quickly filling up with water, and thought to himself, his current roommates, cage mates, were also not your conventional kind either. On one side, Marines and other pirates. Truly, he was almost losing it watching them bicker and annoy him to eternity. I shouldn't have followed these idiots. Sighing, Yuta could only wait until the person responsible for this entire odor was done talking about his grand plan. "So you're the boy who uses Miss All Sunday's powers." Crocodile didn't even bother giving the Straw Hat Pirates and Smoker a second glance after somehow capturing them with Yuta. Even Yuta himself wasn't sure how he was captured. One second, he was sneaking inside the Rain-based casino and inside Crocodile's main office, and then they started falling. This bunch of no-good idiots started making noise, and bam. He was here in this cage, based out of one of the strongest material in the sea, which also happened to restrain Devil Fruit's power. This was Sea Stone, and he was currently inside it with no less than 2 powerhouse characters who were Devil Fruit users. Just like the sea, this Sea Stone restrains the powers of a Devil Fruit user, meaning both Smoker and Luffy can't use their powers. How the hell even Smoker got here, you may ask? I have no idea. After leaving Yuba and that old man to his digging duty with some extra food and water straight out of his emergency ration to keep him alive until he kicks Crocodile's ass and makes it rain again, he just mindlessly follows Straw Hats, who after a little argument ended up deciding to take down Crocodile after all. Honestly, he wouldn't have done that. He fully intended to leave the Straw Hats behind and find Crocodile himself. But after knowing that Luffy was looking for that Sandman, he scratched the idea. In terms of luck alone, Luffy has all of them beat. There's a high chance that this rubber man will get to that Shichibukai much earlier than him by some miracle of the world. This world just somehow favors him for some damn reason. So he just mindlessly followed Luffy, and here he was, caged inside a Sea Stone prison. Now that wasn't a bad thing. Unlike others, his powers are not restricted here, but this just comes to show that nothing ordinary happens when Straw Hats are involved. "Boy, I am asking you something," Crocodile shouted, bringing Yuta out of his thinking, and upon seeing where he was looking, Yuta just pointed at himself like asking whether he was talking to himself. "Yes, you. Now stop being an idiot and tell me how you use Miss All Sunday's powers." Crocodile, smoking on his expensive cigar, looking like a very rich mafia boss, demanding results from his underling. "Who's this All Sunday you're talking about?" Yuta asked just to maintain the facade. Crocodile already was looking angry and annoyed, but after his little glaring competition ended, and now seeing any particular expression on Yuta's face, he asked the beautiful girl standing behind him in shadow to come to light. "You Nico Robin. I see. So you should be Crocodile, right?" Yuta played his part, and of course, just as he said this, other members of the Straw Hat group also snapped their heads towards Yuta, like asking whether he knew them. "Hey, you know them. You never said that. So you do have a connection to pirates. Hey, can't you ask them to let us go?" They immediately started asking questions to Yuta's and the Crocodile's irritation. "Whatever. Let's talk once I am outside." Yuta just had enough of this never-ending roller coaster of nonsense. He reached up to the sea stone bars, holding them back, and started to use paper body to bend his body in unnatural angles. To even Crocodile's and others' amazement and utter surprise, Yuta not only touches the sea stone, but also squeezes through it and passes with little difficulty without losing power like most devil fruit users will do. Before they knew it, he was outside. Paper art. Are you a Marine? Smokers were quick to recognize this technique. Even he hadn't mastered this, one of the Navy's 6 styles, and he was a student under Zephyr. Though the part of it was that he never gave this move that much importance for his smock fruit ability. No, though I'll learn the technique anyway. Yuta didn't want to go dig that rabbit hole anytime soon, so he just avoided the entire talk with Smoker. But to Smoker and even Crocodile, this gave him a hint. A hint that this person might be from the world government. After all, who else can master this technique besides someone from Marine and CP Pole? Nico Robin, you said that this man had the same devil fruit powers as you do. Almost like he copied it from you. If so, then how he can touch the sea stone? Another question inside Crocodile's mind was this. Besides cursing the idiot who put those cage bars so much apart. Whatever, it doesn't matter. Tell me who are you and what you want here. Crocodile now was getting ready to fight Yuta. It was visible how his demeanor changed, and sand particles around the place started to float all around. I am Yuta Hero, and I am a hero for fun. Yuta gave the famous lines with a smile, and then went on to stretch his body, getting ready to fight as well. Hey, don't forget about us. How did you get out of here like this? However, Straw Hats being Straw Hats instantly ruined the mood by shouting from the side and asking one question after another. Later, okay. I will explain things to you later on. Just sit tight for now. I am here to help the country, and that's all you need to know for the time being. Yuta shouted back, getting irritated by all the noise. A hero, you say? Naive dreams. Hear me, kid, and just go home. Again with the kid. What's wrong with you guys calling me a kid here? Yuta whined. Now he was really getting annoyed. I believe it's because of your short height. Nico Robin giggled from the sidelines, making another tick mark form on Yuta's forehead as he looked now even more mad. I'm still growing. Yuta's reply was sharp tone. Yes, you're already looking bigger than the last time I met you. Robin was having fun. From how much she has analyzed Yuta's character, she knew that he was pretty much harmless as long as she is not directly standing in his goal. Though powerful, he rather not use that power in every single case. She was right, and at the same time, she was wrong in some ways. After all, it wasn't that Yuta didn't like to flex his power, it was his system which didn't allow him to do that. However, upon seeing that he wasn't getting any additional quests, a grin formed on his lips. Finally, another chance to say this infamous words. It's hero time. Finally, the fight between both Yuta and Crocodile started. Crocodile was the first one to attack with his sand fruit. He turned into sand and rushed at Yuta. Yuta didn't do anything, just stood there. As soon as Crocodile was almost above him, Crocodile launched a powerful attack at him. Yuta still didn't move. He didn't have to. He just stood there, letting the sand engulf him completely. Yuta, Nami shouted. Luffy and others were also the same, worried for Yuta. They haven't seen him fight yet, only using his shock power one time. They didn't know what he was capable of. However, Smoker and Robin, they were different. They have seen him fight and see his real power. But they too were surprised, because no matter how powerful, if he didn't dodge, then Crocodile Devil Fruit could kill him. Or so they thought. Crocodile right now was struggling to even lay a finger at Yuta. What's going on? Why can't I get through? Crocodile put more power behind his sand, trying to reach close to Yuta, but there was something which was stopping him. So, you're finally realized, huh? Yuta smiled, on the other hand, not giving any attention to Crocodile and looking on the side. He saw a cute figure of Rika floating beside him. He was the only one who could see her or hear her, so there was no problem talking to her in front of others. Besides others mistaking him a psycho, he's not going to lose anything. I am hungry. Yuta, pancakes. Haha, I wouldn't mind some either, Rika. But getting some here will be hard. Sorry. Yuta smiles helplessly. He has no idea how the ghost girl can even eat real human food, but she loves pancakes. Too bad he can't have some, or he wouldn't mind having some himself. He was getting a little hungry, too. He realized that Rika had awakened for some time now, just didn't want to get up from bed like a naughty child. He could have dodged Crocodile's attack easily, but this was a really good way to bring her out. Yuta, bad man. Beat him. Rika pouted upon not getting her favorite breakfast, even though it was noon right now, and channeled all that frustration towards the person who made her get out of bed. In her case, her scarf. Hurting my Yuta. In your dreams. Yeah, bad man need to be beaten, I know. No matter how much she acts, Yuta can't help but overlook it. She's just too damn cute like this. Hey, what is this? What you are doing? You are a devil fruit user. Are you or not? The crocodile was both angry and confused right now. What the kid in front of him did surely wasn't hockey. So there's only one option, a devil fruit power. But if that was the case, then how the hell did this kid pass through that sea stone cage? Crocodiles had no idea. There are all sorts of strange things in this world. The sea is vast, but usually the sea stone, and hockey can handle all those strange powers of the devil fruits, even one like his. A Logia. However, this power didn't make any sense. The crocodile was making a strange face. Don't bother. I too don't have a simple answer to this question. It's my turn now. Yuta shrugged helplessly. Even if he wants to explain, he himself is not sure where to start. My pancake-loving lowly spirit saves me. Yeah, Yuta just shake his head and rush toward Crocodile. He didn't have armament hockey. Crocodile saw this as well, and thus he also didn't bother dodging. Little did he know that Yuta could still touch him by Rofa. Asterisk, bam. One punch, that was enough to send the cigar-smoking man knockback flying. Others saw this with wide mouths. It was quite comical, honestly. This world is more comical than real. That was Rofa at 30, my current 100% without using any enhancements. Yuta stretches his body, like removing the rust on it, getting ready for a good fight, only to see that Crocodile wasn't getting up. Blinking, he walked over only to find the man was completely out. His mouth open in disbelief. What the? It was only 30 Rofa. Yuta mutters with amazement. But then he thought how it took only 45% of Rofa to take down someone like Sukuna. Maybe I'm not giving Rofa enough credit it deserves. Can I get a bucket of water here? I seem to knock him out. Yuta robotically turned to Robin and asked with a little hesitation. Not sure what to feel right now. Others just kept looking at him with exasperation on their face. It was only Luffy who was laughing after seeing Yuta pretty much one-shot Crocodile. Maybe I should cut back on teasing him. Robin suddenly had this thought after seeing the man who she feared and worked under all this time laying flat on his back, just after one hit from this boy's punch. Smoker on the side was glaring at Yuta with a complicated look on his face. Is there anyone besides the Admirals and the Navy hero that can beat Crocodile in one punch in the entire Navy? Smoker at least wasn't aware of anyone. This made him more wary of an existence like Yuta. Though he wasn't sure, but he at least didn't think that Yuta was a pirate. He is not a member of Straw Hat Pirate, at least. So what he was more worried about was who Yuta was really. If he were to become a pirate, then the sea in the future would be very chaotic. However, if he entered into Navy, then Smoker's eyes were not leaving Yuta at all. By the way, do you have a key for that cage? Yuta asked to Robin after remembering that those idiots were still inside the cage. Oh no. Crocodile fed that key to the big fish there. Robin shook her head and then pointed toward the big pool Crocodile had in this place. Oh, Yuta looked troubled. How he supposed to take the straw hats out now? Upon not getting any idea, he just decided to use his new powers and bring that fish out and get that key out of his stomach. There was always an option to break the cage, but that's too much work, and he certainly can't do it without going all out. He'd rather just not. Just as he was dining, a notification finally came. Yuta was a little disappointed. He was expecting something more, but what he got wasn't that good. He looks at a very familiar wig on his hands and sighs. Though this thing had its own charm, but I really didn't like the name I got because of this thing, and now the system gave me this thing again. Where the hell am I going to use this now? Whatever. I'm done here. Yuta shook his head. Oi, stop muttering to yourself and answer me. Who are you and why do you tart a crocodile? Asked a gruff-looking man. This was Smoker. After saving Straw Hats and Smoker, they all get out of the casino. He wasn't planning on dealing with them anymore since the quest was done, but Smoker didn't let him. Smoker was keeping his eye on Yuta, Straw Hats, and Nico Robin the moment they all got out. Though he didn't know about Robin and her past, he basically kept an eye on her due to what happened in the casino. Both Crocodile and Yuta talk about her, so she has to be important, not to mention she was under Crocodile, so there was that. Even if not someone very important, she was a criminal working under a warlord. She, too, was a pirate. It was understandable due to Robin's bounty image being too old. She was only 8 years old when that image was taken, and now she was 28. Smoker, too, wasn't that old to know her real story, to remember her name. Me. I already told you. I'm a hero for fun. I just wanted to save his country and help the people here. Think nothing of me. Yuta waved his hand. He didn't want to have anything to do with pirates or marines. He just wanted to complete his quest, and now that he was done with his work, it was time that he got out of here. How did you use the shock fruit powers? Smoker might not recognize Robin, but he recognizes the power Yuta used when they were chasing Straw Hats. That was beyond any doubt, was the shock fruit ability. That power is something which only one person in this world should have. The strongest man. Ah, you know about that well. Yuta smiled and ruffled his hair. Smoker just stood there not moving or reacting to anything, not sure how to act against Yuta. Yuta was the one who saved him, but he also helped Straw Hats. With his level of power, it was even harder to just leave him in a neutral zone. Before going after Straw Hats and Yuta, he informed a marshal about Yuta's power, and he orders him to keep an eye on Yuta, and if possible then make Yuta join the Marine. However, if he doesn't join, then arrest him. Usually Marines won't do that, at least won't act against someone without proof, but they are not above using underhanded techniques. Special entities like Yuta have to be taken seriously, even if they are not an enemy of the Marines right now. If they won't join, then they have to be taken out. Yuta already has shown what he was capable of by beating Fire Fist, Ace, and Smoker, and with his ability to use shock fruit power, he was a big threat. If he were to become a pirate, then things could go real bad for the Marine. Yuta, seeing Smoker looking at him like he was about to pounce on him if his answer doesn't satisfy him, just signed and said the same thing he did Ace and Straw Hats. Well, I have to disappoint you. Whitebeard is not that easy to die. What I have is not the shock fruit, but a variation of armament hockey emission. Yuta said with a smile, making Smoker frown. His face itself was saying that he didn't believe Yuta. Do you think that I am an idiot? Hockey isn't supposed to shock and create vibration. Don't try to talk your way out of this key. Smoker was saying, but remembering that calling Yuta kid didn't fare that well for Crocodile, he refrained from doing that. I'm not doing that. I really don't have devil fruit power. In fact, I haven't eaten any devil fruit. Try for yourself. You have that stick of yours with sea prism stone, right? Use it against me. You will know. Yuta shrugged and pointed at Smoker's weapon. Knowing that the tip of that weapon had a little bit of sea stone, he indicated to just check out himself. Smoker narrowed his eyes. He really couldn't believe that what Yuta used was a variation of hockey. No one will. He was taught by Zephyr, and he was not ignorant like those who never have seen the New World. However, when Yuta asked him to use his sea stone against him, a little doubt rose inside him. He hesitated a little, but then quickly pointed the tip of his long stick towards Yuta and tapped him with it. Nothing happened. Smoker now was getting restless. Was it really hockey? He was getting more excited and nervous. Because if this was really hockey, then that means that others can also learn this. The power of shock, which made Whitebeard the strongest man in the world, can really anyone learn it? Here, see, I can use the power just so that you don't get to say that I was enduring the weakness of devil fruit in front of you. Yuta knew what Smoker was thinking and quickly used a little bit of his shock power and slightly cracked the environment around him. It was not very powerful, but the vibration was felt by everyone. Smoker now had no other option but to believe Yuta. This was good and bad at the same time. Good for obvious reasons. If Marines get this practice method, then it can become really strong. However, now that Yuta is not afraid of sea stone, how he's supposed to take him back to Marineford? He was no match for him in the first place, not to mention now that his only way to beat him was out. In this way, the only option was either Yuta to come willingly or Marines to send some powerful people to catch him alive. But there's another issue. Yuta hasn't done anything wrong, so why arrest him? Though he did take down a Shishibuki, however, Crocodile was clearly committing crimes. Smoker thought, and until there was nothing else that he could do, he just decided to come out and ask Yuta to come with him to Marine. Yuta, what do you think about joining Marine? Smoker said only to find that the man he was talking to was long gone. That brat. A vein popped at his head, and he hurriedly looked about, only to find no one. How's it gone so fast? Gritting his teeth, he quickly took out his transponder sail, which had glasses on and looked like a goat-loving marshal for Marine. Poo-roo-poo, poo-roo-poo. Yes, Smoker. What happened? Did you get that child with similar power to shock fruit? Marshal Sengoku asked with a serious look on his face. He earlier wasn't interested, but upon knowing that Yuta has the same power as Whitebeard, he immediately became anxious. Just as Garp used to chase down Garp, he used to chase down Whitebeard. No one else knows the reason horror of shock fruit more than he does. He already has checked out that Whitebeard was alive and well. He actually never suspected it in the first place. There is no way that he wouldn't get the news if Whitebeard was dead. So he knew that Yuta would have a similar power like shock fruit. Smoker must have mistaken that power as shock power. Smoker never has seen Whitebeard power to differentiate. However, even if that wasn't the shock fruit which Yuta had, but if it was similar to Whitebeard, then it was a threat. There's a reason why Sengoku considered Whitebeard someone who could destroy the world. Shock fruit had that level of power. Report to Marshal. The boy Yuta, he has taken down Crocodile. Just like anticipated, he wasn't with Straw Hats, however. He did help them, and even me, to get out of the trap Crocodile set up for us. He was able to beat Crocodile with only one punch. Smoker started with a normal report, not directly revealing what he just found out. Why he was after Crocodile, Marshal asked. Sengoku had his thoughts when Smoker told him that Yuta called himself a hero. But he didn't believe that he would really go after Crocodile. According to him, he wanted to help the country of Alabasta. Whatever, he has taken down a Shishibuki. There's no way that we can just let him go like this. Go, and bring him to Marine. If not, then he will be given a bounty. Sengoku replied. I tried, but before even I could tell him that, he was gone. It's hard to hold him still in one place. But I found something big, Smoker said with a grunt. Something big, what is it? Sengoku asked. Knowing that Yuta wasn't a pirate was more than enough for him to bring him to Marine. If they hurry, then the news of Yuta beating Crocodile will not be revealed. If the world knew that it was Yuta who took out Crocodile, then it would be really hard to bring him to Marine later on. That boy, he isn't a devil fruit user. Smoker said, already knowing what kind of bomb he was setting up. What? Didn't you say that he had the same power as Whitebeard? Sengoku was confused. Yes, he has the same power as Whitebeard. But unlike what I thought, it wasn't a devil fruit power. Remember when I told you that he was able to touch Logia, and the moment he touched me, I felt weak. It turns out that the boy was a master of hockey. That shock was also an advanced application for hockey. I used Sea Stone on him, and it didn't work. He was still able to use the shock power. It was hockey he was using. At least that's what he told me. Smoker said, and then waited. Sengoku heard this all in trance. It was hard to believe what Smoker was telling him. Advanced application of hockey. There's no way, right? He had seen the world. If hockey could do something like that, then who needed devil fruit? It was extremely hard to believe, however, that this was no ordinary person who was reporting Smoker was trained by Zephyr. He should know what hockey is and all its applications as well. Find the boy and bring him to Marine. If what you're saying is true, then we absolutely can't let him go. Did you understand, Smoker? Sengoku said. Understood. Sengoku dropped the transponder snail and sat down, contemplating whether what Smoker told him was true or he was just mistaken. What were you talking about? Vivi asked Yuta. She and the rest of the Straw Hats were standing a little further away from where both Yuta and Smoker were talking. And the moment he came back, they saw the Smoker just standing there, looking around like he was searching for someone. Only if they knew that Yuta used Sharingan to put Smoker into an illusion. He wasn't able to see Yuta or the Straw Hats, even though they were standing only a little away from him. Forget about him. Now that Crocodile is down, the country's drought problem should be solved, Yuta said, and as it was a signal, the loud sound of thunder was heard and black clouds started to cover the sky. Yeah, just like that, the country is free now, so it's time for me to get going. Yuta wasn't planning on staying there anymore. Marine will be after him soon. What? Why not come to Yuba? Let's meet Father the King. Let's show our gratitude for saving the kingdom. Vivi immediately said, but Yuta wasn't having it. Though the world soon knew him, Yuta didn't care. He wasn't planning on staying there for long. He knew that after Crocodile was beaten, Marines would soon send their people to investigate him. His understanding of One Piece was very limited, so he didn't want to stay there and meet someone he didn't want to. So, even when Vivi wanted to invite him to the capital of Yuba and show her gratitude, he refused decisively. He got his rewards for completing the quest, and that was more than enough for him. When no one was watching, he sneaked away from there, waiting for the next mission. However, what he wasn't expecting was that by just completing one quest, the system would show him the option to travel the world again. This is unexpected, Yuta mutters with a little surprise on his face. Right now, he was in one of the hotels in the Rain Base. He wasn't planning on staying there for long. He was planning on staying in Rain Base for a day, sleeping, eating, and completing One Piece manga before departing from Alabasta completely. He plans to go to the New World and meet Whitebeard. Though he can use his shock power now, but his understanding of shock wasn't anywhere near close to what Whitebeard could do. Learning from him would help him greatly. As for Straw Hats, he won't travel with them even if someone pays him to do so. Just one day of travel with them was horror. In manga and anime, it might look like fun, but in reality, it is irritating. At one point, he was scared that his own brain might start rotting if he don't get out of that place soon enough. You have to be crazy to stay with Straw Hats. And this was coming from someone who was a part of Tokyo Polition Jujutsu High. However, all that plan was cut short the moment he saw that there was an option to teleport from here to go to another world. This was strange to him. Usually the multiverse travel that he goes through is not this quick. This made him think whether he could have gotten more quests if he had followed Straw Hats. It's worth mentioning that still now, no matter which, he was following the main cast, and mostly the main storyline. So maybe he wasn't getting any more quests due to him not traveling with Straw Hats anymore. Well, whatever it is, I am not that quest-hungry now, unlike I was when I started. I believe that I am strong enough now that running behind power is not necessary. Yuta muttered to himself, and then felt a chill running behind his back. These were obnoxious words. He never thought that he would say this. Though he didn't like running behind the quests and rewards, but his childhood trauma didn't let him relax. It constantly pushed to him get stronger, and completing quests and earning rewards were his only options. So, now even thinking about taking a break or not doing the quest and getting stronger was hard for him to think. Sigh. So what I'm supposed to do? Yuta asked himself. The previous plan surely won't work. Going to another world. Why would he waste his time going through One Piece manga? It feels like it's been a long time since I left MHA world. But it's crazy to think that it can't be more than 2 or 3 hours in MHA world when I think about the time difference. 1 hour in the MHA world is equated to around a day's time in any other world. So, while in JJK world it should be already 2 days since I left there, it's only been 3 or so hours in MHA world. Yuta smiled, thinking how crazy that was. After pondering for a long time, he finally came to a decision. He will stay here in Rain Base for a little longer and get some rest, and only after that, he will go to another world. He hasn't got much time to rest since he left MHA world. He was directly sent to the time when the Shibuya incident was about to take place, and then directly here in One Piece world. The only little rest he get was when he was knocked out when he was teleported here to the One Piece world. The little time he spent on Nanohana, and the time he was on Going Merry, though that hardly counts since he was constantly getting pestered by the Straw Hats. He might not show it, but he was tired, needed rest, and time to travel to another world. And thus he just stayed in Rain Base. Damn it, where the hell he go? Smoker was still looking for Yuta. At first he was chased after the Straw Hats to catch up with Yuta, completely sure that Yuta would be with them. But that wasn't the case. It only until that they have traveled halfway to Yuba the capital of Alabasta, that he realized that Yuba wasn't with the Straw Hats. Now he was at conflict. He originally came here to capture Straw Hats, but it was obvious that finding Yuba now was more important. He had the Straw Hats right in front of his eyes, but Yuba, he had no idea where he would be. Now if he wished to find Yuba, then he has to go back to Rain Base, but the possibility that he will find the boy was almost nil. Damn it all. Yuba slowly opened his eyes, squinting against the blazing sun beating down on him. His body ached from the heat and the rough sand beneath him, but it was the noise that startled him awake. Shouts, screams, and the clash of weapons filled the air, echoing across the desert dunes. He sat up, rubbing his head and trying to make sense of his surroundings. The dry, arid landscape stretched endlessly in every direction. The air was thick with dust, making it harder to see clearly. Damn it, again a desert. Yuba mutters with a little bit of his frustration leaking in. Why can't he be sent to a more civilized and safe place when he travels through worlds? It felt like just a second ago he was sitting in his room in Rain Base in Alabasta in One Piece world, and now he was in a completely different world. In the distance, he saw groups of people locked in fierce combat. Swords clashed, fists flew, and the desert seemed alive with chaos. Anyone seeing this could guess that he was in an Arabian Nights setup. But there was a little problem, one tiny thing which made him feel strange towards this otherwise normal desert fight. Those people were wearing quite recognizable headbands on their foreheads, and many fought with kunai instead of long-range weapons like swords. The sounds of fighting grew louder as a group of fighters moved closer to him, their shouts mixing with the clinking of armor. Yuda's instincts kicked in, and he quickly scrambled to his feet. He didn't want to be caught in the middle of this. Either this is a very well elaborated set for a ninja shoot, or I am really in Naruto world, he muttered to himself with a smile appearing on his face. There was excitement inside him, which was hard for him to explain. If he was really in Naruto world, which at least it seems like he was since he did catch some of those people waving through hand signs, then his dream really came true. For Yuta, Naruto was the first anime he watched, and apparently, that was too his favorite anime. Though he has watched many anime, but if there is one anime which he has watched many times and could remember well even after all this time, then it has to be Naruto. However, soon he shook his head to get back to his right state of mind. Right now wasn't the time to fanboy about this situation. He had to find out where he is, and if in Naruto world, then which timeline. There were too many wars in Naruto's world to remember where he could be. Let's get a closer look at what's going on there first. Yuta muttered, and his Sharingan came to life, enhancing his eyesight. However, upon getting a closer look, he was more confused. That headband? I have never seen it before. I remember headbands from all 5 shinobi villages. This is different. Yuta muttered to himself, confusion evident on his face. For a moment, he thought that this is another world in the shinobi world. It made sense. There are many forces in the elemental nation, and he didn't remember all of them. But which force in the ninja world could have more than 20,000 shinobi under them? And they're not just cannon fodders either. Almost every one of them are chunin, and there are many jonin among them as well. Yuta can't evaluate their power, but he could tell at least the difference between a genin and a chunin. Maybe I'm far away from the main story in time. Another thought arose inside him, but that was immediately squashed when he saw a recognizable person in the army. Temari, that fan of hers, and those spiky blonde hairs were dead giveaways. Okay, I am close to the main story. She looked around my age, maybe a little older, so I say that I am near the Shippuden timeline. 1 minute. This is... As Yuta was trying to make some sense of what was going on around him, something suddenly just clicked in his head, and his eyes opened wide up upon realizing where he was and what was going on. It's the fucking war. This darn system directly sends me to the final level. Yuta all but shouted when he connected the dots. But that was also when someone spotted him, though he was standing pretty far away from where the fight was taking place, but still somehow someone spotted him. He felt his spider sense ringing hard, telling him about danger coming towards him. Yuta by this time has mastered the spider tingle to know that this attack coming towards him was extremely fast. so fast that he didn't have time to dodge on time, and thus he ended up launching a time skip, instantly dodging a lightning-clad hand charging directly towards his heart. His Sharingan immediately caught who the person was. This was the third Reikage who was brought back with the help of Edo Tensei. This was the last proof he needed that he directly was sent to the final war of the series. "Oi, old man, can't you remain dead?" Yuta gritted his teeth, and quickly his hand started to glow with the characteristic golden light of Rofa. Third Reikage didn't even try to dodge. For him, this defense was impregnable. However, just as Yuta's Rofa fist came near Reikage, the lightning armor around Reikage instantly weakened, and for the first time, someone penetrated Reikage's armor. Beside his own attack, that is, the punch of the attack was powerful enough to send Reikage flying back towards the three people who were brought back together with him. Reikage's paper body shrunken, and the golden lightning was crackling around his chest. Even the regenerative power of the Edo Tensei body slowed down considerably. "What just happened? Who is that boy?" the mummy asked. "Don't you see his eyes? He's an Uchiha," said the red-haired man with them. Yuta only now noticed them, and all the plot of Naruto regarding war came to his life. Third Reikage, second Mizukage, second Tsuchikage, and finally the fourth Kazekage. It's an honor to see so many legends gather together here, Yuta said with his eyes glaring at them with Sharingan active. "Seems like the younger generation have not forgotten us yet. It's nice to know that," Mizukage said with a smile on his face. Out of all, he was the most easygoing one. But unlike him, the person who brought them here wasn't that happy. Because Kabuto wasn't expecting a person with Sharingan here. Though it didn't matter, but this person was from the Uchiha clan, and he didn't even know this person. A variant. "Kill him first," Kabuto muttered, and was surprised when he noticed that his control over Reikage was weakened the moment Yuta's punch connected, and immediately decided to let one of the revived Kage take out Yuta. "Who are you? How you have Sharingan?" Suddenly Reikage's body was taken over by Kabuto, and he asked for Reikage's body. At first, Yuta didn't even understand how come the Reikage started to act different, but then he realized that this was Kabuto. "I am Yuta, hero. As for Sharingan, you don't have to know." Yuta just quickly replies, not planning on talking with either Kabuto or the dead Kages any more than he has to. What he was more concerned about was what he should do if all four of them attacked him together. Though the possibility is low, but that could happen. Fortunately for him, that didn't happen. Kill him. Kabuto was curious, but not so much that he let Yuta live and ruin his plans. So he gave the order to kill Yuta right away. And just like how Yuta anticipated, he didn't let all the Kage fight against Yuta. Yuta saw everyone other than Reikage moving past him with a wary look on his face. Just as expected, "I am your opponent, kid. Tell me, why a Konoha ninja like you is not wearing any headband and has no ninja gear with you? No, first tell me, what was that attack back then? Is that some sort of Kekiai Genkai, which I'm not aware of?" Reikage faced him and asked. Yuta, though, remained silent. Currently, he was just wondering whether his RCT or Rofa can beat Edo Tensei body. If it can't, then he practically don't have any other way to beat Reikage. In that case, he might have to lure the old man to one of the ceiling squat to seal him up. "You don't need to know. You are dead already. Dead people shouldn't bother with the land of living," Yuta said, and immediately golden lightning started to flicker around him. This was quite similar to Reikage's own lightning armor, but Reikage's lightning was blue. Reikage, too, hearing this, just turns on his lighting armor, knowing that he won't be getting any answers from this young shinobi. And with that, both all but disappeared from where they stood, rushing towards each other. The Reikage's body glimmered with his lightning release armor, crackling energy enhancing his speed and strength. Without a word, both closed the distance in an instant. Yuta, relying on his enhanced reflexes and power, intercepted the Reikage's heavy punch with a forearm block. The ground beneath them cracked from the sheer force. Reikage was faster, there was no doubt about that, but Yuta was more physically powerful. The two exchanged blows, the sound of their fists echoing like thunderclaps across the battlefield. Only when this level of fight was taking place that the people in the main battlefield realized that there was someone there, someone strong. Despite the Reikage's near impenetrable armor, Yuta's Rofa punches began to chip away at the lightning shield. Each strike emitted golden energy that disrupted the chakra flow of the armor, weakening its defense. Something is wrong, Reikage mutters with confusion. He wasn't able to feel his own body, much due to the Edo Tensei effect, but he could feel that he was suddenly getting weaker, his movements getting slower, and the lightning armor around him. It was now taking away too much chakra to even keep up with Yuta's continuous punches. How is this possible? What are you doing? Reikage asked again, though he himself wished that he didn't fight anyone, let alone someone from his own village. No one like acting like a puppet for someone. But his pride over his own technique and power didn't let him just admit that he was getting bested by someone so young to him. You're strong, especially this lightning armor of yours, Yuta muttered, dodging a powerful lariat that barely missed his head. But every jutsu has its weakness, and the weakness of your jutsu is my existence. Yuta smirked, saying this. He wasn't planning on acting like Itachi, but this line just fits so well right now. Yuta launched a counterattack, landing a direct punch to the Reikage's chest. The impact sent shockwaves through the air, and for a moment, the Reikage's armor flickered. Yet, to Yuta's frustration, the Edo Tensei regeneration repaired the damage. It was getting slower, but still regenerated it did. As the fight progressed, Yuta noticed something. His Rofa was slowing the Reikage's movements, weakening him. The regenerative power of the Edo Tensei body was also noticeably weaker with each strike. However, even with the reduction in speed and healing, the Reikage was getting back up no matter how many times he punched him. He can weaken the effect of Edo Tensei body, but can't completely stop Reikage from regenerating. Kid, you're not a ninja, are you? The Reikage asked, his booming voice carrying over the battlefield. The more the Reikage fight with Yuta, the more he finds out that Yuta isn't a ninja in the traditional sense. He didn't feel any chakra in him, and the power he was using wasn't chakra either. Not to mention his fighting style was too simple and direct. Punches and kicks. And it was weird when he was saying it, a ninja notorious about his reliance to taijutsu and lightning armor, but still, Yuta's fighting was nothing like a ninja. He launched into his infamous Hell Stab, his lightning-coated fingers aiming straight for Yuta's heart. Yuta sidestepped just in time, countering with a kick infused with Rofa energy. The Reikage stumbled back, but the move drained Yuta's stamina. Yeah, I'm not, but I'm still going to kick your ass. Yuta replied with flair in his voice. However, internally, he was thinking something else entirely. I can hurt him, Yuta thought, panting, but I can't stop him completely. Not like this. He keep on regenerating as time pass. This guy's just like that Nomo. My Rofa too can't completely stop him. Realizing the stalemate, Yuta knew he needed a sealing technique to end the fight. All right, I have to push this guy towards the main battlefield. It will be hard with his speed, but knowing his personality. Maybe I don't have to, Yuta thought, and then smiled. Reikage, I don't have time to waste on you. Just get lost. Yuta reply and immediately turn around, running away towards the main battlefield. What? You're running away? I thought you were a warrior. Was I wrong? Reikage was baffled. Reikage had to say that Yuta was strong. He was basically the first person who was able to hurt him and block his thunder armor. But upon knowing that this person wasn't even a ninja, he was in a strange mood. If not a ninja, then a samurai. Those are the only other warrior profession he could think of, but Yuta didn't fight with a sword. He was different. However, whatever the case it was, Reikage go after Yuta. Partly because Kabuto made him do so, but he too wanted to fight with Yuta. And sure enough, shinobi from all 5 hidden villages have formed an alliance. This was an unprecedented move, which would have never happened otherwise in the Elemental Nation. This time they weren't fighting among each other, but rather an opponent which wasn't even humans, let alone shinobi. And yet they were able to take the form of their comrades and deceive them. Fighting them was quite hard when they could change how they looked, and even their attacks are like their comrades. So, they fought with an army of white Zetsu. They were suffering injuries, but still were able to spot the white Zetsu and kill them. But then suddenly something even more strange happened. Dead people started to come back to life. Their comrades and their friends. Now they had to fight against them as well. They had bottomless chakra reserves, didn't get hurt, and if they do then, they could just regenerate. And yet, they found a way to beat them. The only way to stop those undead was to seal them up. So each company of shinobi from the Alliance bring a sealing team among them. Though the desert battlefield was the only place which still now didn't have any Edo Tensei enemies. Until they saw 3 individuals, and those who knew them instantly felt despair. Because this time the Edo Tensei enemies were not just anyone, but the past Kages from the different village. The desert battlefield fell into chaos, while Yuta was squared off against the 3rd Reikage. The other 3 revived Kages under the control of Kabuto marched towards the main battlefield. The 2nd Tsuchikage, Mu, appeared first, his silent and ghostly presence unnerving. Clad with his mummy-like appearance, his split-form technique made him seem like a flickering mirage. Alongside him was the 2nd Mizukage, Jinjetsu Hozuki, wearing a smirk that didn't match the helpless look on his face. His clams shimmered as he unleashed his deadly mirages, cloaking the battlefield in illusions. The 4th Kazekage followed, his golden sand glistening in the desert sun, his control over magnet release, making every grain of sand a weapon. The 3 Kage unleashed their attacks simultaneously, targeting the allied shinobi scattered across the battlefield. Mu floated high above, readying his dust release to obliterate entire sections of the desert. Jinjetsu summoned his clam, spreading his Jinjutsu mist and trapping shinobi in false realities. The Kazekage manipulated his gold sand into deadly waves, crashing down and burying resistance. Right now, there weren't any high-end fighting power on this side of the Alliance beside Gaara. And even Gaara can't stop all of them alone. So Gaara targeted the most dangerous of them all. It wasn't the Mizukage, as he was actively trying to help the Alliance shinobi to beat himself. It wasn't Tsuchikage either, as he was mostly staying away from the fight. He was important, as Kabuto planned to use Mu to revive Madara there later on. It was Raza, the 4th Kazekage and Gaara's father. In any other case, he would be the weakest Kage out of them all. However, he had the home field advantage of being in a desert. He was the most dangerous for a large group like the Alliance. The biggest trouble would have been Reikage, but Yuta was holding him back, so... Lord 2nd. It's Lord Mu. Lord 4th. Lord 4th has came back. Many started to mutter as they recognized the dead Kage of their village. Fighting against them was hard. Almost near impossible. They are Kages for a reason. Just as expected, they started to struggle. Many even died in the onslaught. Boom! And that was when a loud sound came from somewhere. Yuta lured 3rd Reikage all the way to the sealing team. Along the way, he encountered many shinobi who wanted to stop him. Understandable. In a place where everyone wore similar kind of clothes and armor, he stand out like a sore thumb. He wasn't a ninja, and others were wary of him. But he didn't care. He just directly rushed towards the sealing team, while Reikage was hot on his trail. Many shinobi from Cloud Village recognized the person chasing Yuta, and their eyes widened. My Lord 3rd. It's the Lord Reikage, Lord 3rd. Many voices call out, but none matter, because just as fast as he came, he was gone just as quickly. Both Yuta and Reikage were mostly blurs at this time. Yuta might not be as fast as Reikage, but he was no slouch either. He was able to keep up with Reikage's speed on most parts. And when things seems like things are getting out of hand and Reikage almost catching up to him, he uses time skip to get out of there. Just under a few minutes, Yuta have already lured Reikage near the sealing team. Reikage almost caught up to him. He too was getting annoyed at how good Yuta was at running away. Every time he catch up to Yuta, the boy just vanish away, which was frustrating. Reikage even thought that the boy was using 2nd Hokage's Flying Thunder God technique here. Enough! Come here! Reikage shouted, and his spear like hand formed one finger, showcasing that now he was using his strongest technique, the Hell Spear. This was the strongest spear in the world. He put more chakra into his body and put his speed to its maximum. And the next second he vanished from his place, appeared directly next to Yuta, ready to pierce his heart. Got you, boy. Nah, I got you, bastard. Yuta reply, and once again he was gone, but this time he didn't skip time, but rather he revined time, going back where he was, appeared directly behind Reikage. ROFA 30. Full cowling. Yuda's eyes shone and power surge as he launched a Minato-style sneak attack on third Reikage. In the next second, his punch tore through the lightning armor of Reikage and connected at Reikage's back. Asterisk boom. A loud sound came, and Yuda's fist nailed third Reikage down in one single punch. Shinobi are notorious for having high attack power and lackluster defenses. 30% Rofa was enough serious hurt Reikage, though of course that wasn't enough to bring Reikage down. But this was not just OFA, this was Rofa. Just the touch was enough to render Reikage weakened to the point that he lost his movements for a few seconds. That all Yuda wanted. "Hey, you sealing guy. Hurry up, seal him quick," Yuda shouted. No one had any idea who the boy was. He wasn't wearing the Alliance headband, so not among them, and he wasn't even looking like a ninja. However, everyone saw that he was the one who took out that powerful shinobi. At least that is what others were thinking. Only few Cloud shinobi who have seen the age of third Reikage knew who that powerful shinobi was. "Hurry up, he will regenerate," Yuda shouted again upon looking at how the sealing shinobi was glaring at him with a disbelieving and wary look. But when Yuda shouted at him, he came out of his dazed look and abruptly started to rush towards Yuda to seal Reikage. Only after Reikage was sealed up that Yuda sighed in relief. "Who are you? Identify yourself." But that wasn't enough. He was still in between a war. The people around him were wary of him. Yuda turned around only to find a man with one of his eyes covered with eye patch, glaring at him with his other eyes. "Ayo," Yuda thought. At least he didn't remember anyone with an eye patch in Naruto. Of course he was mistaken. This wasn't Ao, but rather Dodai from Cloud Shinobi. "I am Yuda, a hero for fun. Nice to meet you. And you are?" "I'm Dodai from the Cloud Village." The man was stern and replied with hesitation. Though Yuda was an unknown person, but so could be the person standing next to him. That was the biggest problem with the Alliance. There were many unfamiliar faces around them. Dodai didn't want to take any action in this case. What if this person is someone important? But being on guard against him was necessary. Dodai can't remember who this guy is. Yuda just pursed his lips and didn't bother remembering his role in the story. "Which village are you from?" Dodai asked again. Yuda frowned. He could explain his way out, but something was telling him that this person will not listen to him. "Village, I am from none. In fact, I am not a shinobi. I am here to help, though. That's all I can say," replied Yuda with a smile, and he looked at where the fight was still enraging. Dodai and other shinobi were completely taken aback by Yuda's reply. Not from any village, but not even shinobi? What is that supposed to mean? They didn't believe it, otherwise how Yuda can beat Reikage that easily. If there was one person who wouldn't believe Yuda more than anyone, then it has to be Dodai, because he has seen third Reikage's real power. Dodai didn't believe Yuda at all. "Not a shinobi. Are you saying that just anyone could beat Lord Third? Boy, do you think we are fools?" Dodai said with a threatening tone, his chakra flare and his killing intent spread out. However, it didn't matter to Yuda. He was more interested in the battlefield right now. Gaara is holding back Raza, while a bunch of people are surrounding the Mizukage. As for the Tsuchikage, well, he is nowhere to be seen. Where did he go? "Boy, stop ignoring us. Answer me." "Whatever, it doesn't matter. Capture him first," Dodai said, and a shinobi near him, who was from the rock village, started weaving his hands, and soon he launched a jutsu to trap Yuda. But just as the earth around him changed, Yuda vanished from his place. He directly went to where Mizukage was. Taking out the second Mizukage before he used his broken steam clone was essential. Right now, there is no other who can handle another Kage beside him here. He didn't even realize that an Earth-style Jutsu was released to capture him. Yuda arrived at the scene, sensing chaos everywhere. The second Mizukage, Genjutsu Hozuki, stood amidst it all, his giant clam exuding a mist of genjutsu that disoriented the shinobi from the allied forces. "Why is no one hitting the real me?" Genjutsu mocked with a grin, even under Kabuto's control. "I'm practically telling you how to defeat me." Despite his taunts, no one could locate his real body. The illusions created by his clam were too deceptive. By the time arrived there, he saw the Mizukage trying to control his temper and not latching out at those idiot shinobi. He remembered this scene from the anime. Out of all the chaos and war, This was his favorite, just because he liked the comedy and Jinjetsu's character. "You Uchiha boy, what are you doing here? Don't tell me you beat the third Reikage." Jinjetsu asked as soon as he spotted Yuta there. He was surprised, not expecting Yuta to come there. However, he wasn't the only one who was surprised. There were many Konoha shinobi there, and they hearing how Jinjetsu addressed Yuta was startled. There is only one Uchiha alive now, that being Uchiha Sasuke, and this boy was not him. "What's going on?" Yuta stepped forward. "Yeah, Reikage is all sealed up. Now your turn. Can you tell me where is your real body? Tell me how to find you," Yuta demanded, his voice steady yet firm. Jinjetsu raised an eyebrow, slightly intrigued. "You're a bold one, aren't you? Fine. If you want to stop me, you'll need to destroy my clam first." "But," he smirked, his image flickering in and out of view. "You'll have to find it first. Good luck with that." Yuta's eyebrows twitched. "That's exactly what I am asking you. You zombie, where's your real body?" But Yuta didn't say it out loud, and knowing that Jinjetsu won't tell him. Otherwise, he long would have told others. In times like this, I hate not having a perception technique. The only thing which he could do is focus on his Sharingan and spider sense to find where the real Mizukage could be. "Hey you are a Konoha shinobi?" Just like earlier, there were people who wanted to know about Yuta's real identity. However, just like earlier, Yuta just ignored them and jumped to higher ground to be able to find the clam with his Sharingan. Normal Sharingan won't do, I guess. Yuta pursed his lips, and then his eyes morph into Mangekyo Sharingan. There you are. Yuta's almost instantly noticed the chakra interference as soon as Mangekyo came to live and then bolted toward the source. Finally, Yuta found the giant clam hidden behind a rocky outcrop. With one powerful punch, enhanced by Rofa and shock power, he shattered the clam into pieces. The mist cleared instantly, revealing Jinjetsu's real body. "Well done," Jinjetsu said, his tone carrying a hint of genuine admiration. "I should have known, those eyes, that is not normal Sharingan, it's Mangekyo." "Really, who are you?" The Mizukage launched a torrent of water bullets at Yuta while talking with Yuta, each one deadly enough to pierce rock. Yuta too didn't bother asking him to stop. After all, it wasn't him, but Kabuto who was doing this. He just dodged nimbly, countering with a series of powerful punches that cracked the air. The battlefield trembled as their attacks clashed. And just like Jinjetsu, Kabuto, who was able to see whatever the Edo Tensei could, was surprised. "Mangekyo? Who is this person? How come he has Mangekyo Sharingan?" Yuta stood firm, his golden aura from Rofa glowing brightly as he prepared to end the fight against the second Mizukage, Jinjetsu. The battlefield was eerily silent after the destruction of the giant clam, with shinobi from the allied forces watching in awe. First, of course, it was the confusion at who was fighting with second Mizukage in the first place. Then it was complete awe and amazement when they saw a boy who was around 15 or so fighting Mizukage, not on equal footing, but rather suppressing him. Yuta, on the other hand, seeing people have started to gather around him, closed his Sharingan. He didn't want more attention than necessary right now. Jinjetsu smirked, still amused. "You're quite something, kid. But do you think you can finish me so easily?" Yuta didn't respond. Activating his time skip ability, he disappeared in the blink of an eye, reappearing directly in front of Jinjetsu. The Mizukage's smirk vanished, replaced by shock. "What? Hiration?" Jinjetsu muttered, just as Yuta's fist, glowing with the immense energy of Rofa, slammed into his torso. A very broken power of the Hozuki clan was hydrification. Their bodies can turn into water and dodge pretty much all physical attacks besides some elemental-based chakra attacks. Jinjetsu was also from Kazuki clan, and upon seeing Yuta's punch coming at him, he immediately hydrified his body. Unfortunately for him, that didn't work. Because just like how armament haki is a bane for Logia users, Yuta's Rofa is a bane for pretty much any type of defense due to its nature. Even only at just 30% of Rofa, Yuta's punch connected with Jinjetsu, making his eyes pop wide in surprise, sending him back like a rocket while his chakra weakened for a few seconds. The impact wasn't just powerful, It disrupted Jinjetsu's chakra flow and severely weakened his Edo Tensei body's regenerative powers. The air cracked with the force of the punch, sending Jinjetsu skidding back across the battlefield. He tried to reform himself, but his chakra was out of order and weakened, and his movements grew sluggish. "That's enough," Yuda said calmly, signaling to a nearby sealing shinobi. "Do it now." The sealing team, of course, was taken aback at how things happened, and then a sudden order coming from Yuda, but they just pushed everyone back and, without wasting any more time, rushed forward with their prepared jutsu. They weaved their hand signs, chanting in unison as they activated the seal. Jinjetsu's body froze as black sealing lines wrapped around him, immobilizing him completely. Jinjetsu chuckled weakly, his voice fading as the seal took hold. "Ah, I envy Konoha. There always seems to be a damn genius being born there with that fire of yours burning in them." The sealing was complete, and the battlefield grew still. Yuda let out a breath, lowering his glowing fists as the shinobi around him gathered more, looking at him with strange eyes. "Yo, great job. You all have been great help. Let's catch up once after the war is over." Yuda smiled and said, already ready to sneak away, but just before he could do that, a loud voice stopped him as a beautiful girl came right in front of him with a large fan in her hands and glared at Yuda. This was Temari. She came all the way where Yuda was, glared at him in his eyes, and asked, "No," demanded Yuda. "Well, I am Yuta, a hero for fun," Yuda awkwardly said, trying to sound genuine. But only he knew that all the sweat pouring down on him wasn't because of desert heat or the fight he's been in. "Which village are you from? What are your intentions?" Temari asked, guarded but not as much. After all, in the end, Yuta did help them. And more than anything, he was strong. The last thing they wanted was to make an enemy, right now, who could take out 2 previous Kaga-level shinobi. "I am not a shinobi, as you can already see," Yuta said as he pointed to himself. From his dress to the way he fight, everything was unlike any shinobi who was trained in shinobi art. "Just like I said, I came here to help out. Nothing more than that." Yuta ruffled his hairs. Not sure why, but he found those glaring eyes of Temari more oppressing than fighting All Might or All for One. Temari frowned at his response. Even she could see that Yuta wasn't a shinobi, though it could be a deception, but he had no reason to do something like that. If he wanted to hide himself, then why show himself and his power like this in the first place? If he really had bad intention, then he wouldn't have fight with both Reikage and Mizukage. And this was the reason they were tolerating Yuta's presence in an ongoing battle. "Why you come here? What are you after?" Temari didn't relapse and kept on asking questions. "As I said, I am here to help." Yuta replied again. What else he could say? But Temari wasn't letting him go, and she wasn't alone, though she was the only one asking question, but many had their eyes on him, ready to take action at any time. By this time, Gaara was also done with Raza. Due to no interference, he was able to take down his father faster. This time Inoki didn't came. Maybe part of the reason was that he was there, so there were almost 0 casualties. As for Mu, the second Tsuchikage, he was nowhere to be seen right now. For some reason he didn't acted. Kabuto was holding back from making the second Tsuchikage from acting up. "Oh, am I late?" And just when Yuta was starting to have a headache and was about to get out of there, a sound came alongside with a very familiar figure. Well, that familiar figure looked much different now with that golden cloak around him. "Naruto!" Yuta muttered, a big smile appear on his face. Of course he liked Naruto and Sasuke. They're his favorite characters, just second to Kakashi and Minato. "Huh, you know me?" Naruto said with confusion. His 9-tailed chakra cloak was flaring around him. He was all golden and was looking pretty cool in Yuta's perspective at least. But Naruto's coming, though not sure whether this one is real or a shadow clone, was able to lift some attraction from Yuta's shoulder. "Yup, I am a fan, believe it." Kabuto sat in his dimly lit hideout, his fingers nervously tapping on the table as he observed the battlefield through his Edo Tensei connection. His confidence was shaken. The unknown fighter, who's for some reason have a Mangekyo and have called himself hero, had taken down the 4th Mizukage and the 3rd Reikage, 2 of Kabuto's strongest pawns, with unsettling ease. "This Yuta, who is he?" Kabuto muttered, adjusting his glasses. He's not a shinobi from any known village. Sharingan, strange golden energy, and a power that can weaken Edo Tensei regeneration. He's an anomaly, a variable. How interesting. The more Kabuto observed Yuta, the more uneasy and excited he became. This individual was not only disrupting his carefully orchestrated plans, but also inspiring the allied shinobi forces with his victories. Maybe I have to bring him after all. He's tipping the balance of this war. If I don't act now, my Edo Tensei forces will be wiped out one by one, Kabuto murmured. Kabuto smirked darkly. It's time to unleash the ultimate weapon. Let's see how you deal with this, Mr. Hero. Through his control of the Edo Tensei, Kabuto manipulated the second Tsuchikage to begin the summoning process. Kabuto infused extra chakra, ensuring the summoning would go smoothly. It's earlier than I planned, but I have no choice, Kabuto whispered, his voice laced with anticipation. On the battlefield, the second Tsuchikage stopped in his tracks, his hands forming precise seals. The air grew heavy, and the sky darkened. Shinobi on both sides of the war froze, sensing the shift in the atmosphere. What's happening? One shinobi asked, his voice trembling. A massive coffin emerged from the earth, its ominous presence radiating dread. Slowly, the coffin creaked open, revealing a figure standing tall inside. It can't be. A nearby shinobi gasped, at least those who recognized the person who was inside the coffin. Madara Uchiha stepped out, his piercing eyes scanning the battlefield. His Sharingan flared, and an intimidating smirk spread across his face. So, this is the era I've been summoned into, Madara said, his voice calm, yet chilling. But the next second he frowned, but he wasn't brought back to life like he anticipated, but rather he was in the Edo Tensei form. What is Obito doing? This wasn't the plan. Kabuto grinned from afar, his confidence returning. Let's see how you handle this. Even you can't stop Madara Uchiha. The battlefield was now shrouded in an ominous silence, broken only by the sound of Madara's slow talking with Kabuto through Mu. On the other than Yuta was having a blast annoying Naruto with barrage of questions, acting like a fanboy. He was a fanboy, though not as much for Naruto as he was for someone like Kakashi, Minato, and Jiraiya. Shame even after coming to the Naruto world, he can't meet Jiraiya. But there are many legendary figures who will be coming back to life, and he would love to meet them. And the first one would be, Madara. It's Madara Uchiha. Run. Suddenly shouts broke out, attracting Yuta's and others' attention. See, I told you, you're not supposed to be all excited like that. It's practically calling for trouble, Yuta said as he was having fun with Naruto. Naruto's character allowed him to talk with him frankly, and this made others believe that both knew each other. That was enough to stop their question for the time being. Naruto, of course, was too much excited at how Yuta was able to push his buttons so easily. Being Naruto, he ended up raising red flags, and sure enough, trouble came knocking the door. Only a little bit away, Yuta saw the man, the myth, the legend himself. Gari of the explosion style, and there was Madara there as well, glaring right at Yuta for some damn reason. The hell? Why you're looking at me? Yuta pondered. He did something to attract Madara's attention. Little did he knew that Kabuto also saw him using his Mangekyo, and now Madara too was interested in that. Who are we talking about, the mummy? Naruto asked with puzzled look on his face. He of course was unaware of Madara. No, the man beside him. He is Madara Uchiha, Yuta replied in solemn tone. Who is that? He is from Sasuke's clan. Well, for now, just remember that this guy treated Ninetales as his summoning pet. He is strong enough to beat all 5 Kage together 3 times over. Yuta replied. He knew that what he was saying was ridiculous for the people who haven't seen the era of Madara and Hashirama. One was the Buddha, and other was the Azura. And now both were nothing more than a myth. What? No way. You gotta be joking. Naruto, of course, reacted like he usually do, childish and way too loud. You will know soon enough. Yuta just sighed, knowing what was coming for them. Why the hell I'm here in the first place? It's not like I have to fight here. I still haven't gotten any quest yet. Yuta muttered with a little irritation, but upon seeing how Madara was staring down on him, he knew that he had to fight. Conflict no matter which world I go. Madara finally jumped down from his high place, and the battle really started. A battle of an army against one man. Let's go. Those shinobi can't handle him. We have to help them out. Yuta sighed, and after saying this to Naruto, he started walking forward. Hey, 1 minute. You didn't say how you know me? Naruto shouted, catching up with Yuta, as Madara Uchiha stood on the battlefield, his eyes surveying the chaos. The second Tsuchikage moved beside him under Kabuto's control. Kabuto, speaking through Mu, began to explain the situation to Madara. After some basic explanation, he finally started the immediate reason to bringing Madara here. Madara's Sharingan glimmered as he listened, his interest piqued. And what are these so-called formidable forces? Mu, directed by Kabuto, gestured toward the battlefield. Among their ranks are 2 individuals you should pay attention to. He pointed first toward a distant figure surrounded by shinobi. That is Naruto Uzumaki, the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. His strength has grown exponentially, and he has begun to tap into the power of the nine-tailed fox. Madara nodded, his expression calm, already planning to take Nine Tails from Naruto. Mu then turned slightly, his gaze fixed on another figure standing apart from the crowd. But even more intriguing is that boy. Madara's eyes narrowed as Mu continued. His name is Yuta, an Uchiha, a complete unknown variable. No one knew about him before today. He doesn't even fight like a shinobi, use no jutsu, just basic taijutsu, but he is strong. Have some strange power, and he possesses the Mangekyo Sharingan. He has already defeated 2 of our Edo Tensei Kages with ease, including the 4th Mizukage and the 3rd Reikage. This revelation made Madara's smirk widen. An Uchiha with Mangekyo? Interesting. Madara smirked. He didn't care about other things. With Mangekyo, defeating those petty Kages is nothing. This boy was someone from his own clan. He now was interested to know what the boy can do. Kabuto's voice grew sharper. He is an uncontrollable variable, even for me. But you may find him entertaining. Madara chuckled darkly, his crimson eyes locking onto Yuta in the distance. A Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails and a young Uchiha with Mangekyo. Let's see what the new generation has to offer. And with that, he jumped down from his high position, ready to fight against the entire army alone. One after another, shinobi charged at him, but Madara moved with elegance and precision, cutting down enemies with his taijutsu and Uchiha prowess. His Sharingan gleamed with amusement as he effortlessly dodged attacks and countered with devastating blows. The army tried to overwhelm him with sheer numbers, but it was as if Madara was dancing, untouchable amidst the chaos. A barrage of kunai and shuriken rained toward him, yet none could find their mark. Suddenly, Temari stepped forward. With a determined glare, she swung her giant fan, sending a massive gust of wind hurtling toward Madara. The force was powerful enough to blow him back, catching him slightly off guard. Madara steadied himself, his expression shifting from amusement to mild irritation. But to most parts he looked unfazed and just slowly dusted off his armor. Forming hand seals at lightning speed, he unleashed a technique that sent chills through the battlefield. Majestic flame destruction. A massive wall of fire erupted from Madara's mouth, spreading across the battlefield like a tidal wave of flames. The sheer heat scorched the earth, and the shinobi scattered, desperate to avoid being consumed. The sky seemed to glow red as the firestorm approached, its intensity overwhelming. Water style, water wall, jutsu, multiple shinobi shouted as they stepped forward, forming a defensive line. Streams of water shot from their hands, creating a massive wall to combat the raging flames. The clash of fire and water sent steam billowing across the battlefield, obscuring vision and drenching the ground. Finally, the flames subsided, leaving the battlefield covered in smoke and ash. Madara stood unscathed, his calm demeanor only adding to his terrifying presence. Before he could strike again, 2 figures stepped through the smoke. Naruto and Yuta emerged side by side. Naruto clenched his fists, Kurama's chakra beginning to flare around him. Yuda's golden aura flickered, his Sharingan shining with intensity. Madara tilted his head, a smirk tugging at his lips. So, the Jinchuriki and the young Uchiha finally decide to join the fray. Finally, something interesting. Naruto stepped forward. Rasengan. Yuda saw the famous technique coming to life and smiled. But then he turned to Madara. Even he was able to feel the pressure. This was every similar to the first time he stand up against One for All. And just as he expecting, that Rasengan had nothing on Madara. Madara just kicked Naruto out like a football, and then finally turned to Yuda. Only 3, Tomo? Boy, let me see your Mangekyo. Madara said with domineering voice. Huh? How you know I got Mangekyo? Yuda was taken aback at this. Still, he didn't realize that since he showed his Mangekyo to Jinjetsu, Kabuto too saw it and told to Madara. Madara didn't reply. For something like this, it was all too boring for him. Now he just wanted to fight against someone strong. He rushed forwards, almost vanishing from his place. This was not just pure speed, but there was also power behind his moves. And then, the next second, a powerful punch was coming right at Yuda's direction. With the help of Sharingan and Spider Sense, Yuda reacted in time, and golden lightning started to crackle around him. He made a fist and punch forwards. Both the fists collided, and both were thrown back. Yuda didn't use more than 10% of Rofa in this punch, just to test Madara, but he was amazed that in terms of physical power, he was thrown back. This is probably the first time. Madara was the same, amazed at how someone was able to throw him back with physical power. Though ninjas' power mostly rely on chakra, but Madara was different. To be able to fight against a monster like Hashirama, Madara long have developed a powerful physique and monstrous stamina. However, more than that, he felt something else. A sense of weakness came over him the moment he touched the boy. It was only for a second, and for him, that was nothing serious, but it was certainly there. The air grew tense as Naruto and Yuda charged at Madara. Despite being outnumbered, Madara's calm smirk never faltered. "Show me what you're capable of," he said, his Sharingan spinning ominously. Naruto, with Kurama's chakra enhancing his strength, forms a Rasengan. Madara sidestepped effortlessly, but Yuda was already closing in from the opposite side. Yuda's fist, glowing faintly with his Rofa energy, shot forward like a cannon. Madara raised his arm to block, only to flinch as the impact sent him sliding back a few feet. What physical power in this fighting style! It's indeed unlike any ninja, Madara muttered, his tone amused. Boy, what is this strange power you are using? This isn't chakra. Madara of course sensed that Yuda wasn't using chakra, and he was holding back, let alone Mangekyo. He wasn't even exerting his full physical power. It's curse energy, considering it a very specific in chakra, which comes from negative energy. Yuda replied. There was no reason to hide the fact, but he didn't bother explaining to Madara that he was using a reverse version of curse energy, that way too complicated to explain. Madara hearing this to himself. This was the first time he was hearing about this kind of energy. In any other time, he would have dismissed the idea of there existing another kind of power beside chakra entirely. However, when this was coming out of an Uchiha who has open Mangekyo and knowing the nature of Mangekyo, he was interested. Interesting. Boy, let me see your Mangekyo. Madara asked again. Yuda, of course, didn't want to do so, because that was the exact copy of Madara's eyes. Naruto, on the side, hearing all this complicated things, was puzzled. For him, even learning chakra was an Herculean task, and now someone is telling him that there is another kind of energy. Naruto didn't let up, attacking in a blur of orange chakra. His punches and kicks came rapidly, forcing Madara to stay on the defensive. But Madara's movements were smooth, almost lazy, as he evaded or parried each strike. Even with the KCM-1, Naruto was no match to Madara. It's like Luffy is going against Kaido with Gear 4th. Gears are fine, but the person he was fighting has base power stronger than him. Madara here was the same. His base alone was strong enough to crumble many shinobi's trump cards. Yuda darted in again, his movements precise and calculated. He swept low with a kick, aiming for Madara's legs, but Madara jumped effortlessly. Before he could counter, Yuta vanished, reappearing behind him with a punch aimed at his back. This wasn't time skip, but rather Soru. Madara twisted in midair, blocking the punch, but the force cracked the ground beneath him when he landed. Fast and strong, Madara acknowledged, but predictable and too straightforward. Naruto formed a Rasengan and lunged forward, aiming directly for Madara's chest. Madara grabbed Naruto's wrist and twisted, forcing him to drop the technique. Yuta seized the opening, closing the distance with a flurry of punches and kicks, making it a DBZ fight. Each strike was fast and sharp, infused with the explosive force of Rofa. Madara's Sharingan glowed as he began reading Yuta's movements. He caught one of Yuta's punches and used the momentum to spin him, throwing him toward Naruto. However, once again, he felt weakened for a second. "Hey, give some space. I'm going to use a powerful technique," Naruto said, and formed Shadow Clone to overwhelm Madara while he started preparing for his jutsu. "Okay," Yuta replied, though he knew what Naruto was planning on doing, and unfortunately for Naruto, that won't work. Even a powerful technique like Rasen Shuriken won't work against Madara. Yuta too was holding back due to him knowing that there was no way to real stop Madara right now. He can't be sealed, the bastard know how to break out of the seal. In this situation, he was in complete hacks, and nothing less than a truth-seeking orb can stop him. So, it's better to hold back and save hero time for the time being. He coordinated his next attacks with Naruto's clone while Naruto was making Rasen Shuriken. Naruto feinted left, while Yuta charged straight in. Madara anticipated Naruto's move, but was caught off guard when Yuta stopped abruptly and delivered a ground-shaking kick that sent a shockwave through the battlefield. And quickly, Naruto was ready. A terrifying jutsu was in his hand, and he pushed it towards Madara. Yuta also seeing this get out of the way in time. Madara leaped to avoid the attack, but Yuta was already above him, launching a Rofa punch. For the first time, Madara raised both arms to block, the sheer force of the blow forcing him to the ground, hitting the Rasen Shuriken dead center, cutting him to shreds. "All right," Naruto excitedly shouted, if only he knew. And sure enough, though Madara was ripped to shreds, his body slowly started to recover. As Madara recovered, Yuta dashed in again, his speed increasing. His fists blurred as he landed a series of blows on Madara, each one cracking the ground and forcing Madara back. Madara smirked, brushing off his torn sleeve. "Maybe I have to force you to show me your Mangekyo." He flickered out of sight, reappearing behind Naruto. Before he could land a hit, Yuta intercepted with a spinning kick, the impact forcing Madara to retreat. Madara was a little amazed at how Yuta was able to predict where he's going to show up. Damn, handling him is getting hard, never after using Rofa at 20%. Though he can use it up to 30 or so percent, and he will spend similar amount of hero time. In fact, it will only cost more hero time when he uses any other powers of his like time skip or King's Engine. But the same isn't the case with his stamina. He has to reserve it, or he will be completely out by the time the real fight starts. The command center was bustling with activity as messengers and scouts came in with reports from various battlefronts. Tsunade, the Reikage, Inoki, and Meitorumi. Their faces were tense as they reviewed the current situation. A scout entered hastily, bowing before the assembled leaders. "I bring grave news," a shinobi of the intelligence department said, his voice shaky. "The dead Kages summoned by Edo Tensei, 2nd Mizukage, 2nd Tsuchikage, and 4th Kazekage, have caused significant damage to the battlefield. Many shinobi have been injured or killed." This announcement sent a ripple of unease through the room. Mei clenched her fists, her anger visible. "So even our predecessors are being used as weapons against us." Inoki sighed heavily. "Even Lord Mu, to think the other Kages will be brought back as well. This Kabuto knows no bounds." The scout hesitated before continuing. "But there's more. 2 of the Edo Tensei Kages have been defeated." "Defeated?" Tsunade asked, narrowing her eyes. "By whom? Was it Naruto? Or the Kazekage?" The scout shook his head. "No, Reports indicate that a young man none of us know appeared on the battlefield. He took down both the second Mizukage and fourth Kazekage single-handedly. This revelation stunned the room into silence. That was the last thing they were expecting. Inoki stroked his beard thoughtfully. A young man? Strong enough to defeat two Edo Tensei Kages? That's no ordinary shinobi. Actually, the report said that he isn't one. What? He isn't a shinobi, not from any village. He himself reveals that. Who is he? Reikage demanded, his voice booming. And why haven't we heard of him before? Why you're keeping an unknown element in the battlefield like that? The scout hesitated again, his expression growing darker. We don't know much about him, but he's fighting alongside Naruto Uzumaki now. And there's worse news. Tsunade stiffened. What is it? Madara Uchiha has also been revived through Edo Tensei, the scout said gravely. Naruto and that unknown boy, Yuta, as some are calling him, are currently fighting him. The air in the command center grew heavy. Mei's eyes widened in shock. Madara Uchiha? That masked man? We don't know. This one looked like the real one, and he too was brought back to life by Edo Tensei. So it's most likely that the masked man is not the real Uchiha Madara. Bastard, Reikage growled. I knew that something was wrong with him. Naruto is already a target because he's the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. And now this Yuta. Who is he? Why does he have such power? Tsunade slammed her fist into the table. This changes everything. If Naruto and Yuta are fighting Madara, they can't handle him alone. We need to send reinforcements. Inoki raised his hand. Wait, you all have no idea what Madara really is. No reinforcement can do anything against him. Only Hashirama Senju could have been an opponent of Madara Uchiha. Normal reinforcement won't do. We have to go there ourselves. This made everyone quiet. Everyone was wondering what they should do. But ultimately they decided. The 5 Kages will go and fight Madara themselves. The fight between Madara and Yuta, Naruto, was heating up. Though Madara was strong, but since he was fighting too, he had a hard time getting upper hands. At least not until he decides to use some of his more powerful techniques like Susen, Rinnegan, etc. They were keeping their fighting to taijutsu and some common ninja skills. However, things went bad when Madara started to reveal some of his more powerful techniques. Seems like I have to push you to make you reveal those eyes, Madara said with a little annoyance in his tone. He first thought he could overwhelm Yuta with just taijutsu, but nope. Yuta was extremely powerful at close combat, with that strange weakening power of his and Nine-Tailed Jinchuriki. It was him who was falling back into a back leg. His crimson Sharingan shifted, morphing into the Rinnegan, and a sinister smile played across his lips. I suppose it's time to show you what true power looks like, Madara declared, raising his hand to the sky. This? Yuta's eyes slightly widened. He knew what was coming, and hell, he didn't like it. The air became heavy as a colossal meteor began descending from the heavens, its sheer size casting a shadow over the battlefield. The sight was terrifying. Panic spread through the Shinobi Alliance like wildfire. Is this the power of a god? It's a meteor, a shinobi screamed. We're doomed. Run. Another shouted as chaos erupted. Shinobi scattered in every direction, their resolve faltering in the face of such overwhelming power. Temari tried to organize her squad. Everyone stay calm. Focus on regrouping. But her words were drowned out by the roar of the falling meteor and the cries of panicked shinobi. Naruto clenched his fists. We can't let this happen. People will die. He prepared to summon his clones to assist, but the sheer magnitude of the meteor left him momentarily stunned. Damn it, if only I could do a tail beast bomb. Naruto internally cursed. Yuta stood still, his golden aura faintly flickering. His eyes locked onto the massive rock hurtling toward them. So, this is how it feels like, huh? To face so much power. Yuta muttered to himself. He has fought powerful enemies, but none felt this oppressive like this giant meteor falling directly towards him. He saw shinobi tripping over one another, their faces filled with despair. For a moment, Yuta's mind flashed back to similar scenes of destruction he had seen in other worlds. Guess it's hero time, Yuta muttered under his breath. If only he had a cloak right now, then he could act cool and remove the cloak to show that he was getting serious. Sigh. He stepped forward, his golden aura surging as his Rofa activated. Naruto, stay back. I'll handle this one. Naruto turned to Yuta, shocked. What? How you will handle that? I will punch it really hard, Yuta replied, a little smirk coming to him. Punch it. Naruto, of course, was confused. Yuta didn't bother replying to Naruto. He just separated his legs, widen, and bend down, putting his one fist down to the ground. Madara was watching him all the time with interest in his eyes. Now that he bring an entire meteor down, he anticipated that Yuta will use his Mangekyo, but he frowned seeing Yuta bending down and putting his one fist to the ground. Punch the meteor? Taijutsu. Even Madara was taken aback. But then something happened which stopped everyone in their tracks and bring their attention towards Yuta. Dum-dum, 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 dum-dum-dum, do-dum-dum-dum. As the colossal meteor loomed closer, the battlefield froze for a moment as Yuta stepped forward. His body lowered slightly, knees bent, and fists clenched tightly at his sides. His stance resembled a spring coiled with immense energy, ready to explode. His eyes sharpened, focusing entirely on the impossible task ahead. Dum-dum-dum, dum-dum-dum-dum-dum-dum-dum. Then, a powerful, rhythmic beating began to echo across the battlefield. The sound wasn't just heard, it was felt. The ground seemed to vibrate with each beat of Yuta's heart. The oppressive energy radiating from him washed over everyone, shinobi and enemies alike. It was suffocating, overwhelming, and undeniable. What is that? A shinobi stammered, their voice trembling. It's like the sound of thunder, another whispered, frozen in place. Even Madara's amused smirk faltered for a moment as he narrowed his eyes, observing Yuta. It was strange, this wasn't chakra or killing intent, but still there was a powerful oppressive force coming out of the boy. Golden energy began to ripple around Yuta, spiraling upward and crackling with intensity. The sheer force of his king's engine left the battlefield in a stunned silence. What kind of jutsu is this? Temari whispered, gripping her fan. What is he planning doing? One punch and maximum effort. Yuta put all the power in his legs and like a rocket blasted up, heading straight towards the falling meteor. Hey brat, what is that kid? That is not chakra. What kind of power he is using? Suddenly, the stunned Naruto heard Ninetales' voice inside his head. But he was too stunned to reply right now. Amazing, with just physical might. Madara's faltered smirk came back. He now was really getting interested in this junior from his clan. ROFA 50%. Shock overdrive. Yuta shouted to himself, and his entire body was crackling with power golden lightning and power gather in his body. His limit is only 30%, which increase up to 45% with King's Engine. Yet he pushes his body further, leaving healing later to RCT, reaching 50% of Rofa. Plus he added the shock power from his scarf. The moment his scarf was injected with reverse curse technique, Rika, who was sleeping soundly inside, woke up. And as soon as she woke up, her eyes were wide, seeing a freaking meteor rushing towards them. Yuta, don't worry, just see me shatter it, Yuta said, and without a second, he was on top of the meteor. Dynamic. Smash. Everyone saw Yuta flying directly towards the falling meteor, and then something outstanding happened. Something which even Madara watched with amazement. SK Sky. The sky, it's shattered. Someone shouted. The moment Yuta's fists smash on the meteor, golden crack appears and spreads all around the sky. It felt like the sky itself shattered. For a second, everyone saw this with awe and disbelief in their faces. And the next second, they felt vibration. The earth-shattering earthquake hit everyone. It was so intense that even the ground started to crack up. What is this power? What kind of jutsu is this? God, look, he cracked the meteor. Shouted someone. This brought everyone's attention back to Yuta, and everyone saw the meteor was shattered into pieces. The entire meteor was crushed in the shock power. With the internal structure of the meteor weakened with Rofa, crushing the entire meteor wasn't hard. That is not ninjutsu or senjutsu. What kind of power is that kid using? Even Ninetales was taken aback at this. Naruto's jaw was hitting the ground by this point. He didn't know Yuta for long, but he was helping him, so he was on his side, but little did he knew that the person who looked younger than him was this strong. Madara just stood there and saw all this happening, his smirk turning into a full-blown smile. An interesting character has appeared. An Uchiha clan no less. Ha! Madara laughs, seeing the strange, yet very powerful power. Yuta smirked seeing the meteor cracking up, but then his face fell, because the problem was still there. Though the big meteor was shattered, the small pieces were still falling. Leave it to me. But at that time a voice came, and sand started to move, creating shelters for the shinobi. Gaara! Naruto shouted, giving a full-blown smile to him. Yuta signed, seeing others were safe, but things weren't over yet. In anime, Madara brought down 2 meteor. So he kept his vigilant. Good. You are indeed worthy of Uchiha name. Madara shouted. At least Madara could tell that Yuta's Sharingan was not transplanted, so he has to be a Uchiha. Yuta of course knew better and kept his mouth shut. But, can you shatter the next as well? Madara asked, and sure enough, what Yuta was fearing happened. Another meteor, equally big, came crashing behind the first one. What? Temari grunted with anger clear on her face. Shit. Come on, Ninetales, help me out this one times. Tell me how to use Tail Beast Bomb. Trouble. Can he stop another one? Gaara frowned. He wasn't the only one. Many of the ground soldiers were looking up with despair in their eyes. Their only hope right now was Yuta, who was still up there in the air, closes to the falling meteor. Yuta? Rika asked with worried tone. Though she knew Yuta was strong, but the big meteor was scary for her. Can I shatter it again? Well, of course I can, shouted Yuta. His hands were already at a peculiar stand. Both fists out forwards, hands extended. I can't use this technique, much due to how much time it takes to charge it up, and how easy it is to avoid it. But when the damn stone is rushing right towards me, then I have no problem using this. Yuta smirked. He had enough time in his hands to power up this technique. Rofa 50, Shock Overdrive. Roquogan. This was the 7th form of the Navy's 6 style. Crack. Once again the sky shattered. Roquogan. Yuta used the 7th form of the Navy's 6 styles, crashing the meteor and completely shattering it again. Another meteor was shattered in front of everyone's eyes, but even this time it was hardly believable for others, what he was able to accomplish. He did it, God, he did it. Who is that? Which village he is from? Someone asked. Stop wasting time, quickly get out of there. Gaara too was surprised at Yuta's power, but he shouted seeing another barrage of broken pieces of meteor raining down. He of course uses sand to shield them. He really did it, amazing. Temari saw this with wide eyes, completely amazed. Good. This much is needed to make me take this fight seriously. Come on, fight me, Madara shouted with a little excitement. This was no Hashirama, but Yuta really shocked him. Yuta, on the other hand, sighed in relief. Using this much power needed too much stamina for him, though he will recover it soon. But still this means that his physique still wasn't strong enough to handle Rofa at a higher level for a long time. He, using Soru, slowly came down, further surprising others how he was able to walk in the air. As soon as he was down to the ground, Naruto rushed at him with stars in his eyes, ready to ask a bazillion questions. But before he could do that, Madara on the side made his next move. Let's see how you handle this. Madara stood unfazed. With a single hand sign, he invoked Hashirama's would release, deep forest emergence. The ground began to quake as massive tree roots burst forth, growing rapidly into a dense forest that spread across the battlefield. The enormous trees surged toward Yuta, Naruto, and the Shinobi Alliance, their branches and roots aiming to crush and entangle everything in their path. The sheer scale of the technique left the shinobi paralyzed in fear. Is he trying to bury us alive? Shouted one panicked shinobi. Yuta clenched his fists, his golden aura flaring to life once more. He was ready to use his Rofa to shatter the incoming forest, just as he had done with the meteors. But the range of the attack is way too large. Yuta felt helpless at this. However, before he could act, Naruto stepped forward. "I've got this one," Naruto exclaimed, determination blazing in his eyes. In an instant, Naruto formed his signature hand sign. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Hundreds of Naruto clones appeared. Each clone charged forward, Razengans of varying sizes spinning in their hands. Rasengan Barrage. Naruto shouted as his army of clones surged toward the rapidly growing forest. The clones darted between the massive roots and trunks, slamming their Razengans into the wood. Each impact caused a powerful explosion, splintering the growing trees and halting their advance. The Shinobi Alliance watched in awe as Naruto's clones tirelessly fought back the forest. "He's holding it back," one shinobi exclaimed in disbelief. Madara raised an eyebrow, slightly impressed. "Ah, so the Jinchuriki is also an interesting character," he muttered. As the forest continued to emerge, Naruto's clones relentlessly countered, determined to protect his comrades. "Cool. Shadow Clone is such a cheat man. Why the system never give me this?" Yuta shouted a little envious here. Naruto alone hold back the entire emerging forest. Pretty impressive. The biggest problem with Edo Tensei is that he don't die, neither they run out of chakra. Meaning both Naruto and he could run out of chakra and hero time, but Madara can keep going. Before the fight could resume, a sudden burst of chakra filled the air. 4 powerful figures appeared on the battlefield in a flash. Tsunade, Reikage, Inoki, and Meitarumi stood side by side, their determination clear. "Leave this to us," Tsunade declared, her voice firm. Reikage cracked his knuckles. "Madara, Uchiha, we'll end you here." "Whoa, just in time. Thanks for coming. I don't want to fight that monster. It's scary." Yuta channeled his inner Kizaru and quickly backed off. He still haven't gotten any mission yet. He didn't want to fight in the first place, but that damn Kabuto keep targeting him. Others saw him and recognized him as that strong, unknown individual. They had questions for him about his intentions, but before that he was gone. Mix along the thousands who trying to hide, just like him. "Why? Yuta, what are you doing? We have to fight him," Naruto shouted, surprised how swiftly Yuta was gone. Others were equally surprised. Madara smirked, amused. "Ah, the 5 Kage together at last. But I'm not interested in you right now, so go away," Madara said while still keeping eye on Yuta. Naruto was hard-headed as always. He went after Yuta to drag him back out of the crowd. Naruto glanced at Yuta. "I'll leave this to the Kages. I need to help the others. Please help them out," he said, rushing off to assist the alliance. "Fuck, you're going and just drag me to fight Madara. Fuck you." The battle began with Reikage charging Madara at lightning speed, his fists crackling with electricity. Madara casually blocked the attacks with his bare hands, his strength matching the Reikage's. Mei unleashed a torrent of lava and acid mist, attempting to overwhelm Madara, but he countered with a massive fireball, dissipating her attack. Tsunade leaped into the fray, her superhuman strength shattering the ground as she aimed a punch at Madara. He deflected her strike, sending her flying backward. Inoki hovered above, preparing his dust release, detachment of the primitive world technique. The cube of energy shot toward Madara, but he summoned a massive wooden shield which would release, nullifying the attack. "Is this all the Kage can muster?" Madara mocked, his voice dripping with disdain. The 5 Kage coordinated their efforts, attacking in unison with a flurry of elemental jutsu and physical strikes. Yet, Madara's movements were precise and effortless. His Susanoo emerged briefly to block a particularly dangerous attack, its ethereal blue armor making the Kage's efforts seem futile. Even with their combined strength, it became clear that the Kage were being overwhelmed. Madara's power was relentless, and his taunts only fueled their desperation. Tsunade panted heavily, blood trickling from a cut on her forehead. How the gap is so big," she shouted. Yuta, watching from a distance, frowned. He could see the Kage faltering, Nothing that he didn't expect, but still it was hard to see, especially when he had to fight Madara. More like the bastard go after him as soon as he is done with them. And he don't have a problem fighting him, but what's his end for him? Where is the bloody quest? When Madara unleashed a devastating wave of attacks, sending all 5 Kage crashing to the ground, Yuda's patience ran out. But that was exactly when the quest appeared as well. Yuta saw the 5 Kages staring the 5 Susanoo coming at them with despair in their eyes. I have to say that this Madara is a bully. He himself is much weaker than Hashirama. Even with the help of Ninetail, he lost, and ultimately had to use Hashirama's cell to live on. If not the hacks like a Zanami, he would have died a long time ago. Yuta muttered with a little twitch to his eyes. If possible, he didn't want to fight with someone like Madara. Currently, it's not possible to beat this guy. But the quest just came in. Yuta saw the quest with a sigh. It stated that he has to beat Madara. Now, how are you going to do that? He had no idea how one's supposed to beat an immortal zombie which regenerate from pretty much anything and have endless chakra. But he knew that he had to do it. Right now, he can only believe on his Rofa. That might be the only thing which could help him against Madara. At least he should be happy that Madara was much weaker right now compared to when he became the Jinchuriki of 10 Tails. He is too strong, said Mei with a trembling in her voice. She was expecting a powerful shinobi when she heard that it was Madara, but this was too much. 5 clones, and all using Susanoo. Who would want to fight someone like him? He is as strong as ever. I knew it. I have seen him fight years ago, this man. He is no longer just any shinobi. Only Hashirama Senju could have fight him. Anoki said with gritting his teeth. Tsunade right now was just so frustrated at her own weakness that she couldn't say anything anymore. But just as those 5 clones of Susanoo who were marching towards them, they stopped out of nowhere. So you are finally ready to step in. Madara, who was sitting on the side, smiled, and glared at Yuta, who was the only one there now since the main army went ahead alongside Naruto. Seems like I have no other option here. Yuta sighs as he slowly stepped forwards, making his presence known to those Kages as well. That kid, he's still here? Reikage asked with confusion. Wait a minute, is that? Tsunade's eyes widened. Yes. Sharingan. Anoki nodded. Hokage. What is this? Is he from Konoha? What's a Uchiha doing here? I thought Sasuke Uchiha was the last one. Reikage shouted. He was getting increasingly irritated dealing with all the Sharingan wielders. First Sasuke attacked his brother. Then a masked man calling himself Madara Uchiha announced the start of the 4th Great Shinobi War, and lastly the real Madara beat the shit out of them. Madara smirked. He was only interested in fighting that boy right now. The boy wasn't weak, but he wasn't strong either. The real reason why he was interested in fighting him was how different he was. He was an Uchiha, but he didn't use chakra. He didn't use any shinobi fighting skill either, just normal punches and kicks. There was that golden energy around him, curse energy, he said, and then there was also that heart beating which made him stronger. And there was also his Mangekyo. He is yet to see it. You're no ordinary shinobi, Madara remarked, his tone carrying a mix of amusement and curiosity. I'm no shinobi, Yuta replied without hesitation. He just looked at the sky. It was already dark. In few hours the night will come. So he didn't have to worry about hero time running out. The fight began with taijutsu, both warriors charging at each other with blinding speed. Yuta's fists met Madara's strikes, each blow causing shockwaves that rippled through the ground. Yuta's precision and speed with his Sharingan and Rofa allowed him to match Madara's in terms of power. However, if there was one thing which he was hugely lacking, then it would be fighting experience. Madara was a pure genius when it came to fighting. He didn't have to experience it to know it. The man just beat the shit out of the 5 Kages just a little while ago. Ah, this weakening feeling, such a strange power. If I wasn't an Edo Tensei reincarnation, I am sure that by now my chakra would have weakened to the point I wouldn't be able to use it, even after having Mangekyo. Madara admitted, his Sharingan analyzing Yuta's movements. But this is not enough. Madara suddenly swept low with a kick, forcing Yuta to flip backward to avoid it. In an instant, Madara closed the gap, aiming a powerful punch. Yuta countered Yuta, used paper body to dodge, surprising Madara, and then pulled back, but not before sending a tempest kick at his way. Madara frowned as he saw a compressed air blade coming at him. This wasn't chakra, and it was different than curse energy, which Yuta said earlier as well. What is this power? Once again, he saw that he can't overpower Yuta with taijutsu. In fact, if he continue like this, then he will be the one who will lose all his strength. Madara, in just few exchanges with Yuta, weakened so much that he unwilling had to make distance from him. With this power, he is a nightmare of any close combat shinobi. Madara thought, but the smirk on his face never faltered. If anything, he now was more interested in fighting with Yuta. Madara transitioned to ninjutsu. He clapped his hands, summoning a massive fire dragon that roared across the battlefield. Yuta responded with pure speed, vanishing with Soru from sight and reappearing behind Madara to deliver a devastating kick. Madara absorbed the blow, smirking as he countered with would release deep forest bloom. Giant trees erupted from the ground, their roots snaking toward Yuta. Yuta didn't flinch. Dum-dum, dum-dum-dum-dum, dum-dum. King's engine started, bringing everyone's attention towards him. Only now that other Kages who were injured quite a bit by fighting with Madara react to Yuta. That boy's still hanging up there. What? Don't tell me that you weren't watching until now. He is doing really well, though his fighting style really doesn't resemble a shinobi. What with that golden lightning around him? I can't sense any chakra from him. Forget about that. What's this beating, this suffocating aura, and what up with the Sharingan? Kages talk among themselves, though they knew that it was because of Yuta that they were alive, so they didn't make any wrong moves. With King's engine active, Yuta leapt into the air, smashing his fist downward with Rofa-enhanced strength, obliterating the trees in one strike. The explosion of debris clouded the area as both fighters continued to trade blows and techniques. Quite impressive, Madara admitted, brushing dust off his armor. But let's see how you handle this. With a single hand sign, Madara summoned his Susanoo. The massive blue warrior towered over the battlefield, its glowing eyes staring down at Yuta. It wielded a colossal sword that gleamed ominously. Yuta clenched his fists, his body tense. He instinctively knew that the next attack is going to be hard to handle. As the giant Susanoo raised its sword and swung down with tremendous force, Yuta's instincts screamed at him. Time seemed to slow. He could dodge with time skip, but then he realized that the attack path fall where the Kages were. Shit, I have to tank this one. His vision blurred momentarily, and then he felt it, his eyes burning, transforming. Just as he was about to use more of his Rofa with shock power, he suddenly realized something after seeing the upcoming attack from the Susanoo. It was like a bulb lit up inside him. And just as the giant sword of Susanoo was about to fall on top of him, something stopped the falling sword. This was another sword, a golden sword which looked just like the one he stopped. All right, I always wanted to do this. Let's go. Susanoo. He could feel it. This world chakra. The reason why, even after having Mangekyo, he can't use chakra is due to the fact that he don't have chakra. Usually, his hero time can manipulate already existing powers to accomplish what he do. Like Rofa, even when he is not in the JJK world, the weakening effect could take place naturally. However, when it comes to Susanoo, the thing is completely made out of chakra. It's not possible to do it in other world. But when he is in this world, well, it's different. As Madara's Susanoo swung its massive blade down, Yuta raised his hand instinctively. Golden energy erupted around him, forming a towering figure of his own. A majestic golden Susanoo with fierce, radiant eyes took shape, its armor shining like the sun. The blade of Madara's Susanoo clashed against Yuta's, and the ground beneath them quaked from the impact. From a distance, the five Kage watched in utter shock. What is this? Tsunade murmured, her eyes wide. Another Susanoo? Madarumi exclaimed. But it's golden. Reikage clenched his fists. Who is this kid? Another Mangekyo. Hokage, what's going on? Were you keeping this guy hidden all this time? Anoki floated nearby, his voice trembling. So, that's why the kid is so strong. He has the same power as him. Anoki said, and then looked at Madara. Gaara remained silent, his eyes fixed on the battle. He didn't care much about others' things right now. What mattered to him was whether Yuta can win. I has one in a 1 in a million chance of seeing how powerful Madara was, but maybe. Yuta was the last hope. If you don't win, then they all are good as gone. Earlier there was no hope, but after seeing Susanoo now, there might be a way. Madara, on the other hand, smirked. He was waiting for this exact thing, but then he froze because he saw Yuta's eyes. Those eyes were exactly like his. Even Yuta's Susanoo was much like him, just different in color. This made him stunt for a second. Was the boy from his direct line? But how is that possible? He never married, nor his brother. So, Yuta's golden Susanoo clashed with Madara's in a series of strikes that sent shockwaves rippling through the desert. Blades of pure energy met with ear-splitting force, each swing causing explosions of chakra and debris to scatter across the battlefield. "You've truly caught my interest, boy," Madara said, his voice carrying a hint of amusement. "To think someone like you exists in this era." Yuta smirked. "Haha, this is my first time using Susanoo." He didn't care. He was just excited to be able to use Susanoo, and that's it. Madara's blue Susanoo charged forward, unleashing a flurry of strikes with its massive sword. Yuta's golden Susanoo met each strike with precision, countering with its own blade. As the fight progressed, something began to change. The energy of Yuta's Rofa started as already mixed with his Susanoo, so upon every contact, he was still getting effect of weakening the enemy. Madara frowned, noticing the cracks forming along the surface of his Susanoo's armor. This damn curse energy, even the boy's Susanoo, can use this power, it weakening my own Susanoo. Yuta smirked. It's a little too taxing on hero time, but it's worth it. Yuta's golden Susanoo pressed the attack, delivering a powerful slash that sent Madara's blue Susanoo staggering backward. Though Madara didn't care about using more chakra to maintain the continuously weakening Susanoo, but still it was hard. And if this kept on going like this, then soon his Susanoo will shatter before he can pour more chakra into it. The ground trembled as Yuta's Susanoo unleashed a barrage of strikes, each one growing stronger as Madara's defenses weakened. Madara narrowed his eyes, trying to maintain his composure. He pushed his Susanoo forward, its sword glowing with chakra as he swung with all his might. Yuta's Susanoo blocked the strike, its golden blade holding firm against the overwhelming force. Only Susanoo won't do. That golden power work even better in the pure chakra armor like Susanoo, Madara admitted, his tone still calm, but with a trace of frustration. "All right, brat, try this then." Madara jumped back, his Susanoo disappear. Yuta was about to persuade, but Yuta felt the ground trembling as soon as Madara got out of his Susanoo. In the next second, he saw a Woden golem coming out of the ground. This was yet another Hashirama's jutsu. Madara bastard copied even this one. "What is I thinking?" Yuta muttered to himself, but then realized. Madara once again mounted on the giant Woden golem and opened his Mangekyo to wrap his Susanoo around the wooden golem. That's such a cheap move. Yuta was left gobsmacked. This never happened in the anime. The ground trembled as Madara unleashed his next move. His Susanoo merged with a massive wooden golem, creating an enormous, menacing figure. The golem's wooden fists, wrapped in Susanoo armor, glowed with immense power as it towered over Yuta's golden Susanoo. Yuta gritted his teeth, his golden Susanoo raising its sword to block an incoming punch from the colossal beast. The clash sent shockwaves rippling across the battlefield, forcing nearby shinobi to retreat. Yuta's Susanoo staggered under the force of the blow, its once dominant aura flickering slightly. "You've done well to push me this far," Madara said, his voice booming from within the golem. "But this is where it ends. The combination of Hashirama's would release and my Susanoo is unstoppable." Yuta leaped back, his Susanoo slashing at the golem's armored arms, but it was like hitting a mountain. Each strike barely left a mark, and the wooden golem countered with overwhelming force. Its punches shattered the ground, sending debris flying everywhere. Yuta's Susanoo blocked another massive strike, but cracks began to form in its golden armor. "This isn't working," Yuta muttered under his breath. Despite the power of Rofa weakening Madara's constructs, the sheer size and strength of the golem-Susanoo combination made it nearly impossible to keep up. The wooden golem roared, swinging both its arms down in a crushing blow. Yuda's Susanoo blocked the attack, but the impact caused it to kneel. Yuda clenched his fists, frustration bubbling inside him. "Let's end this. If you were born a little earlier, then maybe you could have been some use to me," Madara taunted. Yuda pursed his lips and pondered what his next move should be. He let his Susanoo dissolve, its golden energy dissipating into the air. Madara raised an eyebrow, intrigued by Yuda's actions. "Giving up?" Madara asked. Yuda shook his head, stepping forward without hesitation. "Not giving up. I have another idea." His Susanoo disappeared as he closed his hands. His stance shifted, and the rhythmic sound of his heart, King's engine, resonated through the battlefield once again. Dum-dum, dum-dum-dum, dum-dum-dum-dum-dum-dum. This power is so new that I hardly had time getting familiar with it, but it's almost perfect in this situation, Yuda said, a faint smirk forming on his lips. And something strange happened. Hands started to pour out of the ground. His body became surrounded by an ethereal glow as he activated his Hana no Mi. Suddenly, dozens of golden arms sprouted from the ground behind him, their energy radiating strength. In moments, those arms multiplied until they formed a colossal figure, a 200-meter-tall Buddha with 1,000 hands. Each hand shimmered with Yuda's Rofa energy. The battlefield went silent. Every Kage stared in awe at the towering figure. "What is that?" Tsunade murmured, her eyes wide with disbelief. "Is it? What style?" Inoki speculated. He was the only one who has seen Hashirama in action, so he knew better, but he's struggling to comprehend the sheer scale of the technique. "No," Gaara said, observing closely. "It's something else entirely." Even Madara's eyes widened slightly. This technique, it's almost identical to Hashirama's true 1,000 hands. But how? It's not what style. Yuda opened his eyes, his Mangekyo glowing brightly. Hana no Mi, 1,000 hands Buddha." The Buddha statue raised its massive arms, the air vibrating with the force of the movement. Yuda's chakra surged as each hand was infused with Rofa energy, amplifying their destructive power. And then let's add this to, Yuda thought to himself, and white halo appear on every hand of the Buddha. This was the shock power. "Now, then, Asterskopf, Madara," Yuda declared, his voice steady but fierce. The Buddha statue's hands descended like a tidal wave of destruction, each palm glowing with Rofa energy. The shock waves from the attack alone tore through the ground, creating massive craters. The shock power was reducing everything to dust. Madara's wooden golem raised its arms to block, but the sheer number and force of the palms overwhelmed it. Each strike weakened the golem's structure, the Rofa energy nullifying its regenerative properties and wearing down the Susanoo armor wrapped around it. Rofa weakened Susanoo, while the shock power reduced the wooden golem into dust. Madara gritted his teeth, his confidence shaken. "Impossible," he muttered as the golem started to crack under the relentless barrage. The Kages watched in stunned silence, unable to comprehend the sheer power they were witnessing. The final blow came as the Buddha's largest palm, infused with concentrated Rofa energy, struck the golem directly. The force shattered the construct, sending shock waves rippling across the desert. Madara was forced to leap back, his Edo Tensei body visibly struggling to reform under the oppressive effects of Rofa. Not so quick. But Yuda wasn't having it. He had to defeat Madara. In second, he was on top of Madara, his hands having the same power of shock as his Buddha earlier. Rofa 50 shock overdrive, Gatling. In seconds, thousands of punches fell on Madara. The speed of those blows were so much that it started to shred Madara's body into small pieces. But Yuda didn't let go. He uses every bit of power to reduce Madara's into dust. As the dust settled, the battlefield was left in ruins, the ground scarred from the overwhelming assault. Yuda stood atop the debris, his Buddha statue looming behind him like a guardian. Madara was nowhere to be seen. He was only dust now, and after that many attacks, even his body will take time reforming. Did he won? Tsunade asked, still in disbelief. What was that power? Are you sure that boy is not from Konoha and is not a shinobi? Whatever. That doesn't matter right now, he won. That all that matter. Hey kid, where's Madara? Those Kage started talking, but Yuta didn't reply. He was panting by now. Using this much power was exhausting. Rofa, Hana Nomi, Shock Power, Mangekyo, and more took way to much HT and stamina. Hero time, 1 hour 40 minutes left. His mouth turned down in a scowl. He started with full 3 hours, and it was reduced to now less than 2 hours. He only fight for a few minutes in the entire day, and yet he lost an entire hour worth of HT. But what he was looking for was accomplished. He got the rewards, and the mission was completed. Major Quests, Bane of Azura, complete. Main Quest, defeat Madara. Reward, weapon update card. Oh, this is pretty good, much better than that useless wig. Though calling it useless is not right, but still I prefer this. I still have the playful cloud which Maki gave me. Shame that I can't use it more due to the strength issue. Constant fear that I will break it, I hardly use that. Even after my raw strength was reduced a lot with the merger of both RCT and OFA, I still can't use Playful Cloud because even 30% Rofa is too much for the curse weapon, let alone Rofa at 50%. However, if I get a good upgrade, then why not? I would love to use that weapon more. Yuta thought to himself and smiled. He was ready to upgrade his weapon, didn't stop. He saw the slowly regenerating body of Madara and look around. Though there's a possibility that sealing him even after he was reduced to dust might not work, but trying it out doesn't cost right. Shame that there was no sealing shinobi here. Yuta signed, completely forgetting that Gaara was stood at sealing. And that was also the time when his system blinked one more time, again ready to transfer the world. Strange. This was strange. Usually system doesn't give world-hopping option this easily. Yuta thought to himself, and then wonder what he should do. Should he stay here, or should he go to another world? He looked at the regenerating Madara's body in him. Forget it. If it was any other time, then I would have stayed, but as soon as that man regenerate, he will again come after me. I'd rather not stay here, especially when he become Jinchuriki of 10 Tails. Not to mention, only by completing this small task that I can go back to the JJK world. Damn that ghetto, I'm gonna gut him once I got back. The soft sway of the boat and the smell of salt in the air were the first things Yuta noticed as he stirred awake. His body ached slightly, but his senses were sharp enough to pick up the hum of voices nearby. Who is this guy? A gruff voice asked, laced with confusion. He just fell from the sky. Another chimed in, disbelief evident. Oi, are you sure he's alive? He doesn't look like one of ours, a third voice added, grumbling. Yuta groaned, slowly sitting up. As his vision cleared, he saw several large men surrounding him, each with a unique presence. Their conversations were loud, casual, yet tinged with an underlying tension. Hey, quiet down. Marco's calm yet firm voice broke through. He's awake. Yuta blinked, looking at the crowd. Then a realization hit him like a tidal wave. The blonde-haired man with pineapple head, the massive figure with a crescent-shaped mustache at the far end of the deck. He was on the Whitebeard pirate's ship. Back to One Piece this quick, strange. But he didn't voice it and started acting. Where am I? Yuta asked cautiously, his voice hoarse. You're on the Moby Dick, Marco replied, folding his arms. You fell out of the sky and landed right in the middle of our deck. Mind explaining yourself? Before Yuta could respond, another pirate interrupted. We don't have time for this. Just leave, he don't have time. That's right. Another agreed. We're preparing for battle, Marco. We can't babysit some random skyfaller. Whitebeard, who had been silent so far, let out a booming laugh that silenced the crew. Gururara, calm down, all of you. His deep voice was commanding yet kind. He turned his sharp gaze toward Yuta. Boy, who are you and how come you landed on Moby Dick, explain? Whitebeard asked. Yuta was shocked until now. How come he directly fell on top of Whitebeard's ship? It even took him some time to come to deal with the current situation he was in, but then he calmed himself down. This is what I wanted, why worry? Yuta shook his head. This was exactly what he was aiming for all this time. He wanted to meet Whitebeard so that he can learn shock power from him. I didn't intend to come here, but I was looking for you nonetheless. Yuta started, looking at Whitebeard with intent. Whitebeard narrowed his eyes, now sure what he was thinking, but the situation was tense for sure. Yuta could feel it that this was not just because he fell from sky out of nowhere. There was something else going on. And why you were looking for me? Whitebeard asked with cold tone. To learn from you. Yuta didn't care about the tone. He replied and then got up. It's better to show him than to explain the situation. Grrrr. Whitebeard laughed and increased his pressure on Yuta, not believing what Yuta told him. But before he could say anything, Yuta got up and made a fist, making the situation even more tense. If not for the observation hockey, others didn't notice that Yuta had no bad intention. They would have long taken action. Whitebeard also just stood there, waiting for what Yuta was about to do, but the next second him, including everyone else, were frozen on their place because a golden halo appeared on Yuta's hand. Though the color was different, there was no mistaking it that this was the same power as Whitebeard, the power of shock. How is this possible? Impossible. Guerrero, an interesting boy. Yuta slightly moved his fist and hit the air, instantly crackling the air around his fist, clearing everyone's doubt that this was indeed the power of shock fruit. As you can see, I have similar power as yours. I want you to teach me how to use this power well. Yuta said, his eyes still glaring at Whitebeard. This is impossible. Dad, don't listen to him. He must have done some trick here. There is no way two people can have similar devil fruit power. Boy, who are you? Tell us honestly or don't bother leaving the ship alive. The threats keep on coming, but Yuta didn't care. Ultimately, it has to be Whitebeard's decision. It depends on him what he do. Gurura. Interesting kid. Tell me why you think I should teach you. Whitebeard asked, though he was interested in knowing how Yuta had the same power as his, but he didn't bother asking about that. Because you're the only one who can. Get lost, Whitebeard said with annoyed face. No can do. You teach me, or I will stay here and won't move. Yuta said with determination on his face. There is no way he is letting this chance slip from his hand. Just pick him up and throw him out of the ship. Someone shouted, and many people started to move towards him. Yuta remained there, not moving, glaring at Whitebeard. He didn't even move until those members of the Whitebeard pirates carried him to the edge of the ship and was almost ready to throw him out. Whitebeard, who wasn't giving attention to Yuta, finally looked at him at the corner of his eyes. Everyone knew that devil fruit users can't swim, but even now the boy was not resisting. He remained there, no moving. Give up, he wondered. But soon he lost interest. Right now, he didn't have time to waste on that kid. And soon he was thrown out of the ship. 1 minute passed. 2 minutes passed. As it was nearing 3 minutes, Whitebeard finally spoke. Marco, take that kid out. Leave him to the nearest island. Yes. Marco was about to go and pick up Yuta, only to find that Yuta was swinging alongside with Moby Dick, not drowning. Dad, look at this, that guy is drowning. He's swimming alongside Moby Dick. What? How's that possible? Since that guy had devil fruit power. What's going on? Whitebeards, who already lost interest in Yuta, also turned to Marco, who said this with disbelief looked plastered on his face. Gurura. Interesting kid indeed. Yuta stood at the edge of the Moby Dick's deck, staring at Whitebeard. The towering man had just dropped a bombshell on him, and Yuta was struggling to process it. You want me to teach you how to use a shock-based power like my Gura know me? Whitebeard repeated, his deep voice calm but firm. The fact that Yuta was able to swim was too big, even more than he has same devil fruit power as Whitebeard. This completely defined the natural understanding of devil fruits and the curse of the sea. But still, even if curious, Whitebeard had nothing to do with it. However, upon Yuta chasing the fast-moving Moby Dick for a long time, he had no other option but to let the boy up. Half the reason was that this was very similar to what he once experienced in his youth. Kazuki Odin, Something similar happened with him when he first boarded Whitebeard pirates. I don't want to. I don't have time for that. I'm going to save my son, Ace. I'm not moving from here until you. Huh. Yuta, like a broken record, was about to repeat what he was repeating for last 2 hours. Even he had to say that this was the most stubborn version of him. But when he actually registered what Whitebeard said, he almost choked. Yuta's eyes widened in shock. Ace. He thought back to his last visit to the One Piece world. Back then, he had traveled through Alabasta and briefly crossed paths with Ace. Wait a second, Yuta said, stepping closer. Ace, are you talking about Portgas the Ace? What's going on? Why does he need saving? He internally knew why, but the timeline didn't add up. He was in the Naruto world for only few hours. How come so much time passed here in One Piece world? You know Ace? Vista asked with suspicion. Met him once in Alabasta. Yuta nodded and quickly said, once again asking what happened to Ace. Marco stepped in, arms crossed. Ace was captured by the Marines. They're planning to execute him at Marineford to send a message to all pirates. Yuta clenched his fists. Marineford? That means this is the Paramount War. The time difference between his visits had thrown him right into one of the most critical moments in this world. He wasn't expecting this. He thought he had time. This means that 1 hour equal to 1 day doesn't apply to all the worlds. This was bad. Now he was only thinking how much time has passed since he left MHA world and JJK world. I want to go with you, Yuta said firmly, looking directly at Whitebeard. I've met Ace before in Alabasta. I know him. I want to help save him. The Whitebeard pirates exchanged glances. Marco shook his head. No, this is our fight. You might have met Ace, but you're not one of us. Gurira, kid, who do you think I am? I am Whitebeard. I don't need help from a snort-knot kid like you to save my son, Whitebeard added, his mustache twitching as he smirked. Marco, throw him out in the next island. Yuta shut up at this, though he personally didn't want both Ace and Whitebeard to die, but the old man was right. He had nothing to do with this. He purses his lips, knowing that right now he can't ask for the old man to teach him, and after this Whitebeard most likely will be dead. He can't help but feel frustrated. What's the point going through all that trouble to learn from him, if this is going to happen any? Yuta was now thinking that he should just get out of the ship, but that was when a familiar sound of the system rang in his ears. Major quest, the very, very, very strongest. Main quest, take part in Summit War and save Ace and Whitebeard pirates. Reward? Great, just great. Yuta's frustration boiled over. If you won't let me come willingly, then I'll fight you for it. The crew silent down at this, disbelief spreading among them. A young boy, even younger than Ace, challenging Whitebeard himself? It was absurd. Whitebeard's laugh rumbled like thunder. Gururara, you got spirit, I'll give you that. Fine, boy. Let's see what you've got. Without hesitation, Yuta launched himself at Whitebeard. He vanished from his place and reappeared in front of the towering pirate, aiming a powerful Rofa punch at his chest. Whitebeard blocked it with his massive bicento, the force of the clash shaking the deck. Yuta, of course, wasn't planning on fighting Whitebeard's all out. What he wanted to do was to show that he was strong enough that Whitebeard take him to Marineford. The fight was intense, but short-lived. Whitebeard's sheer strength was overwhelming, even for Yuta. Every swing of his Naginata created shockwaves that forced Yuta on the defensive. Yuta knew that he can't waste too much HT if he wished fight in Marineford, so he kept his hand. Eventually, Whitebeard landed a crushing blow that sent Yuta skidding across the deck. Yuta just stood up without any problem, just glaring at Whitebeard. Gurura, interesting boy. Why not use all of your power? Whitebeard asked, lowering his weapon. Yuta wiped the blood from his lip and stood tall. Because you're not my enemy. Take me with you. I want to save Ace. I don't care whether you're Whitebeard or Superman. I will go to Marineford, one way or other. Yuta glares right at Whitebeard, not backing down. Now it's not just about his personal choice. He had a quest to complete. He stepped forward, and the next second he was gone. Using time skip, he vanished from everyone's eyes. Even Whitebeard wasn't able to track his movements. Whitebeard and others spread their observation hockey to Yuta, but before they could pick up on Yuta's movements, Whitebeard felt something on his chest. Before Whitebeard could react, Yuba placed his hands on the old man's chest. A wave of RCT energy spread through Whitebeard's body, easing his injuries and restoring his vitality. Everything happened in seconds, not enough for others to react. Only Whitebeard could have reacted, but after sensing no hostility against himself, Whitebeard too didn't do anything. In the next movement, his eyes widened, because he felt his body restoring itself. His body, which had wounds for and weakness, was fading away. The crew watched in stunned silence as Whitebeard straightened, his usual aches and pains fading away. He flexed his massive arms, a rare look of surprise crossing his face. "What did you do?" Whitebeard asked, his voice for the first time showing surprise. "I healed you. That another one of my powers, one more reason besides my power that you should take me with you," Yuba said simply. "With my reverse curse technique. You're in better shape now than you've been in years." The silence lingered for a moment before Whitebeard let out a booming laugh. "Gururara, kid, do you really think that just because you can heal me, I will take you with me?" Whitebeard asked, but in his voice there was a lingering threat. Marco stepped forward, still cautious. "Pops, are you really healed?" Marco was the most shocked when Whitebeard agreed that Yuba heal him. Even his phoenix fruits can't completely heal Whitebeard old injuries. "Gururara, I feel like I'm 20 years younger." Whitebeard laughed. "Yes, because I am the only way you can prevent more deaths of you sons. You already have seen my power and healing capabilities. There are 3 admirals there, and both Sengoku and Garp are also present. Take me with you, and I will prevent any unnecessary death from Whitebeard's PRDs." Yuba said once again, waiting for Whitebeard's anger. As for why heal Whitebeard, well, that mainly to increase the chances of his own survivor. As the quest state, Yuba don't have to just save Ace, but also save Whitebeard's and his pirate group. It's going to be hard. Whitebeard paused then, though he don't tell others, but he knew that the only way to save Ace was to give up his own life in Marineford. That possibility now was gone. With his weak body completed healed, he can be sure that he won't die. But still saving Ace from there would be hard. Not to mention, just to save one son, he would be putting many others into dangers. Yuba was right. Earlier he didn't have any other option, but now that Yuba was here, he didn't want to put his sons into dangers. Whitebeard nodded, his grin wide. "We're taking him with us. Let's go save Ace." Yuba only exhaled in relief after hearing this. "Cool. Then you will teach me after we are done rescuing Ace." Yuba asked. "Gurura, cheeky brat." The atmosphere at Marineford was tense. The vast plaza filled with rows of Marine soldiers, vice admirals, and some of the world's strongest fighters, all waiting for the execution of Port Ghasty Ace. The 3 admirals, Akainu, Akiji, and Kazu, sat in front of the execution platform, where Ace was chained, looking defiant despite his situation. Sengoku stepped forward to address the gathered forces and the watching world through the live broadcast. His voice boomed across the plaza. "Before we begin this execution, there is something the world must know. The true identity of Port Ghasty Ace." This statement caught everyone's attention, even Ace himself. Sengoku continued, his tone heavy with importance. "Ace, who is your father?" Sengoku asks. Others have no idea why Sengoku asked this, but they waited. Whitebeard's Ace replied without any hesitation. "Wrong. Who is your father?" Sengoku asked again, but Ace repeated his original answer. "I only have one father, and his name is Whitebeard." "Lies," Sengoku immediately said. "Ace is the biological son of Port Ghasty, Rouge, and Jold, Roger." The revelation sent shockwaves across Marineford and the world. The Marines stood in stunned silence, while Ace gritted his teeth, his face a mixture of anger and frustration. The gathered pirates in the sea, watching through their din mushy, were equally shocked. Meanwhile, under the water, the Whitebeard pirates were making their move. Using the special coating on their ships, they had silently navigated beneath the Marine fleet. The Moby Dick and its allied ships rose from the depths, their massive forms emerging like sea monsters. Everyone hold on tight, Marco called out as the water surged around them. The Marines scrambled in shock as the ships broke through, crashing into the plaza. Whitebeard himself stood at the helm of the Moby Dick, his imposing figure commanding immediate attention. Gururara, Sengoku, it's been a long time. Tell me, is my son okay? Whitebeard roared, his voice echoing across the battlefield. And that's how the Summit War had begun. Yuta remembered all of this. This might be the only arc that he couldn't skip even if he wanted to do. Ace! Yuta was standing behind Whitebeard. He looked at Ace with contemplation on his face. He wondered whether he could take Ace away from there if he pushed his time skip ability. He no longer was limited to only 1 second of the time skip. He could go up to 2 to 3 seconds and up to 5 seconds if he pushed himself. That should be enough time to close the gap and reach to Ace with his speed. However, the real problem was the sea stone chain binding him. Yuta wasn't sure whether he could remove those handcuffs in time. It wouldn't be that big of an issue if not for the Sengoku who was standing right beside Ace. I either need a key for that lock or remove Sengoku from there to take away Ace. Yuta muttered to himself and started planning. He remembers that Luffy got 1 key from Hancock, so either he has to wait until Luffy comes here or he has to find another way. He again glared at Sengoku and let the idea go. Even with Hananomi's powers, with Sengoku there, it's hard to take Ace out in time. Without a key, Yuta is not confident that he can break the sea stone prism chains in time. At least no before Sengoku can capture them. I have to wait for the time being. Yuta muttered to himself and then enter the ongoing fight. Just as he remembers from the anime, the heavy hitters won't be joining the fight soon. So he too have to stay low until the time is right. So, in that case, Yuta took out Playful Cloud from his inventory and started swinging it towards those ordinary Navy soldiers. He wasn't using any hero time, relying only on the Playful Cloud's strength enchanting ability and his own physical power without HT. He started to knock out as many people as he could. Another big help was a Sharingan. Sharingan standalone does cost too much HT, so he was using alongside with his Playful Cloud. I have yet to use the weapon upgrade card on it. He remembered he wanted to see what kind of upgrade he could get, but unfortunately, he didn't have time. The battlefield at Marineford was pure chaos. Cannons fired from all directions, swords clashed, and powerful devil fruit abilities wreaked havoc on the ground and in the sky. A group of 5 soldiers charged at Yuta, their swords raised high. Yuta smirked, twisting his body as he dodged the first slash with ease. With a swift swing of Playful Cloud, he struck the first Marine in the stomach, sending him flying into the others like bowling pins. The power he exerted wasn't that much, but due to the enhancing effect of Playful Cloud, he was able to throw back soldiers almost twice and 3 times his size, this all without using HT. The main reason he was focused on saving HT right now was that his HT hadn't recovered. Before he could recover, he'd come to this world, so he still have only 2 hours of heights, which was still a lot, but he'd rather no use it and wait until it's necessary. Another Marine tried to catch him off guard from behind, but the Sharingan caught the movement. Yuta spun around and blocked the incoming attack. Using the momentum, he flipped Playful Cloud upward, disarming the Marine before delivering a hard strike to his chest, knocking him out cold. Too slow, Yuta muttered, turning to face the next wave. A squad of 10 Marines formed a line, aiming their rifles at him. Fire, the leader shouted. Yuta dashed forward. With Sharingan, he already predicted the path of the bullets. He didn't even have to use Rofa due to the bullets being much slower here, as they use very old variations of guns. He easily weaved between the bullets with precision. Before they could reload, he leapt high into the air and brought Playful Cloud crashing down, creating a shockwave that sent the entire squad tumbling to the ground. Dad, are you sure about him being here? Is he really that strong? Marco asked with confusion on his face. Seeing how Yuta was fighting against those low-level wastes, he couldn't say how strong the boy was. Gurura, don't mistake him, that brat is hiding his power from the very beginning. Besides healing and the same shock power as me, he is hiding even more, Whitebeard said with a loud laugh. Marco frowned at this. It was exactly why he was worried. The brat had too many secrets for them to take him along. Suddenly, 3 Marines rushed at him with spears. Yuba deflected the first attack with the tip of his weapon. By now, he has mastered the 3-sided nunchuck completely. He sidestepped the second and grabbed the third spear with his free hand. With a sharp twist, he yanked the spear away and used Playful Cloud to sweep all 3 attackers off their feet in one smooth motion. A larger Marine charged at him with a battle axe, yelling furiously. Yuba stood his ground, waiting for the perfect moment. As the axe came down, he sidestepped and struck the Marine's wrist, forcing him to drop the weapon. Yuba finished with an upward swing of Playful Cloud, sending the man sprawling onto his back. "Stay back. He's too strong," one of them yelled, but it was too late. Yuba has already taken down many of the navies by now. I also should focus on my stamina. Rest up a little and go at it again. This war not going to end anytime soon. Yuba mutters to himself and slowly back down. Let those other pirates in Whitebeard's fleet take the lead. After staying back for a few minutes, Yuba was ready to go back into the fray. By now, the low-level garbage had enough, and more powerful forces were ready to take action. The highest powers on the battlefield were, of course, Whitebeard, Sengoku, Garp, and the 3 Admirals. And of course, they were not going to act so early. And besides those people, the strongest force in the war were the 7 warlocks of the same, Vice Admirals of the Navy, and the team captains of Whitebeard pirates. Yuba planned to stay back until either of them was ready to move. Mihawk did attack Whitebeard at the very beginning of the war, but that was just an opening show, nothing more than that. So he stayed behind until he remembered that Sengoku will raise the wall around the Marine fort to keep pirate out, and then when the pressure was too much would quicken Ace's execution. He only by chance remembered his extremely important key point on time and got nervous. If that happens, then things can go bad for the pirates. No, can't let that happen. Yuba muttered to himself and rushed out. From his inventory, he took out the manga and quickly went through the pages of the manga. "I should have got a recap when I was in Moby Dick," Yuba complained. He fully intent to, but unfortunately, everyone had their eye on him like he was giving out free devil fruits. As he went through the mange, he remembered many of the forgotten plots from manga, but he didn't get how he could stop the wall from rising. There has to be a mechanism which controls the wall. Gotta find it. With that said, he was gone. Using his time skip, he bypassed all the Marines who were guarding the entrance and entered the Marine Fort inner area. Running around, his only goal was to find the control room from where the wall will be controlled. But no matter how much he tried hard to find a place. Upon not getting his way and feeling like Zorro in a mace, he decided to act smart. Closing his eyes, he focused on his Hana Nomi and grew eyes and ears from all over the place, trying to find anyone or hear anyone who wasn't already defending against the pirates. "Nope, no luck," Yuba replies with irritation building up. Anytime the wall be erected, and then situation will get worse for the pirates. He pondered what he could do, and an idea come to his mind. He, rather than finding the control panel, started to look or any high-level navy around. They should know where the control panel is, right? Just use Sharingan on them to find the place. That was the right action, and so he did the same. The person he found was none other than the pink-haired Kobe. He was hiding alongside with that one other person who Yuba didn't bother to remember the name of. "Kobe, are you sure this is fine?" asked the other man with hesitation. "I'm not sure, but is this still better than dying right?" Kobe replied with a cowardly face. Just as they were talking, suddenly hands started to grow up around them, binding their hands together and completely subjugating them. "Wah, what is this?" Kobe and that other person shouted. Yuba at that time walks out of nowhere, and stares at them with his Sharingan glaring. "Answer my question earnestly, or you will be in a whole lot of pain." Sengoku stood on the execution platform, his face a mask of concentration as he issued the command. "Raise the walls. Trap the pirates outside. Keep them at bay while we finish this." His voice thundered across the battlefield, and the Navy soldiers fell back as ordered, clearing the area in anticipation of the fortress-like walls rising to seal the pirates outside. But nothing happened. Seconds ticked by. Sengoku waited there for the wall to rise up, but nothing happened. A vein popped on his head as he saw few pirates who were quickly already crossing across the wall and entering into the Marine fort. "What's going on? Raise the wall already." He picked up his din mushi again and shouted, ordering the control panel to act quickly. But no reply came from the other wide. Sengoku hadn't mastered din mushi to connect with every unite whenever he wants to, but for some reason no reply come from the control panel. What's going on? Sengoku roared, his frustration boiling over. Why aren't the walls rising? He shouted again, but there was only silence. Sir, one of the operators called out, his voice panicked. There's a malfunction in the system. We're trying to fix it, but it's not responding. Sengoku clenched his fists, veins bulging on his forehead. Fix it now. We don't have time for this incompetence. Sengoku roared, but it was already too late. Whitebeard already had seen through his little scheme and ordered his fleet to charge ahead. However, Sengoku still believed that there is time. As long as the wall raise up, he can keep the pirate at bay. The majority of the pirates were still away from the main wall. Keep the pirates at bay. Don't let them near the wall, shouted Sengoku, ordering Navy to take action. Little did he knew that Yuba already have destroyed the control panel by now. That wall won't be raising up anytime soon. On the battlefield, the pirates realized the opportunity. With no walls rising to stop them, they surged forward, their morale soaring. The gap in Marineford's defenses allowed them to close the distance to the execution platform. Push forward, Marco shouted, his blue phoenix flames lighting up the battlefield as he led the charge. The Whitebeard pirates advanced relentlessly, meeting little resistance as the Navy had pulled back in preparation for the walls. Sengoku slammed his fist against the platform railing, his frustration palpable. This wasn't supposed to happen. Those walls were critical to the plan. His teeth gritted as he watched the pirates press closer, undeterred. Damn it, Gira, brat, is this your doing? Whitebeard asked as he pointed to the angry Sengoku and still down walls of the Marineford. Yuba just smirked and glanced at Whitebeard with a smug look on his face. What you think? Grr, now what the hell you are doing here? Get going, earn your keep. Whitebeard had a smirk of his own and then pointed towards where the fight was ongoing and said, No point, you have seen my speed. If I want to then I can reach to the platform before you blink your eye. There is no reason for me to enter into that madness. Yuba replied as he pointed at the struggle still going on. Whitebeard at this remembers how Yuba was able to bypass his own defenses and heal them. Whitebeard indeed wasn't able to track his speed. Now he wondered what if Yuba really wanted to hurt him, though he didn't think that he could do much damage, but he surely could have done a sneak attack. Narrowing his eyes, Whitebeard finally asked, So why not do it? Or is it that you're not here to save Ace, but something else entirely? Whitebeard asked as he glanced at Yuba. There was no change on his face, but his voice slightly grew colder. Because even if I get to him, I can't get him out. Sengoku is there, and I don't think even you can break the sea prism stone before Sengoku take action. Yuba just shrugged, to which Whitebeard also frowned after hearing. Even reaching Ace right now was an almost impossible task, seeing how both Garp and Sengoku were the closest to Ace. He knew it, even after getting healed, saving Ace would be hard. You have the shock fruit power, don't tell me that you can't do it. He asked with a slight glance. Of course I can break that damn stone, it's just that I'm not sure whether I can do it before Sengoku do the same to my bones and toss me away. Yuba rolls his eyes and replies, Gurura, then don't bother breaking him out of the sea stone. Get him here, just as it. I thought about that, but that would be hard, let alone running away from there. Ace can't even walk with those shackles on him. In that case, bringing here would be hard. Yuba replied with a sigh. He never have tried using time skip with someone with him. He isn't sure whether that will work. He never even tried it, since it could go horribly wrong for the other person. Moving at that speed, where time itself stood still. He survived due to it was his hacks. But what if this principle doesn't apply to others? He will be shredded into pieces. And besides that, he had no other way to get Ace out of there without removing those damn shackles. Actually, I might know who could have a key for those shackles. But getting it from her might be harder than dealing with those Navy guarding Ace. Yuba said as he glanced at Hancock. He remembered that she had the key for the shackles which she gave to Luffy in the anime. So, the real question was whether to wait for Luffy to appear and until then wait for his time, or go and try to get the key out of Hancock's hand himself. Latter's surely going to be hard to do. He looked up to the sky. Having no sign of those flying prisoners, he grunted to himself and darted forward. On the execution platform, Sengoku saw Whitebeard talking with an unknown person in Moby Dick. He had no idea who that person was, and this was making him worry. He wanted to dig up information about that kid, but didn't have time before the person just vanished from his place, making Sengoku even more on guard. He looked around the battlefield, looking for the person who just talked with Whitebeard. His instincts told him that that boy was dangerous. He had to keep an eye on that boy. Yuta arrives near where all the Shichibukai are and looks at Hancock. A blush suddenly crept up to his face when he saw that huge cleavage that she was showing. Was she beautiful? Damn yes. But did that prevent Yuta from completely disregarding her face for what was down there? Nope. Boy, get a hang of yourself. You are here for the key. Stick to the goal, or you won't know before you'll be made of stone. He berated himself. However, even before he could make contact with Hancock, he heard the commotion. He turned back only to see a giant figure making his way towards the execution platform. What the? Yuta had to look up to see the person coming. This was no giant. Even giant looked like kids in front of this person. Little Oars. Yuta knew this guy. His end was tragic in the story. Little Oars Jr. trudged forward with determination etched across his face. His enormous body towered over the battlefield as he bulldozed through Marine forces, his eyes locked on the execution platform where Ace was chained. Each step shook the ground, sending waves of panic through the weaker Marines. "I'm coming, Ace," Oars roared, his voice a thunderous echo above the chaos. But just as Oars neared the platform, a flash of pink streaked through the air. Strings danced like deadly whips, slicing into Oars' arms and legs, forcing him to stumble. Laughing maniacally, Doflamingo landed on the battlefield with his usual sadistic grin. "You're far too big and clumsy for this fight," Doflamingo mocked, his fingers twitching as more strings wrapped around Oars, tightening like razor-sharp bindings. "Let's see how much you can take before you fall." Oars groaned in pain as blood dripped from his wounds, but he refused to back down. Doflamingo, Yuta's eyes twitched. If there was one person he wanted to beat more than Akainu, then it's this guy. Without hesitation, Yuta grabbed his playful cloud and rushed toward the scene. Yuta shouted, drawing Doflamingo's attention. "Pick on someone your own size." Yup, he said that when comparing himself with a 60-meter-tall titan. Doflamingo turned as he saw a young person rushing at him. "Oh, and who are you supposed to be?" Yuta didn't bother answering. With a burst of speed, he swung his 3-section staff, aiming directly at Doflamingo. The warlord dodged with ease, but Yuta anticipated his movements. His Sharingan flared, tracking Doflamingo's every move. The battle escalated quickly. Yuta's staff clashed with Doflamingo's strings, sending shockwaves across the battlefield. "Brat, you are too early to challenge me," Doflamingo said with disdain when Yuta actually was able to see his stings and dodge them. As soon as Yuta intersected Doflamingo, everyone's attention was on him. From Sengoku, who was already looking for him, to those warlords who didn't care too much about the war. Fighting against Doflamingo was different from fighting against those low-grade Marines. Here without Rofa, Yuta would be toast. However, the moment he uses Rofa, the tables turn around entirely. Yuta only observed it now, but Rofa worked even better against devil fruit users for some reason. He had no idea why, but this was a good thing. Doflamingo sends countless threats towards Yuta, but with his Sharingan, he dodges all of them. The sudden burst of power gives him enough boost to land a few blows on Doflamingo. And that was enough to render Doflamingo completely useless. His breath grew ragged, and his legs went numb with just few contact with Yuta's Rofa lace punches. I might want to check out why this works so well against those with devil fruit powers. Yuta wondered, and then also remembered that he didn't land any punch on Whitebeard back, then otherwise he might be able to see the strongest man standing on wobbly legs. As soon as he found an opening, he swung his playful cloud and hit Doflamingo right on his face, sending him back to the wall and slamming him there without any resistance. KO. Yuta muttered to himself, but then suddenly heard a sound which almost gave him a heart attack. This was Kuma, who was creating a mini cat paw bomb. The hell? Yuda's heart almost skipped a beat seeing this, and he flashed forward, not even noticing how others were looking at him after how easily he beat Doflamingo. Kuma already his cat paw bomb, and now he was in the process of condensing it to blast it away. But just as he was doing that, he heard a voice. "Dynamic kick," shouted Yuda, and he almost materialized in front of Kuma, kicking him right on the head out of nowhere. Even his observation haki couldn't see the attack coming. The bomb in his hand blasted, but Yuda was already gone by then, sending Kuma backwards, weakened due to Rofa effect, and saving Oars as he was the one who Kuma was targeting. "Who is that?" Sengoku on the side narrowed his eyes as soon as he spotted Yuda, and just when he defeated Doflamingo, in his mind Sengoku made Yuda's threat level equal to any other white-beard pirate captain. The blast pretty much attracted everyone's attention towards that side, making Yuda abandon his plan to ask for the key from Hancock. His plan would only work if he could pull it off in secrecy, not when everyone's attention is on him. So he used that time to leave that place with the help of Time Skip, leaving many searching the entire area with dumbfounded looks on their faces, but couldn't locate him. "Tisich, maybe I have to wait after all." Yuda mutters with irritation and turns his attention back on saving other people. He saw or is still moving to save Ace, and now, since both Doflamingo and Kuma failed to stop him, the next people who will most likely will act to stop the big moving mountain, then it will be the Admirals. He won't survive that. Yuda gritted his teeth, wondering what he can do. The quest was to save as the entire Whitebeard pirate. Of course, it was impossible to do seeing how many there were. So, as long as he saves the majority of them, it can get the quest reward, but if that fool keep on going towards the execution platform, then even Yuda can't save him. "Sigh, I can't save him, or he won't stop even if I try to stop him." Shaking his head, he just hide back, waiting for Luffy now to come in, and only then acting. Time went on, and Yuda was silently watching the war. His attention was on only two places right now. One would be Whitebeard, though he can heal the old man if he get backstabbed, but he'd rather not let that happen if possible. And second, he was looking at the sky for Luffy's arrival, on when that rubber man is here that he can take him to Hancock and get that key. Only a little while later, a commotion drew everyone's attention toward the sky. The sound of crashing waves and a loud cannon boom echoed across Marineford. All eyes turned upward to see a massive ship falling from above, propelled by a geyser of water. On board, a group of chaotic figures clung to the edges, their expressions ranging from sheer determination to outright terror. At the front, standing firm despite the turbulence, was none other than the said rubber man Yuda was waiting for, his iconic straw hat fluttering wildly in the wind. As the ship crashed into the center of the battlefield, the force of the landing created a massive shockwave that sent Marines and pirates alike stumbling. Amid the settling debris, Luffy leaped into the air, landing with his fists clenched and eyes blazing with determination. "Ace! Ace! I'm here to save you!" Luffy bellowed, his voice echoing across Marineford. His sudden arrival left both sides stunned. The Marines scrambled to make sense of the disruption, while the pirates roared in approval. "Ha ha! Just like I remember, loud as ever and completely single-minded individual." Yuda laughed, but there was a smirk playing on his lips, but he was waiting for this exact moment. Now, he just have to make sure that he make way for Luffy while he handled those admirals, but before that, he had to take that key from Hancock. "Garp, it's your grandson again," shouted Sengoku. As soon as Luffy announced his entrance, Yuda began moving towards him in the shadows. He waited until the casual banter between him and Whitebeard was over before reaching out for him. I have to say that this guy know how to attract attention. It's not even been 2 minutes he came, and here he was challenging Whitebeard. Shaking his head at protagonist's dumb luck, Yuda moved on to take Luffy towards Hancock. Marines swarmed toward him, but Luffy's rubbery fists kept them at bay as he fought his way closer to the execution platform. "Idiot, there's no point going there without a key." Yuda also facepalmed. Was he the only one who thought about the problems of getting Ace out of his shackles before reaching to the execution platform? This kid will get himself killed before even reaching Ace. Without wasting another moment, Yuba dashed toward him, using his Sharingan to predict the Marine's attacks and clear a path. Luffy, Yuba shouted, landing in front of him as he stopped another Marine from jetting his fate against Luffy's rubbery fist. Luffy stopped briefly, his eyes widening in recognition. Yuba? What are you doing here? Oh, you remember me. Never thought you would with your elastic brain bouncing everyone off beside meat and trouble. Yuba mocked, but Luffy didn't get it. Just like he said, it was bouncy off. I'll explain later, Yuba replied, grabbing Luffy by the arm. Come with me. No, I am going to save Ace. Luffy immediately resisted, trying to escape Yuda's grip, but with an unconscious pull of Rofa, he felt weakness all over his body and almost slumped down. Ah, it really works well against devil fruit users. Yuba didn't mean to do that. He only used Rofa to counter Luffy's pull. Right now, you're wasting time. Even if you go there, how will you bring Ace back? He is handcuffed with Sea Prism Stone, and Sengoku is standing right next to him. That old man is as strong as your grandpa. What? Gee, grandpa. Only hearing Garp's name, Luffy seems to gulp and look over the execution platform again. So what? I'm still going to save Ace. But Luffy was Luffy. There was no changing his mind when he thought of something. I know, okay. That is the reason why I am here. I know someone who has the key to Ace's shackles. We have to get that key before going to Ace. Luffy blinked, confused but trusting. Key? Who has it? Yuba swiftly maneuvered them through the battlefield, using Playful Cloud to knock back any Marines in their path. Just follow me for now. I will lead you to the person. Once we have the key, then we both can move towards the execution platforms to save Ace. Yuba replied, and start making his way towards where Hancock was. Luffy, of course, followed him all the way. Due to the change of target, and now there being two of them, they didn't face much resistance. After a few moments, they found Hancock, who was busy dispatching Marines with her love abilities. Hancock, Yuba called out, but before his voice could even reach the world's most beautiful woman, the world's strongest blade came crashing down towards him. Holy shit! Grabbed Luffy from the corner and jumped to the side to dodge the upcoming attack. That, you're the Hawkeye guy. Luffy recognized Mihawk and was ready to fight. However, the gap of power was too much. Fuck, why this guy is here? Why now when the key is so close? Yuba pursed his lips and then turned towards Luffy. Luffy, get going, go, then meet Hancock. She must have the key. Once you get the key, make sure you hide it until you are ready to free Ace. I will handle Hawkeye, go. Yuba shouted, and then covered Luffy, standing directly in front of Mihawk. Luffy hesitated for a second, but nodded. Okay, he yelled as he sprinted away. Mihawk's piercing gaze shifted to Yuba. Interesting. You're not afraid to stand in my way? Let's see if you can back up your courage. Yuba lunged forward, swinging Playful Cloud with precision. Mihawk blocked the strike effortlessly, his blade meeting the staff with a sharp clang. The force of the clash sent shockwaves rippling through the air. Yuba pressed on, attacking with quick, unpredictable movements, using his Sharingan to anticipate Mihawk's counterattacks. But no matter how fast or clever he was, Mihawk's mastery outclassed him. Even if he shorted the difference of power and speed with his Rofa, he can't handle the skill Mihawk had with his blade. Not even his Mangekyo can do that. With every swing of Yoru, Mihawk cut through Yuda's defenses like a calm storm, slicing through chaos. Even his Rofa wasn't a help against Mihawk. He wasn't touching Mihawk through his weapon, and he couldn't use more of Rofa since his weapon couldn't bear it. Realizing that Playful Cloud wasn't strong enough to match Mihawk's black blade, Yuba gritted his teeth. This isn't enough, he muttered. Reaching into his pocket, he pulled out his weapon upgrade card, a rare item he had been saving. But before he could activate it, Mihawk's blade gleamed as he struck with devastating power. You're too slow, Mihawk said, his voice calm and nonchalant. The next moment, Yuba was sent flying. This was the first time Mihawk connected the attack. He knew that Yuda's eyes were different, much like his own. Yes, they had special perception that with Yuda's own unlimited hacks, hitting him was almost impossible. he was only able to do so due to Yuta was more concerned about doing something with whatever he took out of his pocket. However, Mihawk felt that his sword never connected with Yuta, even now. Something stopped the blade. Mihawk's eagle-like eyes turned to Yuta, who was flying back right now, with both curiosity and interest. Mihawk was right. Rika's scarf stopped Mihawk's attack on time. However, this wasn't infinity, though the attack was stopped. The sheer force of Mihawk's attack blasted him backward, his body crashing into the Moby Dick, Whitebeard's massive ship. The impact shook the vessel, drawing the attention of the Whitebeard pirates. "Ow, ow. Thanks, Rika. You saved my butt there," Yuta replied, and almost passed out due to the impact he took. As Yuta blocked Mihawk, creating an opening for Luffy, the young pirate darted through the chaotic battlefield. His goal was clear: reach Hancock and retrieve the key to Ace's shackles. Luffy wasn't the only one who was looking for Hancock. Hancock, too, was dying to meet with her love. Her love-struck gaze softened the moment she saw Luffy approaching. "Luffy, you've come to me," she exclaimed, her cheeks flushed with affection. "Hancock," Luffy said urgently, not noticing her dreamy expression. "Do you have the key for Ace's shackles?" Hancock nodded instantly, holding out a small key. "Of course, my beloved. Anything for you," she said, nearly swooning. "Thanks, Hancock," Luffy said with a wide grin, taking the key and sprinting away. "I owe you one." Hancock clasped her hands together, her eyes sparkling as she watched him go. "Oh, my dear Luffy, even in the heat of battle, you shine brighter than anyone else." As Luffy rushed toward the execution platform, the resistance grew fiercer. Marines swarmed around him, brandishing swords and guns, shouting orders to stop him at all costs. "Out of my way," Luffy yelled, slamming his fists into the ground. With a powerful Gomu no stamp, he sent dozens of Marines flying, clearing a path forward. But the closer he got to Ace, the tougher it became. More powerful officers, armed with advanced techniques, stepped in to block his path. Luffy's movements became more frantic as he launched a barrage of Gomu no Gatling punches to break through their ranks. "Straw Hat," pirates from the Whitebeard crew called out, trying to assist him. Just like in the anime, Whitebeard here too saw that if there is one person who can get past Garp, then it has to be Luffy. So he orders his crew to help out Luffy. However, even with the help of the rest of the Whitebeard's pirates, it was hard to get near the execution platform. Standing in his path were the three Admirals, Kizaru, Aokiji, and Akainu. Kizaru adjusted his sunglasses. Youngsters nowadays are pretty scary. This was one of that iconic moments when Luffy stood up against all three of the Admirals to save his brother. Even against one Admiral, he didn't stand a chance, let alone against all three of them. There was no chance for Luffy to take on three Admirals alone. Even after 2 years later, when he awakened his Nika fruit, this would be a hard fight. Both Whitebeards and Garp saw these with tense eyes. Whitebeards was about to enter into the fight, but then his eyes went to Sengoku and Garp. Those two were the most troublesome besides the Admirals. If not for their presence, he long would have entered into the fight to save Ace. Little did he knew that someone was already targeting him to backstab him. However, this time due to him being completely healed thanks to Yuta, the situation might not be that bad. "You are the ice guy. Move, I will save Ace," Luffy shouted, looking at Aokiji. Of course, they didn't move, so Luffy was about to rush at them and start the fight. More like a pointless struggle, but that's when everyone heard sound. A sound which almost stopped the entire battlefield. Dum-dum, dum-dum, dum-dum-dum, dum-dum, 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 dum-dum-dum. This was the infamous beating of King's engine. The inherited suppression which it brings is much like Conqueror's Haki. The rhythmic beating grew louder and louder, spreading across Marine Ford like the steady drum of war. The air grew heavy, almost suffocating. Soldiers from both sides froze in place, their eyes wide with fear. "What is this?" a Marine stammered, his hands trembling so violently that he dropped his weapon. "It feels like I can't move," gasped a pirate, clutching his chest as if the sheer weight of the sound was pressing down on him. Weak-willed Marines and pirates alike collapsed to their knees, beads of sweat pouring down their faces. Some fainted outright, their bodies unable to bear the overwhelming pressure. Whitebeard was the closest to the beat, and upon hearing this, Whitebeard's eyes narrowed as he felt the oppressive effect. He gripped his Nanohana tightly, his voice rumbling like thunder. "This isn't Conqueror's Haki," Whitebeard muttered to himself, and then looked at a particular hole in the Moby Dick from where the sound originated with interest. An interesting brat indeed. Kizaru, still trying to maintain his casual tone, muttered, "Oh my, what a terrifying presence. But this isn't Haki. What is it?" Both Akiji and Akainu narrowed their eyes, and only look where Whitebeard was standing. The sound originated from there, and even after knowing that this wasn't Whitebeard, they had a feeling that this was something related to him. Sengoku, standing on the execution platform, stared down at the scene with a furrowed brow. "This isn't Conqueror's Haki? Then what is it?" His voice was low, almost uncertain. Mihawk was the only other person who was responsible for the said hole. He had an idea what it could be, or who might it be? An overwhelming force, yet it's not from Haki. With those peculiar eyes, a strange boy, and then out of nowhere, something fly out of the same hole in Moby Dick which was emitting that sound. The object directly went for the place where the Admirals were and crashed directly on them. Of course, they noticed this, and using their powers, blocked the object from even reaching them. But only upon seeing it with their eyes that they realized what it was. "A wine barrel?" Akiji said, almost asking in confusion what was going on. "Dum dum 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 dum." But that wasn't the end. Soon the sound increased. Everyone saw a boy dragging a barrel of wine behind him with one hand, moving towards them. As he was making his way toward where the Admirals and Luffy was, he pulled and lifted the entire wine barrel up and opened the lid, chucking down the entire barrel of wine as he kept on moving, going directly towards the center of the action. "Now I got some fire in belly." Yuda's head buzzed as he chucked down on the barrel of wine. He just happened to get the wine barrels in the inner deck of Moby Dick. This was more alcohol than he had ever seen, even in a bar, but for him, it was a free power boost. Seeing that when he get out there, he might have to fight with the likes of Admirals, Mihawk, Sengoku, and Garps. He didn't waste this heaven-besting opportunity. So he took 2 barrels and started drinking as much as he could. 1, 2, 4, 6, 9. 9 Admirals? Yuda rubbed his eyes as he looked in front of him. His world felt like spinning right now. Even standing still was becoming a Herculean task. He shook the barrel in his hand, wondering how come it emptied out so quickly, and upon not getting any more wine out of there, he threw the barrel away and got ready to fight. Or at least he wanted to. For some reason, he was seeing 3 Luffy and 9 Admirals in front of him. Oh, the young people are too unscrupulous, drinking in the middle of a war. Scary. This was Kizaru who said this, in his usual ridiculous face on. Have you ever been kicked by the speed of light? But then he said these ominous words, and then the next second he was gone, disappearing and appearing right in front of Yuda. Yuda saw a kick-emitting light coming towards him with so much speed that even with his speed dodging this almost point-blank attack would be impossible. Kizaru swung his leg, already expecting to send the boy who was emitting the heart-palpating sound in the middle of the war flying away. However, his kick didn't kick anything. Even Kizaru was confused at what happened. Did the boy have a Logia fruit? He didn't even realize that Yuda actually dodged the attack. It's because no one had ever dodged this fast attack from him before that he can hardly believe it. Yuda was still tipsy right now, but as he saw the attack from Kizaru coming at him, his body almost automatically activated time skip and dug the incoming kick, only to find himself right in front of Kizaru, who had 1 foot of his up in the air and his balls emitting holy light, wide open for him to ring. A smile spread across his face as the alcohol was finally taking effect completely. He knocked his hand back and made a fist. A golden halo appears on his hand, while the power of Rofa spreads across over his body. Once again, time skip activated in smash, boom, space crack, or it was something else which was cracking. Kizaru's lecherous face fell, and a trembling originating from his lower half rushed towards his head. And in just a second, a loud scream was heard from one of the strongest powerhouses on this ocean as Kizaru tightly held his crouch, jumping in pain like a monkey. His breathing was stagnant, his entire face was blue, but soon even his legs gave away and he started rolling on the ground. Everyone saw this with a wide mouth on their face, especially the Marines and most of the men in the war who tightly clenched their legs and seemed to feel the pain of their admiral. "Oh, my balls, my balls, my balls." Borsalino, Sengoku on the side, shouted though he himself was wincing at how the said admiral was rolling on the ground in pain. Yuta slowly got up as he straightened himself and took out a wig out of nowhere. With one good pull, he ripped apart his shirt and put the wig on his head, like it was the most natural thing he could do. And as just the wig came in contact with his head, unconsciously his hands came up in front of him, making a fist ready to rumble. What's that guy doing? Why is he wearing that thing on his head? Who is that person? And what is this sound of heart beating? Did you see he makes Admiral Kizaru roll on the ground like that? How scary. Marines and pirates alike started to talk as they saw what was going on. Yurr, that brat. Maybe we shouldn't let him on the boat after all. Marco's eyes twitched seeing what was happening, and unconsciously his hand went to his own head. Both Akiji and Sengoku clenched their fist. Maybe others don't understand, but they do. Seeing the seer force of nature on Yuta's head, their hands went to their own head. They too had the same power, but they have long lost their path of true warrior. The sheer courage to pull off what he boy in front of them was doing was immense. "It's been a while since I let loose my wild side," Yuta said. It almost felt like his whole personality had changed. Others who didn't know Yuta before didn't react as much as Whitebeard, Luffy, and some people who knew him. Yuta. Ace also knew Yuta, and only now that he really showed his face openingly. Previously, he was lying down as much as possible. But with King's engine activated, there was no hiding his presence. What Ace was thinking, however, though, was whether this boy was really Yuta, and if yes, then what just happened to him? Yuta. Even Rika was taken aback seeing Yuta talking about this. She knocks her head to the side with confusion clear on her face and calls him. However, Yuta didn't reply. He was too high to react to anything right now. There was only his shaky legs and blasting heart in his mind. Dum 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 dum. Y'all hear that beat? My heart's on a roll. I feel music sinking in, bringing rumbling to my soul. Dum 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 dum. Whoa, so cool. Luffy was the closest to Yuta. Seeing Yuta the way he was right now, Luffy's eyes lit up, and then even though he was quite injured and had to save Ace, he took out some time to appreciate Yuta's look. What is that guy doing? Smoker might be the only person who knew Yuta in Marine. Upon seeing Yuta, he was about to either go to him and apprehend him or tell about him to Sengoku, but upon seeing what Yuta was doing, he covered his face with his hand. For some reason, he no longer wanted others to know that he knew this guy. Yuta didn't care how he was looking. He just swayed left to right as his heartbeat was pumping energy in him. Now listen, you 9 punks, you sons of monkey, dogs, and birds. Yuta pointed his finger and swifted from left to right as he was seeing multiple people now. His finger even went where there was no one. I'll let my brother here meet his bro. He pointed at Luffy and then Ace. If you have anything to say, come at me. I'm Dynamic Afro. Yuta's body, swaying slightly a ridiculous yet somehow majestic giant afro, sat atop his head, and an equally majestic yet cocky smirk was plastered on his face. Both hands up, ready to take on anything, come at me. He was there, swaying left to right like a drunkard, jumping up and down like a boxer, and standing between Luffy and the Admirals like a hero. Golden lightning crackled around him, and his heart beat faster. He turned up the rifle level up to 50%, and he wasn't holding back anything. Golden halo in his hand were feeling like he was wearing boxing gloves. Sharingan spun, air crackle. He slightly leaned and then disappeared in a flash. What, where'd he go? Akiji's eyes widened. Yuta appeared behind Akainu in an instant. Time skip in full display, his afro bouncing as he threw a lightning-fast uppercut to the Admiral's jaw. The force was so great it sent Akainu flying back, crashing into the ground, He couldn't even soften the landing due to the moment Yuta touched him. He experienced weakness like he touched the sea itself. Everything happened in just blink of a second. Not even Akiji could react to that, let alone Kizaru, who was still rolling on the ground. Akiji raised his hand, ice spreading across the battlefield to freeze Yuta in place. Absolute zero. He quickly acted. That one punch from Yuta immediately put him and almost everyone else guard up against Yuta, because no one was able to track Yuta's movements there. Yuta's Sharingan caught the movement, and with time reversal, he stepped back a moment in time, evading the ice entirely. He was once again standing in the same place he was earlier, looking Akiji at his back since the man turned to see where Yuta previously was. Knocking his hand back, he threw a punch as he almost instantly appeared near Akiji again. Once again, Akiji wasn't able to perceive Yuta's movements with his observation haki. Crack! This time Yuta didn't hold back on his punch. He went all out and punched with the shock power and had 50% of Rofa. And the entire crowd saw the space cracking. What? Sengoku's eyes widened, and suddenly he remembered about a boy Smoker told him about a few months ago. Whitebeard was having fun right now, because that power, no one understood it more than himself. It wasn't as strong as his own, nowhere close to his prime, but close to his current self. And for someone like those Admirals, it was still enough to send them flying. Akiji snapped almost immediately at the cracking space, and when not having enough time to dodge back, he elementalized. However, this wasn't just a normal shock attack. It had Rofa power mix in it. The moment it come in contact with Akiji, it weakened him and his elementalization. Boom! Knock him back with blood sprouting out his mouth. But that wasn't enough. He wasn't done yet. With a drunken stumble that seemed almost deliberate, he summoned Hana no Mi's power, sprouting hands from every angle of Akiji's body. The Admiral barely had time to react before Yuta delivered a series of brutal punches using his boxing prowess, the Afro's energy making each strike feel like a cannonball. His hands, sprouting out of Akiji's body, stopped him and weakened him, and at the same time numerous amount of punches fell on him. Damn pirate! But then suddenly a familiar sound came. Akainu roared, his body erupting into molten fury as he lunged at Yuta. Magma Hound! Yuta's body swayed unpredictably as he dodged Akainu's magma fists, his drunken movements making it impossible to predict his next step. Even with observation haki, it was extremely hard to see how Yuta was moving around. He combined his erratic movements with time skip, vanishing and reappearing in a random location, landing precise strikes on Akainu's torso and head at the same time with just crazy movements. Akainu also did the same mistake, trying to turn into elemental, but with Rofa, it backfired almost immediately. He got the same treatment as Akiji. Hands grew up around him, holding him down, and then many fists fell on him from all directions. Lado kafut beto es. Yuta taunted, not sure what he was saying himself. It was all gibberish, but he still was laughing as he landed a spinning kick powered by the Hana no Mi, sprouting legs from the ground to assist. Akainu growled, slamming his fist into the earth and creating a massive wave of molten rock. Yuta clapped his hands together. For Akainu, he had special disliking. He was about to summon the thousand-hand Buddha, but at this time his spider sense tingled. Kizaru reappeared in a flash of light, firing lasers from his fingers. Yuta's Sharingan predicted their trajectory, allowing him to weave through the barrage with ease. Yuta saw Kizaru flying in the air, one hand pointing at him, while another still tightly clutching down on his broken junk. A smirk appeared his face. For a second it felt like Yuta activated Ultra Instinct. Kizaru sent laser bullets one after another towards him, and he dodged all of them. However, Kizaru wasn't finished. This was one of those times when Kizaru was really angry and wanted to take action. However, before even he could take another action, he found Yuta gone. His eyes widened. He looked around himself, but nothing. This gave him a little relief, only for next second his heart to jump out of his mouth when a hand started to sprout out of him, holding him down and weakening him, making him fall. But that was fine. What scared him was what happened next. Have you ever been kicked by the speed of light? The sound came from behind him. If not for being completely bound, he could have seen a kick with golden lightning and the power of shock coming directly at him. Boom! He was sent to the ground, creating a massive crater. It didn't been long, only a few minutes, but Yuba completely beat down the 3 admirals. The entire Marine Ford was silent right now, only seeing how Yuba alone beat the shit out of the 3 admirals. Luffy was also among them, and his eyes were shining seeing how Yuba was beating the powerful admirals. Little did he and others know that Yuba is only able to do this due to his cheating. Rofa works like sea stone against devil fruit users. And observation haki is almost useless against time skip. After all, what the point of predicting the attack if there is no time to dodge in the first place? Yuba staggered back, still having trouble standing straight, but his Sharingan caught every move they made. Huh, did you feel the passion burning inside me? If you're not convinced, yet then y'all know where to find me. Yuba said with a smirk on his face and a wink. All 3 of the admirals were looking bad, even after tackling only few attacks. These were no normal attacks. All deal damage on their body and stamina. Unlike an Edo Tensei body of Madara in the Naruto world, these people here had limited stamina. Every attack from Yuba shave off their physical power and stamina a lot to the point that by only a few contacts they were near a panting state. 3. No 4 devil fruit powers. Who is this guy? Aokiji asked with horror on his face. He wasn't the only one. Akainu and Kizaru were the same. It was partially because Yuba had so many powers, and partially because just in few exchanges they were feeling drained. That last one was terrible, because all 3 of them were monsters who could fight for days on end. And here they were, panting and feeling weak. This boy, whoever he is too dangerous to be left alone. Forget Straw Hat. We have to kill this boy right now, said Aokiji, and all 3 agreed. They were so shocked that they didn't even hesitate and decided to work together to capture or kill Yuba. Yuba, of course, saw this and smirked. His king's engine beat louder, and he activated Nanohana no Mi to create a web of hand around him, blocking and redirecting the incoming attacks. Ice, magma, and lasers collided with the hands, creating explosions that shook the battlefield. Yuba leaped into the air, time skipping to appear above them. Shock overdrive, he shouted, descending like a meteor. His Rofa amplified his speed and impact as he landed a crushing double fist strike on Akainu, sending the Admiral into a crater. Before Aokiji could react, Yuba sprouted a hand on his back and used it to grab the ice spear, flipping it and hurling it at Kizaru with pinpoint accuracy. The spear shattered on impact, but the force sent Kizaru skidding backwards. What with his speed, I can't even see him moving. It's almost like he is teleporting. It's too fast, even for me. Kizaru had a solemn look on his face. This was the first time he had seen someone faster than him after eating the light fruit. Even observation haki is useless. He is too damn fast to even reach. Akainu gritted his teeth, and his anger grew. The fight grew fiercer as Yuba switched between offense and defense seamlessly, his drunken fist style making him an unpredictable whirlwind jumping, almost teleporting from one place to another. He used time skip and time reversal in tandem, creating afterimages and resetting moments to his advantage. And his afro, well, without it none of this was possible, right? Despite their combined strength, the Admirals found themselves struggling by just the sheer chaos Yuba was able to bring to the fight. 1 second he was punching Kizaru, but even before the punch connects he was ended up kicking Aokiji. It was almost too random, and that when combined with thousands of hands and legs sprouting all around the place, and Yuda's own chaotic, almost mad-like movements was a nightmare to any person. Akainu's magma attacks were countered by Nanohana no Mi's hands sprouting and using shock power to block it. Kizaru's lightspeed strikes were dodged with Sharingan precision and time skip speed. Aokiji's ice was shattered repeatedly by Yuda's shock fruit, and Rofa was outright a nightmare to any devil fruit user. However, as things were going, Yuda's movements were getting predictable slowly as his drunken state was wearing off. Damn, maybe one more barrel would have done the trick. The battlefield seemed to freeze as all eyes turned to Yuba, who stood toe-to-toe with the three admirals. The sheer audacity of it left everyone in disbelief. Sengoku, standing on the execution platform, furrowed his brows deeply, his golden Buddha form shimmering in the sunlight. "Impossible," he muttered. "Not even Whitebeard himself would take on all three admirals at once. Who is that boy?" The Shichibukai, observing from their positions, each wore a unique expression. Of course, the only one who wasn't behaving like this was Doflamingo, as he was beaten by Yuba just a little while ago. Among the Whitebeard pirates, the reactions were just as intense. Marco, still mid-air in his phoenix form, blinked as if trying to confirm he wasn't hallucinating. Who the hell is this? Were Ace find people like him? How come he has 3 devil fruit powers? Jozu, usually stoic, clenched his diamond fists. "I've never seen anything like this. Are you sure he's only 16? Gurura, what a fascinating brat. Kids go on save Ace." On the Marine side, disbelief spread like wildfire. Ordinary soldiers trembled as they watched the Admirals struggle against Yuda's unpredictable drunken movements, his afro bouncing with each devastating punch. "That's impossible," another muttered, sweat pouring down his face. The Admirals are supposed to be invincible. The chaos of the battlefield faded for a moment as everyone's attention stayed fixed on Yuba. Every punch, every dodge. However, that situation didn't last for long, as soon they all saw Admirals work together, and Yuda's movements were also getting predictable. While Yuba was keeping the 3 Admirals occupied, Luffy was still moving towards the save Ace. The execution platform, where Ace was bound, stood just ahead. Thanks to Yuba for attracting all the attention, he got a clear line to reach to Ace. The only one who might be in his way was Sengoku himself. Of course, there was Garp as well. "Go, Straw Hat!" Marco shouted, transforming into his phoenix form. He flew overhead, blocking incoming cannon fire with his blazing wings. The Whitebeard pirates rallied behind him, creating a path while protecting Luffy all the way. Luffy dashed forward, his legs pumping with the speed of Gear Second. Around him, the Whitebeard pirates fought like demons, holding back the Marines to ensure his path remained open. Garp, standing guard near the platform, clenched his fists. His face was twisted with conflict. "Luffy, stop!" Garp came in front of Luffy to stop him. Honestly, he didn't want to. He wanted for Luffy to be able to save Ace, but his duty as a Marine let him act. Luffy didn't stop. Tears filled his eyes as he shouted, "Move, Grandpa! I have to save Ace!" He cocked back his fist, ready to fight even Garp if that means to save Ace. Garp hesitated for just a second, and that was enough. Luffy's hockey-infused punch connected, sending Garp flying backward. The old Marine landed hard, choosing not to rise. "Garp, you bastard!" Sengoku almost burst a vein there. Luffy leapt onto the platform, facing Sengoku, who had transformed into his golden Buddha form. "You won't get away with this, Straw Hat!" Sengoku thundered, his massive hands swinging toward Luffy. "Gum Gum Jet Rocket!" Luffy dodged the strike, launching himself upward and landing beside Ace. "I'm here, Ace." Ace's eyes widened. "Luffy, you idiot. Get away, Go-Go. I will save you, even if you don't wanna," Luffy grinned. Using the key he'd secured earlier, he unlocked Ace's shackles. The sea prism cuffs clattered to the ground, and Ace's flames reignited instantly. Together, the brothers turned to face Sengoku. But before the fleet admiral could attack, a burst of flames from Ace forced him back. "Let's go, Luffy!" Ace shouted, grabbing his brother. Whitebeard on the side laughed, seeing Ace finally out. Now he was completely relief. But he saw Sengoku running behind both Ace and Straw Hat and narrowed his eyes. He was about to jump from the Moby Dick and right his old rival Sengoku, but then his eyes went to Yuba, who was containing with 3 admirals. Though earlier Yuba was dominating, but as time was going on, he was falling behind. Whitebeard's eyes went to the broken pieces of the wine barrel, and suddenly, like lightning, something clicked in his head. Yuba refused to drink when he was in Moby Dick earlier. At one point he thought that he didn't want to dull his senses before the war, but now, maybe that wasn't the case. Yuta was having trouble handling the three admirals once his extreme state of drunkenness ran out. His biggest wild card, unpredictability, was no longer there to help him. If he was fighting just one or two admirals, then he easily could have handled them with all of his hacks, but three of them were indeed too many. However, just as he was fighting and slowly was getting dragged back by the siege of three admirals, Yuta heard a loud sound. The booming sound was so loud that it attracted everyone's attention. "Grrrr, Yuta boy. Here, catch this," Whitebeard from the Moby Dick shouted, and in his hand was a barrel which he threw toward Yuta from all the way from the outside of the Marineford. The throw was so powerful that the barrel flew to Yuta. Yuta at first didn't understand what Whitebeard meant by catching it, but as soon as he saw the barrel, his eyes lit up. A man after my own heart. The admirals didn't understand what was in that barrel, but they didn't want Yuta to have it. Yuta all but vanished from his place with time skipped to get the barrel falling towards him. He appears instantly near the barrel. That is when Kizaru appears and locks Yuta with his laser. But just as the laser were moving towards Yuta, he rewind time and returned to where he was previously, but the barrel of wine was in his hand already. Yuta didn't care once he had the barrel in his hand and opened up the lid and started chucking down the wine inside it. No stop him. Suddenly sound came. This was Sengoku, though others didn't understood, but Sengoku did. And after knowing that it was a wine barrel, others' reactions was the same. Because Kaido of the Beast have the same quirk, in the drunken state he is much more difficult to deal with. Too bad. It was already too late. Once again, Yuta, seeing these admirals were about to take action, ended up launching time skip, and this time he didn't move, but just focused on drinking the sake in his hand. Akainu jumped high and was ready to deliver a magma punch to Yuta, but before he could do that, he felt a shadow above him. There was a heartfelt palpitation in Akainu for just few seconds, and when he looked up, he noticed Whitebeard swinging his Naginata with the power of shock. Only inches apart from Akainu. Boom. Grrrr. Drink up, rat. There's still a fight left, Whitebeard said as he sent Akainu back, and then the look at Sengoku, who was chasing both Ace and Luffy. Sengoku wasn't good as chasing. His power didn't work like that. So Ace and Luffy get out with the help of other Whitebeard pirates. Sengoku was still going after both the brothers, but upon seeing Whitebeard finally entering the fight, he had to stop and go fight Whitebeard.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.